Musk and Doge claim he's out of control with wasteful spending. More than 1,000 workers being fired and USAID staffers being put on leave overseas. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
The terminations come after a federal judge allowed the administration on Friday to move forward with the mass firings. There's confusion as well within several federal agencies after federal employees received an email from the Office of Personnel Management over the weekend asking them to list what they accomplished last week. Elon Musk first mentioned the email on X Saturday, saying failure to respond would be taken as an act of resignation.
Some federal agencies told their employees not to worry about responding by today. Now an update on Pope Francis.
He is still in critical condition. The last update from the Vatican and the hospital is that he had a good night and that he remains responsive. He is alert.
Fox's Lauren Green in Rome. The Pope has pneumonia and kidney issues. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A college student charged with rape. It's 34 degrees on Monument Circle. Your radar is clear. Your high today is 53. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 8:02. A Purdue University student who worked for the campus newspaper, The Exponent, was arrested on Saturday and charged with rape and criminal confinement. The Exponent says Vincent Lambo became the paper's sports editor in August, but has since been removed and suspended indefinitely after his arrest. A man was shot at a laundromat early Sunday. Here's Jake McDaniel.
That laundromat is called Courtesy Cleaning Center, which is in the 4100 block of North High School Road near 38th Street and I-465 on Indy's northwest side. When police arrived at the scene, they found the man and took him to a hospital where he is stable. Police are not sure what led up to the shooting, nor have they found any suspects, but they are looking into this now. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
It's going to warm up on Tuesday, but before that, you could expect some rain on Monday. Greg Mello with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis.
Monday night, we do have a chance for some light rain overnight, mainly north of I-70. And also it will be breezy as well with wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
And Mello says most of the week will be dry, but we could see more rain Wednesday into Wednesday night. When the Indiana Hoosier men's basketball team beat Purdue Sunday, they might have had some help from a chair. John Herrick explains.
40 years ago, former IU coach Bob Knight threw the chair against Purdue onto the floor. That chair was put out at Assembly Hall on Sunday for the current head coach Mike Woodson to use.
I wasn't going to throw the chair, but I did want to sit in it.
Indiana outscored Purdue in the second half 48-21 to win the game 73-58. Indiana plays Penn State on Wednesday night. Purdue's next game is against UCLA on Friday night. Reporting from outside Assembly Hall in Bloomington, John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And the Indiana Pacers got a big win Sunday, 129-111. They've won 3 straight. They play the Denver Nuggets at home tonight. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level on the go and at WIBC.com. Traffic and weather coming up in 1 minute. It's 6:04.
When you're running a small business, every dollar counts. And there's lots of ways you could try saving money, like, say, subletting half your office to an exotic pet shop, or downsizing your fleet of catering trucks to a fleet of catering scooters. Or you could try a smarter way to save. Switch to Comcast Business Mobile. It could save you up to 70% on business wireless compared to AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. And save you the hassle of having a parrot as your desk mate. So don't compromise your business to save money. Keep it growing with Comcast Business Mobile. An incredible value and smarter way to save. Comcast Business Mobile, powering smarter savings, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Compares weighted average of providers based on optimized pricing. Comcast Business Internet required. Reduced speeds after data usage included with plan. Savings may vary.
Interstates are nice so far this morning. Again, with cold temperatures, make sure you just check out those bridges, overpasses, underpasses, all that. But it should be a pretty good, easy Well, so far, morning for you as we check out westbound. 70 looks good from 465 on the east side to the north split. That's just 4 minutes at the moment. Traffic sponsored by PureTalk.com. It's time to ditch big wireless. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Marcus Bailey, Wish TV meteorologist. What's happening?
Hey, Tony. Good morning. We're going to continue warming things up a bit here. Yesterday was the first time we were above average in about 2.5 weeks. We should be a bit warmer here over the next couple of days. Partly cloudy. The only hang-up today, it gets a little breezy. Gusts can get up to around 25 to 30 miles per hour this afternoon. But otherwise, we're about 10 degrees above average, a high of around 52 this afternoon. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Some very light showers possible after midnight, but should be gone before the morning drive on Tuesday. An overnight low of 37. Tuesday actually warmer. Partly cloudy, not as windy, a high of 55. Wednesday mostly cloudy with scattered showers possible in the afternoon and evening, and even warmer with highs near 60.
That's Marcus Bailey of Wish TV. Appreciate you, Marcus. Thank you. 33 degrees. Better. In the American Standard Heating Weather Center, the time is 6:07. So the Pope is in critical condition. There have been blood transfusions, signs of early kidney failure. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. The Pope, who was 88, was hospitalized on February 14th. According to the latest reporting I have, double pneumonia. Still getting oxygen, still getting blood transfusions to treat this, but as described by the Vatican, in critical condition. They're posting on social media. I've recently received many messages of affection, and I've been particularly struck by the letters and drawings from children. Thank you for your closeness and the consoling prayers. I received them from all over the world. I wouldn't know if that was actually him or his staff in that level of response. I only bring it up because, well, I don't. At 88, I don't know if there are necessarily surprises that take place, and I don't believe that the passing of Pope Francis, if it should occur, would come as a shock to the system, to the Catholic Church. Rather, I would assume that they have been, while they may always be ready for something, there'd be no cause for surprise. He has not been in perfect health over the last couple of years. I am curious as to how the church would go in choosing someone new. In the meantime, I certainly hope that the Pope gets healthy. Just the latest there. And then a lot of people discussing this email that went out from this comes from the Office of Management and Budget through Doge. Hey, explain 5 things you did, or it's your resignation. Now, you could argue that Elon Musk doesn't have the right to do this. You can make that argument all you want. But if you're arguing that an employer can't ask of an employee, what did you get accomplished this week? That's the weirdest thing in the world. And I utilize this as a way of explanation. Look at how far the political left, today's Democratic Party on the federal level, certainly, how far they will go to protect a government employee. You shouldn't even have to explain what it is you did. Everyone knows the work you do is important. Well, what work do you do? Well, I meet with the people so the engineers don't have to. Honestly, Office Space has come to life. Between Office Space and Idiocracy, we have seen the future, and it is bleak. You shouldn't have to explain what you did. You shouldn't have to explain, well, here's what we got accomplished. No accountability, and what they're saying is no accountability. These people can't run a country. they couldn't run the corner store. They couldn't. They can't do any part of it. They don't believe they should have to be responsible. They believe that you should just pay them because they're great. No one owes anyone a job, and no one who works for the federal government is owed a job or stability or guarantees or a pension or anything else, and that goes for the state of Indiana as well. And if you got a problem with it, no one wants to hear you cry or kvetch. No one cares. We've got our own problems, like the cost of everything, which is still pretty dang high. And it will be for a while. But man, it'd be a lot better if we weren't spending money on people who didn't actually produce anything. It'd be a lot better if we kept that number real small. A lot better indeed. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
This is Gary Dick, a first-of-its-kind project at 632. IBJ Media is seeking nominations for its Indiana 250 list of the most influential business leaders in Indiana and the Fast 25 list of Central Indiana's fastest-growing companies. More at ibj.com/nominations.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Garage door problems? Call today for service today. Garage Doors of Indianapolis services all makes of garage doors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call today for service today. 875-4577. Call today for service today. Get it fixed right now. Call Garage Doors of Indianapolis at 875-4577 or visit doorstoday.com.
In the morning, call 875-4577. Service today. Today.
Blood, sweat, tears. At Bill Estes, we know it takes hard work and years of doing the right thing to build a business people can depend on. That's why we don't make empty promises and expect your trust. Estes earns it. From Ford F-150s and Toyota Tacomas to Ram 1500s and Chevy Silverados, we have the trucks you'll love at prices you can believe in. But don't just take our word for it. Your trust means something. Estes earns it. BillEstes.com.
Traffic on the 5s, Matt Bear, what are you doing?
There's a crash on the northwest side, Tony, 56th Street at Moeller Road. Then a crash on the southwest side, Morris Street west of I-70. Driving those interstates, not a bad thing at the moment. Inbound 69, 4 minutes from State Road 37 down to 465. The Benford Boulevard looking good, 13 minutes to Meridian Street, Penn in the city center of downtown Indianapolis. Traffic sponsored by Bank of America. Whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, Bank of America gives you access to business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
We've got 33 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 6:16.
There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings, retirement, maybe even kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions it can take, you really need a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. We're committed to helping protect your personal interests and the life you've built. Don't let divorce take more than it has to. Talk to us today.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Indianapolis area attorneys. 101 West Ohio Street, Suite 1250, Indianapolis, Indiana 46204.
A big test from out west is headed to Indy.
Mathurin wants 3, and he's got 3 over on the far sideline.
See the Pacers in action against 3-time MVP Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets.
Working the dribble, going nowhere. Here it comes. 3-ball.
Your Pacers host the Nuggets for the only time this season. Catch the action on Monday. Get your tickets at Pacers.com. That's Pacers.com. Pacers Nuggets, Monday at 7.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
Welcome back.
For me, you shouldn't have. But for the Eagles, they're not going back. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. Good to be back in the saddle. The Philadelphia Eagles, after winning the Super Bowl, have decided not to go to the White House, turning down the visit. Okay. You do you. It'd be your chance to rub it in because he picked the Chiefs. Oh, you'd have such a good time giving him a hard time. But nope, you're gonna be brave. You're gonna be brave Eagles. Good on you. We're all so proud of you for just making one more thing in American life political. It is not odd or strange that the president should fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. As a matter of fact, the president can fire anybody the president chooses because these people serve at the pleasure of the president. President Trump, this was Friday when there was a lot of moves made in the Pentagon. The president firing C.Q. Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I want to thank General Charles C.Q. Brown for his over 40 years of service to our country. But you're not the chairman that I want. There's another way to think of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And I don't know if people think of it this way and it's just me. But this is it. Absolutely in the role of consigliere. Tom Hayden. But sometimes you need a wartime consigliere. Different roles for different people, different times. Are we somehow not normal? Are we not aware of this? There are CEOs out there who are built for the startup life. And then there are CEOs out there built for the growth stage part of a company after the startup is complete. Different people with different skill sets for different roles. This is not new. This is not shocking. Defense Secretary Hegseth says there might be more to come. Why should anybody think that this is the end? And he also made clear in an appearance on Fox News, not surprised, that his team will follow orders or they'll be out the door.
Is there room in military leadership for those who have
loyalty to President Trump, but to those who may feel like that could be in conflict at some point to the Constitution.
That's a total mischaracterization from Senator Reid, as has been most of the hyperbole in the press around this. There is civilian control of the military. Nothing about this is unprecedented. The president deserves to pick his key national security and military advisory team. There are lots of presidents who've made changes, from FDR to Eisenhower to H.W. Bush to Barack Obama, who fired or dismissed hundreds of militaries during his term. There were 6 3- and 4-star generals that were moved into different positions or retired on Friday night. Of 160 3- and 4-star generals, this is a reflection of the president wanting the right people around him to execute the national security approach we want to take. And I have a lot of respect for C.Q. Brown. I got to know him over the course of a month. He's an honorable man, not the right man for the moment.
And that's all there is. And the president gets to decide that with the 77 million votes he got from Americans. The people gnashing their teeth about this, let them. Those people are weird anyway. The president can put in who he wants, and no one should be surprised. The replacement will be Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raisin Kane. Now, what's interesting is that Kane retired in December, and you'd have to bring him back to active service. Also interesting that he would be not of as high a rank. There are 4-star generals that exist. So he would be going to someone of a lower rank. Maybe the problem is too many generals. Like too many things that are classified, too many generals, too many promotions there. We are seeing now, Wall Street Journal reporting, European leaders are going to draft peacekeeping plan for Ukraine. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Europe is going to say, no, you don't have to sign a mineral rights deal with the United States. We've got you covered. So you mean Trump put out a doozy of an idea, and now other people are coming to the table with a better plan? Or a different plan, if you don't want to say better. U.S. forces would be a backstop. Ooh. You mean Europe would be taking care of Europe and leading the majority of this, funding the majority of this with Ukraine, which is with them in Europe? That is so revolutionary of an idea. Why didn't we think of that? I think people get weirded out by my Ukraine position. I'm absolutely in favor of supporting Ukraine against Russia. Russia is the aggressor. I'm not having any other conversations. I'll never, ever be convinced because there simply is no convincing from fact. This has nothing to do with whether or not Zelensky's a good guy. Zelensky's not a good guy. And Zelensky has handled so much of this wrong in terms of how he deals with other nations. You gave me $1 billion. Why didn't you give me $2 billion? That is a messed up approach. Messed up. But I don't want to see Ukraine fall, and I don't want to see the Ukrainian people get killed. And a lot of people are now discussing, why did Biden let these Ukrainians be killed? The MAGA crowd is now discussing why we need to be supportive of ending the war. The war ends if you actually move Russia to an end point. If you support ending the war to save lives, you supported sending bullets and hardware. I don't know how those two things are in conflict. Good Lord. Zelensky has made it a little more interesting, though. He said, listen, you make us a NATO nation, I'll resign right now. I'm sorry, say what now? No, you give Ukraine NATO membership, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, I'll resign right now. Why does he want NATO? Because of Article 5. An attack against one is an attack against all. It would force other nations to fight Russia. He wants that. You cannot make Ukraine a NATO nation. There are too many NATO nations as it is. You can't do it. Nice to put it out there, but you cannot do that. By the way, I have more about Zelensky and not being a good guy. What Marco Rubio did in explaining Zelensky is exactly what this administration needs to be doing. And it's not where Trump's best moments are. It's not his best feature. explaining why as opposed to making the grand proclamation. But if you're going to let Rubio out there to explain why, you're in a good spot. Rubio and Vance, they can explain. And I will have that audio for you in a little bit. Right now, Matt Bear has traffic.
Yeah, Tony, looking at northbound 465 over in east. Good morning, Lawrence. Have a safe ride in today. So far, so good. If you're coming up 70 up to I-69 or using Benford Boulevard on your way in, maybe East 56th Street, whatever the case is. Everything looking pretty good right now. If you're checking out the North Split this morning, westbound 70 fine as you make your way through the flyover ramp to northbound 65 and Meridian Penn. I don't see any slowdowns in our major interchanges here at the moment. Traffic sponsored by B Window. This month at bwindow.com, receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Hey, this is Rob.
And this is Casey.
Consumer sentiment is down. Polling's down. Are we buying that people don't like Trump?
Join us Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
Hi, this is Denny Smith for Zero Res, and the flash sale is on. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at $109. When was the last time you gave your carpet some love? Listen, they're the largest air filter in your home, and unless those carpets are cleaned on a regular basis, the stuff that's in the fibers can be downright scary. There's a good chance you're breathing unhealthy level of germs, dirt, dander, and bacteria that just keep recirculating again and again. Well, the Zero Res February flash sale special of 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at $109, pick up the phone or go online and book your carpets today. And with their Gotta Love It guarantee, they're going to make sure your investment with them is a great experience. The Zero Res service is easy to line up. Just go online at ZeroResIndy.com to do the scheduling at your convenience. Mention WIBC. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at $109. $109. It's the Zero Res flash sale. Call 317-388-5141. Online at ZeroResIndy.com.
Dads happen. There's a whole lot of stuff that can mess up the look of your vehicle. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill a Dent Removal. PDR is paintless dent removal that saves your factory finish and is way less invasive than traditional body shop repairs. And it's faster too, sometimes same day. Google Kill a Dent Removal and check out the reviews and photos. Then schedule your repair. Hail baseballs, kids, fender benders, shopping carts, flying cows, angry X's, and anything else that leaves dents. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill a Dent Removal.
Spring in Indy, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint, and the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year transferable warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
93 WIBC.
Current resolution agreed to.
$340 billion budget, border security, the military, and energy production.
Another update is just minutes away.
A man got into it with Lawrence police. A scuffle broke out. Lawrence police are still looking into this.
On the level.
Bill on illegal immigration.
Todd Rokita said.
This is great news.
On the go.
Accused of planning a mass shooting at Morrisville High School.
Trinity Shockley is in the Morgan County Jail without bond.
93 WIBC Mobile News. 93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
The president calls it great news. You have a clear radar over downtown Indianapolis, 34 degrees right now. Your high today, 53. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 6:30. Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent and podcast host, is now the FBI's next deputy director.
President Trump saying on Truth Social that Bongino is a man with incredible love and passion for our country, who, along with U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel, will bring fairness, justice, law, and order to America. Bongino served on the presidential detail for Presidents Barack Obama and George W. Bush. He also ran unsuccessfully for a U.S. Senate seat in Maryland in 2012 and congressional seats in 2014 and 16 in Maryland and Florida.
That's Fox's Sue Guzman reporting. President Trump will host President Emmanuel Macron at the White House today. Macron is pushing for Ukraine to join peace talks that until now have only included Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Millions of people around the world are praying for Pope Francis after a health scare.
The Vatican says the Pope remains in critical condition with blood tests showing signs of early kidney failure. The 88-year-old pontiff has been in the hospital for over a week with double pneumonia. He has a history of respiratory issues. This latest setback is raising questions about the Pope.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer reporting. There might be some light rain in northern Indiana tonight, says Greg Mello with the National Weather Service, Indianapolis.
We have better chances for precipitation on Wednesday and possibly lingering into Wednesday night. That rain will probably be light as well. Likely less than half of an inch for a rainfall amount across the area.
And Mello says most of the week is supposed to be pretty dry with warmer temperatures. A Bucknell student just scored big thanks to Alex Rodriguez, the retired Major League Baseball star, nailed a half-court shot at Sunday's Bucknell Army game, handing over $10,000 in prize money. The lucky student plans to put it toward tuition charity with a little help from mom and dad. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level on the go and at WIBC.com. Traffic, weather, and sports coming up in 2.5 minutes. It's 6:32.
This is Inside Indiana Business Radio. I'm Gary Dick. Excitement is building in Northwest Indiana as the groundbreaking for a $100 million Indiana sports destination focused on female athletes approaches. The three-phase Marvella project is expected to occupy 120 acres at Fair Oaks Farms and could mean 1,000 jobs on the eastern edge of Newton County. The project is named after former Indiana Governor and U.S. Senator Evan Bayh's mother, Marvella.
You know, if she were growing up today, she might have been the governor or the senator of the family rather than my father or me. But women didn't have quite those opportunities back then.
Automotive parts manufacturer Borg Warner is closing its Noblesville Technical Center on the western edge of the city's Innovation Mile District. It's part of a larger restructuring effort undertaken by the company late last year. The facility was built in 2018 for $15 million. Wabash College this week announced a $14.7 million gift that will be used to continue the work of the Stevenson Institute for Classical Liberalism. The gift comes from alumnus Richard Stevenson and his family, who also provided the initial $10.6 million gift to launch the Institute in 2021. Cunningham Restaurant Group and Purdue Research Foundation are tipping their hat toward one of the state's ag innovators and naming a restaurant coming to the university's Discovery Park District. The Lawrence pays tribute to Lawrence Sonny Beck, whose 80 acres of land in Hamilton County would later lead to the largest family-owned retail seed company and third largest seed brand in the country, Beck's Hybrids. You're listening to Inside Indiana Business Radio.
Today, you either innovate or evaporate. We are accelerating the pursuit of progress, from the foods we eat to the heights we soar, because this is Indiana, the innovation capital of the world. We rally visionaries across industries, invest in connections as much as capital, and fuel our founders from dorm room to boardroom. Fuel your innovation with Elevate Ventures. Visit elevateventures.com.
A. Seymour Construction Company alleges it is owed more than $840,000 for work done on a Westfield Park in a lawsuit filed in Hamilton County. The lawsuit, filed February 18 in the Indiana Commercial Court, alleges that defendant Norcon, Inc. hired plaintiff PAF Construction as a subcontractor for work done at Westfield's Simon Moon Park. This is Gary Dick for 93 WIBC.
Yeah, Gary, looking at the northwest side crash, 56th Street and Moeller Road, and then on the southwest side, it's Moore Street west of I-70. where we have a crash reported. Airport runners today going from the downtown hotels. Westbound 70 looks fantastic at the moment if you're making that run from Meridian, Illinois, West Street, wherever you might be heading from, out to Indianapolis International Airport with the collector involving Ameriplex and Ronald Reagan Parkway. Just a few minutes to make that trip on westbound 70. Everything good to go. Traffic sponsored by B-Window this month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door plus 2.99% financing. B-Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
33 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 6:36. We check on sports. Ryan Hedrick, what's going on?
Guard Tyrese Halliburton Toney scored 29 points, leading the Pacers to a 129-111 win over the LA Clippers on Sunday. It was their third straight victory, and Halliburton says the team came out fast and aggressive.
Aggression isn't just shots; it's paint touches, getting 2 feet in the paint, and I think I'm, doing a better job of that than I have, really all year.
Pacers host the Denver Nuggets tonight. IU beat 13th ranked Purdue on Sunday, 73-68. Hoosiers head coach Mike Woodson.
They refused to lose. I thought the second half we did everything from a defensive standpoint that we'd worked on.
And Purdue has lost 4 games in a row. Women's basketball, number 13 NC State beat number 1 Notre Dame in double OT 104-95. Sports brought to you by Ball State Athletics. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com.
As a high school student athlete, it makes a difference when the stands are filled with cheering fans. I'm Reed Robinson from New Prairie High School.
And I'm Autumn Rife from North White High School. It motivates us to do our best when we know our entire school community has our backs.
When they understand the real purpose of high school sports.
When they remember learning life lessons is more important than winning.
When they keep athletic events fun and positive for everyone.
That's what being a champion of high school sports is all about.
Whether you're a parent, fan, coach, official, administrator, or broadcaster, we all have a role to play in championing high school sports.
Thank you for supporting our schools, our communities, and our student athletes.
I'm IHSAA Commissioner Paul Neidig. Support the mission of education-based athletics by buying a ticket to your high school's athletic events. This is being a champion of high school sports. This is preserving the second classroom. This is your IHSAA.
So MSNBC settles for $30 million. I know most people are talking about the Joy Reid story. I'll get to the Joy Reid story. How do we forget about the 30 mil? Tony Katz, 93, WIBC, good morning. MSNBC engaged in defamation. I thought that was only Fox News when it came to voting systems. Turns out, not so much. Everybody's paying something. NBC Universal, which is still the parent company of MSNBC until the whole split thing takes place. It was a trial that was supposed to take place in April. And that trial is not going to now take place because the settlement came. You had the people at MSNBC lying about a story. No one should be surprised that this happened.
What would you have us do?
I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to have you do, Joy Reid, because you don't do anything anymore. Again, I'll get to that story. The claim was that Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace, and Chris Hayes made, quote, verifiably false statements that a Georgia gynecologist performed unnecessary hysterectomies at an ICE center. That's one heck of a thing to say. That were, what? Experimenting on people who come across the border, were sterilizing people who come across, whatever it is they were trying to get at there. Accused was this doctor of performing unnecessary hysterectomies. NBC published the article. MSNBC followed with on-air reports referring to the doctor as a quote-unquote uterus collector. Thus the lawsuit, thus the $30 million to MSNBC. You can't do that. Doesn't matter how much you see abortion as your religion, you weirdo cultist freaks. You can't do that. Now you lost $30 million, which you guys can't afford to lose because there's no money coming in. You think that just the removal of Joy Reid's going to be enough? Tease, spoiler alert, it's coming. No, you all, your salary has to go, Maddow. You never provided a value, Hayes. And Nicole Wallace, your claim to fame was you worked for John McCain and now you're on MSNBC. You see, she's a Republican that saw the light or something. Or something. There's no value to this network. No, don't get me wrong. If they came calling and said, hey, would you like a show? It'd be a little hard to pass up. But I can't imagine this is a network that exists in 6 months. Where's the audience? Where's the talent? Where's the skill? By the way, calling somebody a uterus collector is pretty gross. That's pretty gross. Unless you're talking about Dr. Kermit Gosnell and all the aborted babies he kept. I don't know how many of those were girls. Yeah, maybe it would apply there. I'm Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born. And in no time at all, they grow into big, gigantic tire killers. That's why you need Matt Baird Traffic.
Watch out on Keystone Avenue.
He'll guide you around these hidden monsters.
Yeah, might as well call it a basement.
And on to safer ground.
You don't want to be in the far left lane.
Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Garage Floor Coatings. If your garage floor looks bad with stains, cracks, and pits, it makes your entire garage look bad. And a bad epoxy job or chipping paint makes your garage or basement look worse. With one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, I can save you $1,000 on a new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor during our winter sale. A Comer & Cross concrete floor coating is the gold standard. Guaranteed. A Comer & Cross garage floor won't chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. What's the Comer & Cross difference? We make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We fix the cracks and pits perfectly. And one day, you will love your gleaming, new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor just in time for spring. Call us right now for $1,000 in savings during our winter sale. Operators are standing by now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Things are happening fast.
Tariffs, ICE raid,
shrink the size of the federal government.
USAID is really corrupt.
Doge is using a meat axe.
Uncovering things that are going to get what they voted for.
Follow the first 100 days.
Industries to come back to America.
The president is committed in securing a lasting peace.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
Robert Kennedy Jr. confirmation is confirmed.
Stay in the know.
I'm Ryan Hedrick.
John Harris. While you're on the go.
Matt Baird with traffic on the 5.
With 93 WIBC. Addiction. It's hard on those who struggle with it, but those who love the addict need support too. Matt Baer and Ryan Hedrick provide help and hope with supporting sobriety. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts and on WIBC.com.
Traffic on the 5s. Matt Baer, WIBC Traffic Center. What's happening?
Yeah, Tony, crash on the northwest side, 56th Street at Moeller Road. Also a crash on the southwest side. This is Moore Street west of I-70. And on the northeast side, northbound 465 slows from Fall Creek up to East 75th. Traffic sponsored by B Window. This month at bwindow.com, receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
33 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 6:45.
Once again, asking for your financial support. I don't have to tell anybody that we're living in dangerous and unprecedented times. We are fighting now against the oligarchs, Elon Musk and the others, who are essentially running the government, the richest people in the world. We're taking on Trump's movement toward authoritarianism, putting more and more power into his own hands, undermining the Congress, challenging the courts, not knowing what the Constitution is about.
Bernie Sanders is insufferable. You pathetic commie. He is insufferable. And every time you hear his voice, you should feel sad. Honestly, you don't need birth control. You just need 30 seconds of Bernie Sanders. And no, ain't nothing going to happen. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. An impossible dolt and his supporters equally ridiculous. After all this time, we haven't learned that communism doesn't work. It's sad stuff. And for a guy who believes in government control to be complaining about authoritarianism is precious. But why does he need your financial assistance? Well, he'll tell you.
The courts not knowing what the Constitution is about. We are right now engaged in a major struggle to make sure that the Congress does not pass legislation which gives massive tax breaks to billionaires and then cuts Medicaid, education, and programs that working families desperately need. I am going to be running around this country along with others to rally the American people, to continue the fight for justice, to stand up to Trump and the authoritarianism that we are seeing.
Honestly, if he's going to run around the country and talk about the problems with Trump, I should be following along, discussing the problems with Bernie. I'd wanted to do this a while ago. It's okay to be angry with Bernie Sanders. This millionaire. Notice he only complains about the billionaires now. The millionaires are fine because he's one. But the billionaires, those guys, I oughta. Those are the problem. He is a special kind of dopey. Honestly, I should go around the country. I should just follow, and wherever he's speaking, I'll have a counter speech. Oh, we could bring in special guests, do the whole thing. That Bernie Sanders still has followers after all this failure, and it's so much failure, and that's just it. Regarding Trump, and people talk about, well, his polling numbers are down. Okay. What do you want me to say to that? He hasn't lowered prices in a month? You're going to lower egg prices when you killed off the chickens and the egg-laying hens? It's not going to happen. You're going to lower interest rates everywhere when the spending is still high. You've only now just begun the cutting. Well, he told us he'd lower prices on day one. You mean Trump engaged in a Trumpism and people bought it? Never bought it. I bought that there was a better policy at play and it'll take time to implement. But when you don't give people results and you promise results, they might say, what's going on here? Only the idolater would say, how dare you? Everything he's done is perfect. Perfect is in the eye of the economic beholder. Where's my money? That's the question. $7 for a dozen eggs or whatever it is. It's $4, it's $6, it's $3, it's $8. Doesn't matter. Why am I spending so much? It's the only thing people care about. It's the only thing they care about. Why is gas still $3 a gallon? It's the only thing people care about. Why is inflation still so high? It's the only thing people care about. You said you were going to do something about it. Don't be surprised when some numbers go down. But I'm going to listen to James Carville sit there and tell me that Trump's going to collapse in the next 30 days? Trump could collapse at any second, any time. But James Carville told me that Kamala Harris was going to win. James Carville is a lying fraud. That's the entire business. Get up there and say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and say it with such authority and such strength and such vigor and such attack that people believe you. James Carville is nothing more than Roger Stone, but without as good of a wardrobe. That's it. And if you're listening to James Carville, dear Lord, what the hell is wrong with you? James Carville hasn't been right in years. He isn't right now. He wasn't right about Kamala Harris. He's a dope, raging Cajun. Good Lord. He's basically on a low simmer, just waiting to cool. So could we not get crazy? Could we not get ourselves silly here? I think his numbers are going to go down. I wouldn't be surprised if they're already going down. I was away. I was in D.C. for the Conservative Political Action Conference. And so I haven't seen maybe everything that's out there. I'll get caught up. But listen to the left describe, see what's happening. These people don't know anything. They don't know anything, and they're not honest brokers. And Bernie Sanders is not an honest broker. Go put yourself out there. But hey, you want to hold events? I hold events. People show up. That's great. That is absolutely terrific. But I don't decry other people making a living, Bernie, and you do. And that's the difference between us. By the way, tickets.TonyKatz.com, Trump and American Reset in 3 bourbons. Bernie's not going to offer you bourbon. I do. That's right. Daddy does in this conversation. I am Daddy. Daddy does. Bourbon, food, cigars, Trump and American Reset in 3 bourbons. We're going to go over the first 100 days, and we're going to compare it to other 100 days in presidential history. We're going to talk about the left's insane reaction like this. Oh, there's a lot of laughs to be had. April 17th in Kokomo, the venue at Brookstone. Sponsorship's now available. Tickets.TonyKatz.com. Tickets.TonyKatz.com. I'll say it again for the people in the cheap seats. Tickets.TonyKatz.com. Now is the time. Get your tickets. We've been selling well, right? We knew we were starting to sell early. We did some pre-sale. Everything's working right. Now is the time. It's going to be a fantastic time. It's going to be so great. It's going to be so terrific. I feel good. We're already compiling, already putting together, and the bourbon flight is going to be nutty. Terrific. Cigar afterward, going to be terrific. The food, would I ever steer you wrong on food? Never. Never. I say. Trump and American Reset in 3 bourbons. That is going to take place April 17th in Kokomo, the venue at Brookstone. Tickets.TonyKatz.com. Tickets.TonyKatz.com. You gotta come. Bring friends. Bring all the friends. Bring the office. They deserve a night out. And way more entertaining than Bernie Sanders. How much is true? Matt Bear's got traffic. What's up, Matthew?
Yeah, Tony, we are looking at the west side right now, and it is a closure on Morris Street to the west of I-70, west of Holt Road, and we are told because of a fatal crash, possibly could be a fatal crash, maybe another medical emergency involved as well. But right now, for traffic, Morris Street is shut down to the west of I-70 Holt Road, and it will be while police investigate. Looking at a crash on the northwest side, this is 56th Street at Moeller Road. Traffic sponsored by B Window this month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
It's tax time, and tax time is your time to buy a new Nissan and get double your tax refund or down payment only at Andy Moore Nissan of Indianapolis. For a limited time, when you buy any new Nissan, Andy Moore Nissan will double your tax refund or down payment up to $5,000. That means your $1,000 becomes $2,000. Your $2,000 becomes $4,000. Your $4,000 becomes $8,000. This month only, Andy Moore Nissan will double your down payment up to $10,000. Worried about your credit? Don't sweat it. Good credit, bad credit, even no credit. Our credit experts will get you approved with the best terms with as little as $0 down on any new Nissan in stock. Andy Moore Nissan is making deals other dealers won't and approving deals other dealers can't. Andy Moore Nissan, 4302 Lafayette Road, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Ice and snow wreak havoc on your gutters, jeopardizing your home's foundation. Helmet Heat from Gutter Helmet is extremely effective in eliminating ice at gutters because it's a commercial-grade heating cable that customers in northern states rely on for protection from snowfall and winter storms. If you've ever had ice damage, then you understand how costly it can be. Right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 20% special discount plus 12 months no-interest financing if paid in full within 12 months. Call 800-5HELMET. That's 800-5HELMET to schedule a free estimate. 20% off restrictions apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. When they come out for your free consultation, ask them the benefits of Helmet Heat. Call today, 800-5HELMET, or go to gutterhelmetindy.com and never clean your gutters again.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
When plumbing problems arise, you need them fixed fast and right. The LD Smith Plumbing crew knows how to put water in its place. We do it all, from the kitchen sink to delicate repairs in historic homes. And we'll always give you honest advice at a fair price. So if you're worried about the cost of plumbing repairs, call today for a free second opinion on a competitor's estimate.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
It's Chimney Solutions Indiana 10% off special going on now. Chimney sweeps and inspections included.
This is our 10th year in business. To thank all of our customers, we're offering a full 10% off all services. Don't let your fireplace and chimney be a headache. Let our team help you enjoy your fireplace this season.
Call the experts. Call Chimney Solutions Indiana at 317-757-6979 or visit chimneyindy.com.
Health gives you the ability to love more, feel more, be more. Health gives you the ability to live an extraordinary life. Because every day, no matter the challenges, is a chance to breathe, laugh until your belly aches, cry because you care so much, and experience everything that makes your life truly extraordinary. For 150 years, Franciscan Health has been there, watching extraordinary lives unfold. Love your extraordinary life.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Coming up in 2 minutes, some rain and warmer temperatures are on the way. Police in northwest Indiana say they found 5 people dead inside of a home. What police say they've arrested a student at Purdue University for, and IU and Purdue's basketball team hooked up on Sunday. From the Technology Recyclers Studios after Fox News, you're listening to 93 WIBC. Here's Fox.
Russia's war in Ukraine turns 3 years old.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Russia invaded on this day in 2022, and while European leaders and Canada's prime minister gather in Ukraine, Spain is offering an additional $1 billion worth of military aid, but not the U.S. right now. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth tells Fox News Sunday President Trump wants the war to end.
The president is focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's stopping the killing and the destruction across Ukraine and ensuring an enduring peace.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has offered to resign if there is a peace deal and Ukraine's allowed to join NATO. He's rejecting an American attempt to share profits from Ukraine's rare earth minerals because there's no U.S. security guarantee. And all that's up for discussion today.
French President Emmanuel Macron arrives here at the White House for the first time in President Trump's second term. Europe and NATO allies are pushing for a larger role in peace talks after a high-ranking U.S. delegation met with Russian counterparts last week in Saudi Arabia.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. Pope Francis remains in critical condition, battling pneumonia. But the 88-year-old Pope is said to be alert after the Pope slept and the night went well.
He's still receiving oxygen, the blood transfusions. There are also signs of what the Vatican is calling kidney insufficiency. Needless to say, the prognosis remains guarded.
Fox's Lauren Green in Rome. More than 1,000 workers at the U.S. Agency for International Development being fired. Staffers overseas put on leave as the Trump administration calls USAID out of control with wasteful spending, as other federal workers are on deadline to respond to an email to list their accomplishments last week, pushed by DOJ leader Elon Musk.
Saying failure to respond would be taken as an act of resignation. But some agencies are telling their employees to not respond just yet. So it's unclear whether there would be repercussions for not responding.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Musk just posted on X this morning that federal employees who've ignored the Trump order to return to the office will be put on leave this week. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What's in your forecast? Your radar is clear over downtown Indianapolis, where it's 34 degrees. Your high today, 53. I'm Ryan Hedrick for Michaelis Corporation. Here's what's trending at 7:02. Indiana will warm up this week. Jake McDaniel has the details.
Monday, there is a chance for some light rain, mainly north of I-70, along with breezy wind gusts across Indiana. In the middle of the week, though, temperatures should increase from there.
Here near Indy will be likely in the upper 50s. Even close to 60. We could possibly reach the 6-degree mark on Wednesday, so we'll be watching for that.
Greg Mello with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says light rain is possible across Indiana as well on Wednesday. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A fatal crash. That's what Indianapolis police are looking into right now. It's happening on the west side, Morris Street, west of Holt Road. Matt Baer will have more coming up in a few minutes in the WIBC Traffic Center. 5 people found dead in a home in northwest Indiana were killed in a murder-suicide. Wish TV's Tim Spears reports.
Police say 31-year-old Robert Payne shot and killed 27-year-old Brianna Payne, plus 3 kids, aged 4 to 7, before turning the gun on himself. Officers were called out Friday afternoon for a welfare check when they found the body.
And police are still looking into this. A Purdue University student who worked for the campus newspaper, The Exponent, was arrested late Saturday on rape and criminal confinement charges. The Exponent says Vincent Lambeau became the paper's sports editor in August, but has since been removed and suspended indefinitely after his arrest. A property tax relief bill proposed by lawmakers doesn't include enough cuts, says State Senator Mike Gaskell.
I don't think it's a bad bill, and I may not have been as clear as what I wanted to be on the floor. I wanted to do more.
And he tells WIBC's Kendall Casey that he was more in support of an original proposal made by Governor Mike Braun, which included over $1 billion in lost revenue for local government. Lawmakers are currently discussing a proposal that would have that figure. A tale of two halves. John Herrick reports on a rivalry men's basketball game between Indiana and Purdue Sunday.
The Indiana Hoosiers trailed the Purdue Boilermakers 37-25 at halftime, but then they outscored Purdue by 27 points in the second half to win the game 73-58 and keep their NCAA tournament hopes alive. They were led in scoring by senior guard Trey Galloway.
We're all playing for each other.
Obviously, this is Coach's last year. We want to make it special for him, but we want to make it special for everyone.
Galloway had 15 points, and so did IU forward Malik Renew. He scored his 1,000th career point in the win over Purdue. Reporting from Bloomington outside Assembly Hall, John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level on the go and at WIBC.com at 7:05. Traffic on the fives. Good morning, Matt Bear.
What's happening, Ryan? Looking at the northeast side, Lawrence, northbound 465 stop-and-go traffic, Penn Pike up to 75th because of an earlier stall. That's our longest delay right now, but we do have a fatality on the west side. Morris Street between Plainfield Avenue and I-70 shut down at the moment. This is going to be Morris Street west of I-70, closed because of a fatality that police are investigating. Traffic sponsored by The Tile Shop. Pros get more at The Tile Shop. More selection like new wood and vinyl flooring options for every budget. More perks and more service like free curbside pickup. Start getting more at The Tile Shop. Visit your local showroom today. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Tara Hastings, Wish TV meteorologist. What are we feeling?
Hey, good morning. Well, finally, temperatures above freezing to start off a morning, and it's going to get even better later this afternoon. We'll go with a partly cloudy sky. We're going to go with highs today of 52. Now, it is going to be a bit breezy with winds out of the southwest. Could be gusting at times near 20 and 25 miles per hour. Tonight, we'll see mostly cloudy skies, maybe a few light showers possible after midnight. Lows will fall down to about 37. On Tuesday, dry, partly cloudy with highs into the mid-50s and close to 60 degrees on Wednesday. However, mostly cloudy skies, maybe even a few scattered afternoon and evening showers possible.
That is Tara Hastings of Wish TV. Tara, we appreciate you as always. 33 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 7:06. In the state of Indiana. That's a pity. I don't know if it is or it isn't. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. There will be no pieces of legislation that actually make it to a moment where you could decriminalize marijuana in the state of Indiana. You're going to have to go to any of our surrounding states in order to get your tweak on. What, should I not refer to it as tweak? All right. You call it what you will. People will keep telling you that if you legalize it, you'll bring in $200 million in new revenue to Indiana in just 1 year alone. Taxes are not a reason to do something, and I must admit that the people who push that are super weird. Well, we should legalize it so we can tax it is very messed up. Being that excited about taxes, ugly stuff. I'm assuming it will come. I'm assuming eventually we'll see some level of legalization in the state of Indiana. I'm curious if we'll see property tax reform in the state of Indiana. There are things we just don't do here. But producer Carl found this story about a bicyclist who's killed in a crash intersection of Raymond Street and Shelby Street. And that the story, as reported by Wish TV, our news gathering partners, was that this is another call for Vision Zero, which is, of course, a horrific idea to get cars off the roads. Vision Zero, we want to reduce car accidents to zero. The only way to do that is to get cars off the road. This is, of course, what they mean. And every conversation, whether it's the communist, Israel Jew hater, in my opinion, Jesse Brown, is a total lie. It's fraud. We just want to reduce car accidents. You want cars off the road. You're all weird. I don't want anybody getting killed. But Carl had noted that at least in the reporting that was done on TV, they said that the bicyclist was listening to music. And I have questions about what the rules are there. Should you, if you're on a bicycle, have earbuds in, headphones on. Shouldn't I see when you say that, you're like, well, you're blaming him for the accident. I don't have all the data on the accident. I'm asking a different question. Is there anything to the idea that maybe you shouldn't be doing this if you're on your bike? You should be aware and alert, which requires a different kind of conversation than if you're in a car. You got to do everything you can to protect yourself. But anybody who advises this Vision Zero wants cars off the roads. The roads are for cars. Cars are mobility. Cars are freedom, and they remain. I mean, it's a fight worth having. These people don't want you to have mobility. That's all. It doesn't matter what they say. The end result is the end result. If the objective is to end car accidents, that only happens if they take cars off the road. It's the only way it happens. Can we grow up and just accept that reality, please? That'd be sweet. I'd appreciate it greatly. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Pat Sullivan here for the Michaelis Corporation. I'm here with Michaela to talk about water damage. Water damage at your home or business can come from heavy rains, broken or frozen pipes, and countless other ways. Michaela, if someone has a loss due to water, why should they call Michaelis?
Michaelis is a local, family-owned Indianapolis company with 39 years experience. We are manning the phones and ready to help 24/7, 365. Michaelis specializes in water damage restoration, is IICRC certified, and will restore your home or business to pre-loss condition or better.
I know a big part of getting back to normal is dealing with the insurance company. Can Michaelis help there?
Yes, Michaelis works through the entire process on your behalf to make it easy and give you peace of mind.
If you have water damage, call the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and mold, life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. Text or call 844-FIXED-INDY. That's 844-FIXED-INDY. Make it Michaelis.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center. Our multidisciplinary care team will guide you every step along the way.
It was very overwhelming at first, but I found this whole community of people who are understanding and just very supportive. So I have a lot of thankfulness and gratefulness for who I am through this and after this.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
I know, it's cold, it's gross, it's winter. But hey, here at Life Church, we're planning for spring and summer. We have some really great events planned for your kids and teenagers, and they start soon. So don't miss the opportunity to register your kids and teens for our exciting events where they'll hang out with friends and grow closer to God while doing it. So go to lifechurchin.com, I'm new, Next Gen, and scroll down to the events. You can register your kids today and get those dates on your calendar and dream of warm, sunny things. We'll see you soon.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Blood, sweat, tears. At Bill Estes, we know it takes hard work and years of doing the right thing to build a business people can depend on. That's why we don't make empty promises and expect your trust. Estes earns it. From Ford F-150s and Toyota Tacomas to Ram 1500s and Chevy Silverados, we have the trucks you'll love at prices you can believe in. But don't just take our word for it. Your trust means something. Estes earns it. BillEstes.com.
Traffic on the 5s, Matt Bear, WIBC Traffic Center. What do we know?
Morris Street right now on the west side. Morris Street is closed west of I-70, Tony, because of a fatality being investigated right now. So be careful with Morris in that area. A east-west reroute on the west side could be Minnesota Street, maybe Washington. Looking at a crash on the northwest side, 56th Street at Moeller Road, and on the east side, northbound 465 tight from Penn Pike up to 75th, and northbound 65 stop and go traffic north split to Meridian Penn. Traffic sponsored by Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core Ultra processors. Low prices await at Dell.com/deals. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
34 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 7:16. So Joy Behar is out, and Dan Bongino is in. That all happened in 24 hours. That is something. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Joy
Good to be
Reid.
with you. What'd I say?
But Behar.
Did I say Behar?
Yes, wishful thinking.
Did I really say Behar?
Yes.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that is wishful thinking. Basically, I want less joy in my life. I think that's what we're getting at. Joy Reid is out at MSNBC. Her show, The Readout, being canceled. It's a restructure of programming. The show is going to be replaced by Simone Sanders and Alicia Mendez and Michael Steele. They have a weekend show. Simone Sanders used to work for Bernie Sanders. Not related. These are not great people. But this is Rebecca Cutler, who is the new president of MSNBC. Rashida Jones left. MSNBC getting spun off into its own entity. Will it be purchased? No idea. Alex Wagner is losing her hosting gig. She'll be back to being a contributor, which is that's a rough demotion right there. But Joy Reid, bigot in my view, really hateful of white America, which is a weird terminology in and of itself. But that's how she separated things and divided things, and really an ugly person. Years ago, I did TV with her. I know I did. Like more than a decade ago. But the whole show was based on how much she hated whether people who were white or whether people who were Trump supporters or whether people who weren't just agreeing with her. It's just pure savage hate. She had to go. And she should have been gone years ago. But I'm glad it's been done. I don't think it helps MSNBC find a buyer, but at least it says maybe they can learn. But I still don't believe it true. I had posted that maybe they can learn, and people are like, oh, Tony, you are so naive. And I'm like, sometimes I like to hope. And then you see Dan Bongino get the job to be the deputy director of the FBI, as I know it, not Senate confirmable. It's just an appointed position, which should mean, as we've seen some statements, Bongino is going to leave his radio and video podcast work. He can come back to it at any time. This is an opportunity. Take the opportunity. If he had asked me, I would have advised him the same. All I did was send him an email that said Mazel Tov. I had sent him a message a couple months back when he didn't get the Secret Service gig. I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but do whatever you decide to do. Good on you. This should be interesting. Already, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut is angry and referring to Bongino as a grifter, and What else do you expect from this beta male? What else do you expect from Senator Murphy? This is what they do. No one's good enough. No one has the experience enough. They all have to be from the class of people that keep the institution moving. And this is where the difference is between you and them. You want the institution to serve you. They want the institution to serve the institution. That's the difference. They aren't interested in its growth. They aren't interested in the service that it provides. They are interested that the institution exists. And honestly, that's pretty messed up. That is pretty messed up, and I have no interest in those people being in power. And if you tell me that Joy Reid was good for the Democratic Party, and if you tell me Senator Chris Murphy, referring to Dan Bongino as a grifter, is good for the Democratic Party, I'll say to you, fine. Fine. We'll just keep winning elections, and you'll keep losing elections, and that's cool. I'm down with that. I am down with that. But never let a moment go unrecognized when the political left decides, well, we couldn't actually vote for you, but here's a way to save face. How would you like an award? It's the popcorn moment. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's the story you need to hear to believe, then grab your popcorn because there is more sponsorships now available. I don't know if that's a new catchphrase of mine. You know, it's like waddle doodle. It's was that the Grease Man?
Yes.
We used to say that? Producer Carl, is that right?
Yes. Waddle doodle.
Waddle doodle. He was a radio host out of Washington, D.C., who went head-to-head with Howard Stern in the day, and it didn't go well. Didn't go, but one of his phrases was waddle doodle. Oh, radio. I mean, there's an extent to which I'm glad I'm in it when I'm in it. But my gosh, the money used to be better in the waddle doodle days. I just never want to be a guy like, Tony, you need a catchphrase. You need something to hook the young kids. Here, try this one, kid. A big drag and a cigarette. Here's one that I've been working on for weeks. Waddle doodle. Oh, the kids are going to love it. The sponsors are going to come like crazy, Tony. That never happened to me. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It's a story you need to hear to believe. Then grab your popcorn because there is more. Sponsorships are now available. Over there at the NAACP, they decided to give Kamala Harris, the former vice president of the United States, the Image Award. And a lot of celebrities in the crowd looking pensive as Kamala Harris standing on stage, dressed in black in a suit, I'm pretty sure designed by David Byrne of Talking Heads, just implored you to see a better day.
But some look at this moment and rightly feel the weight of history. Some see the flames on our horizons, the rising waters in our cities, the shadows gathering over our democracy, and ask, what do we do now?
Some of us are so glad you lost. We're still drinking bourbon shot after shot, and I'm a sipper. Some of us are looking out and thinking the world is over, and the rest of us are like, I think the reality should be somewhere in the middle. That we're better off without Biden and Kamala Harris. These are dense, daft, ignorant people and an ignorant staff. And remember, these people all engaged a coup. Joe Biden did not run the country for the last year plus. All these people were involved in a coup against the American public, and they engaged a second coup when they told you that your vote for Joe Biden was meaningless. 14.5 million people. That's who they are. They don't get to engage with us about decency or kindness or goodness or morality or the Constitution or anything else. These are awful people. Awful. But no one should think that because Trump is in office, everything he does is perfect and everything is going to be great in an hour. It's just not the way it works. If you want perfection, you have two options, as I've often told people: yourself and Jesus. And that's the Jewish guy saying it. Everybody else is going to have a flaw. It'd be best if we acknowledged them. It would be best if we said we disagreed with something when we do. But I'm not going to let Kamala Harris say that, oh, everything is looking bad. No, everything looks like opportunity for a vast majority of Americans. It's just going to take a while to get there. Okay. Let's put the plan in place, and then let's work the plan. Goodbye, me. Matt Bear has got traffic. What's up, Matthew?
What's up, Tony? Looking at Moore Street right now. Worst kind of news is we have a closure because of a fatal crash. It's Moore Street to the west of I-70, and the street is shut down. If you are on the west side this morning, an east-west reroute could be Minnesota Street to the south of Morris, or maybe Washington Street to the north. On the northwest side, crash 56 at Muller Road. East side, northbound 465 slow 72 Penn Pike. Again, east 56 275th. Inbound 69, a little bit of slow around 96. And the north split slow westbound 70 over the flyover to Meridian Penn. Traffic sponsored by B Window. This month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
Hey, this is Rob.
And this is Casey.
Consumer sentiment is down. Polling's down. Are we buying that people don't like Trump?
Join us Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five. Yeah.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. Who are they? Well, they're a sister company of Rhino Shield, and Premier Deck Coating is the product you need if you're tired of applying the same old stain and paint every couple of years to your deck. It's Terry, Stacy, and David and I have a deck that's probably 25 years old. The countless hours and the money that we spend on maintaining that deck never ends. And then we heard about Premier Deck Coating. Family owned, based right here in Indy, and they are going to completely transform our deck with their special formulated product, which repels moisture, scratch resistant in virtually any color that we want, and backed by a 10-year guarantee. No more spending time staining or painting every year. Premier Deck Coating will keep our deck looking great for years to come. Premier Deck Coating can also do fences and pergolas too. For a free quote, call 317-696-4071 or visit premierdeckcoating.com.
93 WIBC.
Current resolution agreed to.
$340 billion budget, border security, the military, and energy production.
Another update is just minutes away.
Say it again.
A man got into it with Lawrence police. A scuffle broke out. Lawrence police are still looking into this.
On the level.
Bill on illegal immigration.
Todd Rokita said.
This is great news.
On the go.
Accused of planning a mass shooting at Mooresville High School.
Trinity Shockley is in the Morgan County Jail without bond.
93 WIBC Mobile News.
My quality of life is so different, but one of the first things that I noticed was my breathing. I don't ever remember being able to breathe like that.
Kendall and Casey.
This is a bill that prohibits minors under 16 from using social media without parental permission.
This is an example of government trying to resolve a problem that they have no business being in, which is how you parent your kid. If you want your kid to be on social media, that's your right as a parent. You dictate that.
Kendall and Casey, weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIPC and WIPC.com.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
Whether you're preparing for retirement, navigating a life transition, or simply wondering if you're on the right path, Howard Bailey Financial is here to help. Together, we'll work on a personalized plan designed to bring greater clarity to your goals and help you approach decisions with confidence. It's not just about numbers, it's about the life you want to lead and the legacy you want to leave behind. With over 20 years of experience, Howard Bailey Financial has been dedicated to guiding individuals as they work toward taking control of their financial future and finding peace of mind. Text PATH to 888-262-1104 to download a free retirement toolkit and start planning for the retirement you've dreamed of. Howard Bailey Financial, helping you turn hope into a plan and dreams into reality. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
93 WIPC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
An international flight diverted 34 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. You have a clear radar this morning. Your high today, 53. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 7:31. American Airlines is responding after a flight from New York to New Delhi was forced to land in Rome over a bomb threat. Italian fighter jets escorted the plane in.
American Airlines telling us the reported bomb threat is non-credible. The flight had departed from New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport and was bound for India's capital, New Delhi, according to the FAA, which says the flight had to be diverted to Rome after the crew reported the issue. The airline now releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "The flight landed safely at Leonardo da Vinci Airport and law enforcement inspected and cleared the aircraft to redepart."
That's Fox's CB Cotton reporting. Federal workers have until midnight Tuesday to explain what they did last week, or they could be fired as part of budget cuts. South Carolina Congressman Ralph Norman defended the decision by DOJ, saying the government wastes too much money.
The price tag that the taxpayers pay is right at $271 billion a year. Is it too much to ask for them to verify why they're making an average salary of $106,000 a year?
Speaking to Fox News, at least 3 federal agencies have told their workers to ignore the request. Democrats say DOJ is President Trump and Elon Musk overstepping their power. President Trump is announcing that Dan Bongino will serve as the next deputy director of the FBI. Trump wrote in a post on Truth Social that Bongino was a man of incredible love and passion for the country. Bongino has served in the post as a member of the New York Police Department and Secret Service, and also a former Fox News host. Someone died in a crash on Indianapolis's west side early this morning. It happened along West Morris Street. Matt Baer will have more coming up in a couple of minutes from the WIBC Traffic Center. Police are looking into a shooting at a laundromat on Indy's northwest side over the weekend. Jake McDaniel reports.
IMPD found a man outside of the Courtesy Cleaning Center around 9 o'clock early Sunday. That is in the 4100 block of North High School Road near 38th Street and I-465. The man was taken to a hospital where he is stable. Officers are figuring out what led up to the shooting. No suspects have been reported either. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIABC Mobile News.
You might be happy to learn that temperatures could get up into the 60s this weekend. Greg Mello says we could have some rain tonight.
Monday night, we do have a chance for some light rain overnight, mainly north of I-70. And also it will be breezy as well with wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
Mello's a forecaster at the National Weather Service. He said we could have more rain Wednesday night, but it'll be a light rain. A bus carrying the IU Indianapolis' men's basketball team caught fire on Sunday. All team members and staff were able to make it off the bus safe, And the fire happened in Kent, Indiana, and they were taken back to Indianapolis. No injuries. Sports on WIBC is brought to you by Ball State Athletics. Visit ballstatesports.com. The Indiana Pacers are on a 3-game winning streak after Sunday's 129-111 victory over the LA Clippers. Indy forward Aaron Nesmith scored 19 points.
The lanes were open. Teammates put me in a good position to succeed today. The ball found me, and, I just made proper reads.
Guard Tyrese Halliburton scored 29 points. The Pacers are back at it tonight against the Denver Nuggets at home. 13th ranked Purdue coughed up 11 second-half turnovers, and IU turned those into 19 points, leading the Hoosiers past the Boilermakers 73-58 in Bloomington. Purdue's head coach Matt Painter.
You have to be able to, like the first play, we get them to miss defensively, and they get an offensive rebound. They end up getting a 3 off of that, and then we just start turning the basketball over.
And Purdue will look to bounce back Friday at home against UCLA. The Hoosiers play Penn State on Wednesday. Women's college basketball, number 13 NC State beat number 1 Notre Dame in double overtime Sunday, 104-95. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and WIBC.com at 7:35. Traffic on the 5s. Here's Matt Bear.
Yeah, Ryan, looking at the west side, Morris Street shut down west of I-70 because of a fatal crash. In the meantime, east-west reroutes instead of Morris Street could be Washington to the north or Minnesota Street to the south. East side, northbound 465 slows from I-70 up to Penn Pike. Eastbound 465 dragging from Allisonville Road to I-69. Downtown, northbound 65, 70 stop-and-go traffic Michigan Street through the north split out to Meridian Penn. Traffic sponsored by B Window. This month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee-owned. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
We've got 34 degrees. That's all. Nothing else. 34 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 7:36.
Whenever I'm out wandering, chasing a rainbow dream, I often stop and think about a place I've never seen.
Today on the marketplace, I've never been a big belt buckle guy, but some people are. And who am I to deny them the opportunity to be big belt buckle people? I would never do such a thing. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. During downtime, in between parts of the show, I find myself scrolling through Facebook Marketplace. Interesting, weird stuff, odd stuff, strange stuff. I'm buying stuff. I'm selling stuff. I dig it. I'm down with that. So I'm on Facebook Marketplace, and I came across a Snap-on wrench belt buckle, Matt Bear.
Oh, okay.
You know the Snap-on people? You ever see them snap it on?
Yeah, the models. They made models. Little model cars. You snapped them together.
No. They help mechanics actually do their work, and they make like wrenches.
Come on, you glue models together. What are we doing?
No. Some of them, I guess, could snap together, but some of them I was never a model guy.
Oh, okay. I put together several model cars in my life. None of them.
Is that right?
None of them rolled. The wheels fell off. No.
They didn't. Did they not work?
Yeah, it's kind of a bad memory, man. Yeah, and then they went from snapping them together to glue, and and then they definitely didn't roll because I glued the tires on, and yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you wanted it to be functional,
yes,
and you didn't realize by putting it together it was cheap molded plastic that was absolutely going to break if you applied any pressure.
Made in China.
Well, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People have long known about your support for the communist Chinese.
I was in the gang. I was gang of 4,
This, according to the description, is a rare find, Matt Bear.
Oh.
The vintage Snap-on wrench belt buckle, made in the USA, chrome on solid brass, 4 inches long, 2 inches wide. Oddly enough, also what's on Jason Hammer's Tinder account.
I said I'm walking over here now to the corner.
I said also on Jason Hammer's Tinder account.
Nothing to see here. Carl, how are you, man? Good morning.
So,
thank you, Carl.
So the question is, are you a belt buckle guy?
No, I am now. If it's going to say snap on and go on my belt, then yeah, I have to have it.
Right.
This is really cool. I can see this like being, a conversation. No, maybe not a first date conversation piece. You don't lift up your shirt and say, "Hey, do you want to see my snap-on belt buckle?"
Whoa, you don't.
No.
But you can if you had it.
It's just like, hey, I'll get the meal, but you have to see the belt buckle. It's really cool. No, as far as marketplace items go, given our recent run of history, I think this is worth purchasing. I think this.
It's $175.
I'm out. Nope. Go get your own belt buckle somewhere else. Flea market might be better.
$175. Yeah, that is. I believe the expression in the old Sumerian would be ballsy.
Yeah,
I believe
the old Sumerian.
Right. Well, I study the ancient texts.
Say in Latin, please.
$175 for a belt buckle. That's a lot of loot.
That's a car payment.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Maybe back in the day.
Back in the day, oh sure.
This could be
back
something.
In the day, $175 you can buy a car and get change. Those days are over.
Those days are numbered. And I threw in the
By the
power
way, if you want to
steering.
know how old Matt Bear is, Matt Bear is back in my day old.
Oh, good Lord, thanks. Yeah, bad memories. Nothing but bad memories. I like it. This is something you could buy, maybe hang from your mirror. There are lots of things you can do with this. $175. Sold.
Hang from your mirror?
Yeah, like with a gold
Like
chain.
in your car?
Yes, absolutely.
If you get into an accident, this is a projectile and everybody dies. Like Thor's hammer. Yeah. This thing is going to fly around.
Well, then you buy it, you hang it from your mirror, and you drive safer. And so you don't get in those accidents.
You're just, you are ridiculous.
I'm about accountability. Is what I'm about.
That's what you are.
Yeah.
It is the Snap-on Wrench belt buckle. It is a rare find, $175. We will have it listed over at WIBC.com for the Facebook Marketplace. You should check it out. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Things are happening fast.
Tariffs, ICE raids.
Shrink the size of the federal government.
USAID is really corrupt.
Doge is using a meat axe.
Uncovering things. They are going to get what they voted for.
Follow the first 100 days.
Industries to come back to America.
The president is committed in securing a lasting peace.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
Robert Kennedy Jr. confirmation is confirmed.
Stay in the know.
I'm Ryan Hedrick.
John Harris.
While you're on the go.
Matt Bear with traffic on the 5.
With 93 WIBC.
All right, there's a warm-up in Indy today, and you might need to warm up your financial portfolio as well. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth make it so easy with customized portfolios tailored to your hopes and dreams. Matt Bear here. Hi. Trajan Wealth also provides themselves and prides themselves on low-cost investment options, and I like that a lot. Your first consultation is free. Even better. Call 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com to schedule your appointment. Trajan Wealth understands the importance of a portfolio designed just for you, your hopes and dreams for your family. They focus on capital preservation, growth, and low-cost investment options. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft a plan to meet your goals. Call today, 317-480-4040, or visit TrajanWealth.com. Remember, your first consultation is on them. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hi, this is Denny Smith for Exercise Inc. A lot of folks give up on their bodies in their 40s or 50s. Statistically, we gain 1.5 pounds every year past 50, and it's usually a tough slog to fight that. 19 years ago, I took a friend's recommendation, and I went to Exercise Inc. for one of their free consultations. Me? I didn't want to get heavy. I wanted to stay trim and in shape, and that was really a struggle. 19 years ago I went, and 19 years later I'm still going every week. They've helped me to reach and maintain my health and fitness goals, and they do that with specific strength training in only 20 minutes a week. You've just got to try this health and exercise approach, and the consultation is free. My guess is that, like me, you'll be skeptical for the first couple of weeks, and then it happens. You'll feel better. You'll probably lose some weight, and you'll probably look better, too. Go to Exercise Inc. today and sign up for a free consultation. Avon, Brownsburg, Zionsville, and Greenwood, now in Fishers, too. ExerciseInc.com.
Cold weather brings hot savings at Tom Roush Lincoln. Select 2024 Lincoln Navigators now $12,000 off and get 0% for 72 months. How about an all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus now $6,000 off with rates starting at 4.9% for 60 months. So get in on those hot savings at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Lincoln Navigator MSRP 104,825. Lincoln Nautilus MSRP 61,695. Offers good through February 28, 2025. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
Traffic on the fives. Matt Baer, WIBC Traffic Center. What you doing, Boo?
All right, Tony. West Side, Moore Street shut down to the west of I-70 because of a fatal crash. You can use Washington Street or maybe Minnesota for east-west reroutes. North split downtown. Northbound 6570 stop-and-go traffic from Michigan Street into the north split. Delay continues out to Meridian Penn on northbound 65. East side northbound 465 slow. 70 up to Penn Pike. And again, East 56th Street 275th. Inbound 69 stop-and-go traffic 106th Street down to 465. That is a 5-minute delay. Traffic sponsored by B-Window. This month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B-Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
34 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 7:46.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
Tune in Saturdays 9 to 1 for the Home and Garden Show for advice and fun, brought to you by Michaelis. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
It's time to ditch big wireless. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month.
Kendall and Casey.
I'm a young, up-and-coming professional. We are people who want to work. We want to engage. We don't want to be freeloaders. And yet, it makes it very hard for young people to actually do that.
Kendall and Casey, 9 till noon on 93 WIBC.
So there we were at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference. I appreciate Craig Collins filling in for me. Tony Katz at 93 WIBC. Good morning. Well, I did enjoy myself, although I came back with a cold, and that's never good because that can mean bad things. It absolutely could. I did enjoy seeing some people. I did enjoy a bunch of the conversations. CPAC did not go exactly as I would like, and there are going to be some very, very ugly things that are written and phone calls made regarding radio host treatments, but it's another story for another day. I was able to have some good conversations, and of course our coverage of CPAC was paid for by Americans for Prosperity Indiana and Hoosiers for Opportunity, Prosperity, and Enterprise, HoosierHope.org, PremierArms.com. Thrilled that we have people who support us doing this and going out there and having conversations. If you missed it from Tony Katz today, one of those conversations was with Erica Donalds, who is the wife of Congressman Byron Donalds, who does a tremendous amount on education, work with the America First Policy Institute, is advising President Trump and the Department of Education. We've discussed the elimination of the Department of Education, but had this conversation about education in toto and where we see the real issues on the topic of education. So first things first, does the Department of Education actually educate?
Oh, not a single child in its 40 years of existence. In fact, all it does is push paper and money around and fail the American people with its promise to improve academic performance of our children, when in fact academic performance has gone down in some of the largest drops that we've ever seen in the history of our country, where now, just according to the nation's report card, only 1/3, 1 in every 3 children are reading and doing mathematics on grade level, according to the recent report card.
I often bring this up, and I'm glad that you did, because it's been a lot of talk today, and I've been working on this as a conversation piece, how to discuss this. We've seen in the world of Doge this idea to defend the government employee, this idea to defend the institution for the sake of the institution, not for the sake of what the institution does. And they speak of these things as if they're these hallowed halls.
Right.
The Department of Education is only 40 years old. This was Jimmy Carter coming into 1980, if you will. And so why can't we take a look at something after 40 years of existence and ask ourselves if it creates value? Is there anything about the Department of Education that is salvageable in your view?
There's no reason to maintain a Department of Education, in my view. There are some things that may continue. The student loan portfolio, until it's moved to the private sector, could be in Treasury. The Office of Civil Rights is a reasonable use of the federal government and federal oversight, but that could be in Justice. So there are other agencies that can oversee some of the critical things that are going to continue. But when it comes to its influence on the academic performance of our children, nothing that it has done has been useful, and it can completely go away and have absolutely no effect on students in their classrooms.
What I like about your conversation is you are engaged in distinction with a difference. Talking to Erica Donalds here. She is with the America First Policy Institute Center for Education Opportunity. That there may be some things that the Department of Education does that we might want to keep, but we can find other places for it. We don't need this behemoth. It is the behemoth that keeps our kids from getting a proper education, or is it what the behemoth allows others to do in the states and protects them in what they don't teach? Am I asking that right? I think I am.
Let's talk about the money that has gone into this behemoth, as you call it, over $1 trillion over the last 40 years. How much of that has actually gone to helping our students succeed? A lot of that money goes through Title I for low-income students and IDEA for students with disabilities. I served on a local school board. I talked to parents every day for 4 years. Primarily those who have special needs or whose students were in failing schools, many of them low income. They certainly didn't feel like they were getting any extra benefit from the funding that was being spent in Washington. Why? Because so much of that money was going towards bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., and then in Tallahassee to administer the monies that are coming from Washington, D.C., stop off in Tallahassee, take another cut off the top, maybe get to the district, take another cut off the top, maybe get to the school, take another cut off the top, maybe get to the classroom, maybe get to the students. How much money is actually benefiting students from the funds that are coming out of Washington, D.C. after you get through all of that bureaucracy?
So your work with AFPI, is this to give President Trump ideas on what can be done, should be done, and do those ideas include, in your view, the ending of the Department of Education?
Well, President Trump is the one who said he wanted to end the Department of Education in the campaign, was very clear about that, and then got a mandate to do so. But at AFPI, we will be providing research and data and model policies, as we have been doing for the past 3 years in between Trump's presidencies, in all kinds of policy areas, but especially in education. So yes, we will be working with the White House, with the Department of Education, Linda McMahon and her team, to help provide additional support for policymaking and coming up with creative ideas to execute on the promises that the president made to the American people.
So that's just part of the conversation with Erica Donalds. That full interview is available at WIBC.com. All the videos are there. And again, my thanks to HoosierHope.org, Hoosiers for Opportunity, Prosperity, and Enterprise, Americans for Prosperity, Indiana, and Premier Arms, premierarms.com. Excellent people, good people helping us get out there and cover this. She was way better than I thought. You know, sometimes you never know how an interview is going to go. I thought she was clear and her commentary was valuable. I felt that way about Matt Cordy from the Oil and Gas Workers Association about energy. Another interview I will share with you. You can get it over at WIBC.com. And, of course, if you missed the interview with Chloe Cole, dear Lord, bring tissues and a steel stomach. Good gosh. That's all over there at WIBC.com. Just look for Tony Katz at CPAC, and you'll be able to get the videos. Matt Bear has traffic.
Yeah, more streets shut down west of I-70 because of a fatal crash from earlier this morning. Also on the west side, traffic lights flashing red. Ameriplex at I-70. Thank you for the tip on that. Crash on the west side, Rockville Road at High School Road, and a crash Raymond Street to the east of I-65. Traffic sponsored by B-Window. This month at bwindow.com, receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B-Window, proud to be employee-owned. I'm Matt Bear on the fives at WIBC Traffic.
You love spring in Indy, but you hate to paint, so do what Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating specifically formulated for our unique climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Indy, you too can have the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text MAINE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text MAIN to 321-321. That's MAINE to 321-321.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation, like your neighbor Brett.
We did Galaxy for the sidewalks and also the porch. The porch had a few pits. Galaxy said that was no problem.
Home or business, Galaxy Concrete Coatings got you covered.
Obviously with the front sidewalk and step, so we didn't worry about any kind of slipping. You know, you're concerned about that after rain. And then when it did dry, it didn't spot, it didn't stain. It was just like it had been done yesterday.
Lots of styles to choose from, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
One thing that my wife commented on was how easy the Galaxy coating swept versus just the bare concrete.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
We moved here recently. I didn't even think twice about calling anyone else but Galaxy to come do this house.
Health gives you the ability to love more, feel more, be more. Health gives you the ability to live an extraordinary life. Because every day, no matter the challenges, is a chance to breathe, laugh until your belly aches, cry because you care so much, and experience everything that makes your life truly extraordinary. For 150 years, Franciscan Health has been there, watching extraordinary lives unfold. Love your extraordinary life.
Dents happen. There's a whole lot of stuff that can mess up the look of your vehicle. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill Dent Removal. PDR is paintless dent removal that saves your factory finish and is way less invasive than traditional body shop repairs. And it's faster, too, sometimes same day. Google Kill Dent Removal and check out the reviews and photos. Then schedule your repair. Hail baseballs, kids, fender benders, shopping carts, flying cows, angry X's, and anything else that leaves dents. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill Dent Removal.
Coming up in 2 minutes, what a student at Purdue University was arrested for on Saturday, what police found inside of a home in northern Indiana over the weekend, what forecasters say is on deck for you, and IU and Purdue played basketball in a chippy game on Sunday. Those stories after Fox News. From the Technology Recyclers Studios, you're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It is 8 o'clock.
It's been 3 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. And as President Trump pushes to end the war, his national security advisor just told Fox.
Frustrations are high, frankly. The United States has stepped forward for Ukraine in a historic and tremendous way.
And Mike Waltz is pushing a deal to let the U.S. share the profits from Ukraine's rare earth minerals that
recoups these hundreds of billions of dollars for the Ukrainian people and for the American taxpayer.
Zelensky's rejected that offer. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, saying there's no U.S. security guarantees. He's also offering to resign if there's a peace deal that allows Ukraine to join NATO. Waltz says that is not an option now. Some European leaders are gathered in Ukraine to show support. France's president, though, will go to the White House today.
Emmanuel Macron faces a tall order today, convincing a skeptical President Trump that abandoning Ukraine does not serve the United States' best interest. He is expected to tell President Trump not to appear weak in front of Russian President Vladimir Putin. European leaders are concerned they were not included in the United States' initial talks last week.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Israeli tanks have rolled into the West Bank, going after terror sites there in what Palestinians are calling a dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, Special U.S. Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff will return to the region this week for talks on the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire, telling CBS Face the Nation they want all the hostages out and
a permanent ceasefire, a cessation of all violence, and in addition to that, the fact that Hamas cannot be allowed to come back into the government.
While federal workers scrambled to respond to an email by today demanding they detail their accomplishments at work last week. Doja's Elon Musk posted on X this morning, employees ignoring the Trump order to return to the office will be put on leave this week. Pope Francis remains in critical condition, battling pneumonia and now kidney issues. But the Vatican says the 88-year-old Pope slept the night and is alert. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What police were doing at a laundromat on Sunday. Your radar is clear in downtown Indianapolis, where it's 36 degrees. Your high today, 53. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 8:02. A man was shot at a laundromat early Sunday. Jake McDaniel has that story.
That laundromat is called Courtesy Cleaning Center, which is in the 4100 block of North High School Road near 38th Street and I-465 on Indy's northwest side. When police arrived at the scene, they found the man and took him to a hospital where he is stable. Police are not sure what led up to the shooting, nor have they found any suspects, but they are looking into this now. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
One person was killed in a crash this morning on Indianapolis's west side. It happened along West Morris Street in a gated section in a business community. Police are still looking into this. Community leaders in Hawville say people are spray painting businesses and homes and churches, and they're sick of it. The West Side Community Development Corporation and other groups are pushing for change, calling for accountability as graffiti spreads across the neighborhood. This morning, neighbors and community leaders will hold a press conference to address their plans for cleanup efforts. Indiana is in for a warm-up in mostly calm weather this week. The only exception Monday night when light rain and breezy winds could move in. By Tuesday, things should improve.
By Tuesday, all of central Indiana should be in the 50s, the low to mid-50s, and then by Wednesday, southern half of central Indiana could be in the low 60s.
That's Greg Mello with the National Weather Service, Indianapolis. He says temperatures could hit the 60s this weekend with light rain expected tonight and Wednesday night. 5 people found dead in a home in northwest Indiana were killed in a murder-suicide. Wish TV's Tim Spears reports.
Police say 31-year-old Robert Payne shot and killed 27-year-old Brianna Payne, plus 3 kids, aged 4 to 7, before turning the gun on himself. Officers were called out Friday afternoon for a welfare check when they found the body.
And police are still looking into this. A Purdue student who worked for the campus newspaper, The Exponent, was arrested late Saturday on rape and criminal confinement charges. The Exponent says Vincent Lambeau became the paper's sports editor in August, but has since been removed and suspended indefinitely after his arrest. The Indiana Hoosier men's basketball team upset Purdue on Sunday. John Herrick reports.
Indiana was down 12 at halftime, but they went on a 28-3 run to start the second half. Their head coach Mike Woodson says this was a win about grit and toughness.
They refused to lose. I thought the second half we did everything from a defensive standpoint that we'd worked on.
As for Purdue head coach Matt Painter, he says his team did not concentrate well enough from the start of the second half.
You know, you have to be able to, like the first play, we get them to miss defensively, and they get an offensive rebound. They end up getting a 3 off of that, and then we just start turning the basketball over.
They turned it over 16 times, and Purdue has dropped 4 games in a row now. Final score, Indiana 73, Purdue 58. Reporting from Bloomington outside Assembly Hall, John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And I'm Ryan Hedrick, on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 8:05. Traffic on the 5s. How the roads looking, Matt Bear? Not horrible at the moment, Ryan. Westbound 70 is taking a turn here in the last few minutes. We are stop and go traffic, Rural Street. Out to the North Split, and then we slow again, approaching and entering the North Split to Meridian Penn. Northbound 6570 stop and go right now. Michigan Street up to the North Split. Also, traffic lights flashing red at Ameriplex at I-70 and a crash on the west side, Rockville Road at High School Road. Traffic sponsored by the Tile Shop. Pros get more at the Tile Shop. More selection like new wood and vinyl flooring options for every budget. More perks and more service like free curbside pickup. Start getting more at the Tile Shop. Visit your local showroom today. I'm Matt Bear. Traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Tara Hastings, Wish TV meteorologist, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm hanging out, chatting with you. That's what I'm doing.
Hanging out? Is that what you do all there over there? You know, you don't really worry about the maps or the weather gods or anything else. You just like hang out and eat cake and like it's gonna be rainy, it's gonna be sunny. We don't care. Is that what's happening?
No, it's not cake, donuts. It's not cake, donuts.
Are they cake donuts?
Yes, I like cake donuts. I don't like.
Yeah, but what kind are you eating?
What kind do I eat? I like the chocolate ones. Those are good. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you really did a lot with this whole back and forth, didn't you?
I did, didn't I?
Yeah. With this kind of banter, our radio show is going to be a shoo-in.
I know,
Marconis are just going to fall from the sky.
Hey, we've got a beautiful day in store here as far as temperatures go. We're above freezing here this morning. We'll get up to 52 later this afternoon, partly cloudy skies, a bit breezy. Could see winds gusting at times near about 25 and 30 miles per hour, so breezy conditions. Some clouds later tonight. A light shower may be possible after the midnight hour. Lows will drop to 37, mid-50s on Tuesday, dry, and close to 60 on Wednesday, with some cloud cover and maybe a few scattered afternoon and evening showers as well. But overall, not too bad of a week.
That's Tara Hastings of Wish TV with not too bad of a week.
There you go. Enjoy. And maybe go grab a donut. You're just going to let him... Have a good day. The awkward silence.
Yeah, I know. I love the awkward silence. I am the biggest fan of the awkward silence in the world. It's just world class because other people don't know what to do with it. They get so lost.
I should go to your to see if you're like live streaming right now to watch the awkward silence.
We are, but I was looking down. And I was doing something. Now I'm looking back up.
Okay.
Back up. Yes, I could have played it bigger on the live stream. Should we live stream you? Should we get a video camera for you, Tara? We can do that.
We can? Yeah, we'll make it happen. You should see the room, the little room that I'm in doing this radio hit. Very
more
small.
like a cage. Are you
Pretty
telling
much,
us you're in a cage? Is this a cry for help?
Yeah.
Bang twice on the bars if you need clean water.
Oh, that's great. Yes.
Yeah, we'll get a camera in there. We'll figure it out. I don't know how we'll figure it out, but we'll figure it out.
Okay, great.
Good talk.
All right. Have a good day.
Okay. Honestly, I don't understand the show sometimes myself. 35 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 8:09. We do live stream the morning show now, and the people in the chat room are discussing what they're having for breakfast, and I'm not going to lie, it gets really weird. Really weird. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. There will be no weed in the state of Indiana. All the opportunities to engage in some legalization, and this General Assembly is once again saying, nope, that is not for us. Not interested in being a part of it. I will tell you that I am not, the idea of legalization is not where I put my efforts, right? I think I'm pretty clear about that. But I'd rather bring up, are we going to discuss where we're going to allow it? Eventually it's going to happen. The question is where. And even if there is legalization, I think that we have learned, and I don't think this is partisan in any way. I certainly hope it wouldn't be. I think I'd find Democrats who agree with me. I think we've learned from New York, from Chicago, from Denver, that allowing pot smoke to waft through your downtown is a really bad idea. If you wanted to have lounges for this a la a cigar lounge, you wouldn't see any argument from me. And I am not going to tell people they can't have a cigarette or a cigar while walking down the street. I have cigars walking down the street all the time. I'm not about to change that. The question is marijuana different? I would argue yes. And should we be having it all over streets and just smelling that smell everywhere in downtown? The answer is no. We should say we can do this in a smart way, learning from these other cities, because it sucks. It sucks when you're out with your family and everyone's is that what is that sweet smell? What is that sweet smell, Daddy? Nobody wants that. And they shouldn't have to. I think we can have the places, and I think that we can do this smart. We're smart people. We can do this. So we'll see. We will see what they do. I had read a story. This was before I left for D.C., and I drove. It's a glorious drive. I should tell you about America. Did I read, can someone find me the story that the hotel that the city decided to build, not the Intercontinental being built by Keystone, not Aloft, but this Signia Hotel they're building where Pan Am Plaza is it, how much over budget is it? Because I read in the millions. Now, all prices are up. I don't say no. But this is the city trying to run a construction project, and they don't know how to do these things. So, if someone could get me the data, I'd greatly appreciate it. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Cardiac issues are the #1 cause of death every year. If you'd like to learn more about a heart health program that offers more than just drugs or surgery, join us for a free holistic integration educational seminar, Beyond Medicine, a holistic approach to heart health. Wednesday, February 26th at 6 p.m. You'll hear from Dr. Robert Prather, host of the Voice of Health Radio.
We've had several people say that they got a much more thorough picture on what was going on with their heart than even going to the top cardiology hospitals.
The Holistic Integration free educational seminar featuring Dr. Robert Prather, Wednesday, February 26th at 6 p.m. Plus, you can get our autonomic nervous system test that measures your heart function, nervous system, and circulatory system for just $49, normally a $195 value. Reserve your seat by calling 317-848-8048 or online at thevoiceofhealthradio.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five. Yeah.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Traffic on the 5s. Matt Bear, what are you wearing?
Yeah, it's Tony. Chaps, looking to westbound 70 coming into the north split. That is a stall blocking the right lane, causing stop-and-go traffic back to Sherman Drive for a 4-minute delay. West side crash, Rockville Road, High School Road, and traffic lights flashing red. That's a Mariplex at I-70. Traffic sponsored by the Tile Shop. Pros get more at the Tile Shop. More selection like new wood and vinyl flooring options for every budget. More perks add. More service like free curbside pickup. Start getting more at the Tile Shop. Visit your local showroom today. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
35 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 8:16.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center by offering the expert, compassionate care you need.
When I was at my lowest, I would have 2 or 3 nurses come in to give me a pep talk, telling me it's okay to feel this way. It's normal, but you have us to support you and you will get through this.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
Amber and Nigel here, inviting you to join us as we kick off the weekend every Friday around 5:45 with Beer Sample Friday, brought to you by our friends at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
So this announcement comes out from Apple. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC, good morning. And I got to admit, Gary Dick, I don't like to put you on the spot. Gary Dick joins us from InsideIndianaBusiness.com on the Twitix at IIB. Did you see this? Tim Cook announcing that Apple is going to invest $500 billion in the U.S. They're going to hire 20,000 people over the next 4 years. Holy cow!
I did. Yeah, I just saw it actually about an hour ago. So I think the news truly is coming out right now, and it's the latest company. There were a couple of big international global companies announcing similar investments a few weeks ago with President Trump. So the latest in a series of major announcements, and again. States like Indiana certainly stand up and take note when you see those big numbers and look at the possibility of economic development investment in the months ahead.
Yeah, so the story was that Trump and Cook, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, met in the Oval, and Trump actually said on camera that Cook's going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars and said, I hope he's announced it. I hope I didn't announce it, but what the hell? All I do is tell the truth. That's what he told me. Now he has to do it, right?
Yeah.
The question, Gary, is maybe not every job is meant for the Hoosier workforce. But I don't think we'd be opposed to being in the chip business, to which they make the M1 chip, and we would be a fine place for that to happen. Has there been any talk about these types of businesses and the Braun administration going for it? And is there going to be pressure on Braun to reach out to Apple and say, Indiana's the place you have to bring some of this $500 billion to?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that, Tony. I think, Indiana's made it clear they want to go after these kinds of jobs. And as I'm looking a little bit more at this announcement, Tony, some of the reporting nationally on this Apple $500 billion investment, some of the facilities to expand, Michigan, Texas, California, Arizona, Iowa, a number of states, Indiana not mentioned in that group. But if you think about it, you and I have talked a lot about it over the course of the past several months, the big tech companies with data centers, the advent of AI, all of those things going on. Certainly Indiana has grabbed a piece of that pie with Microsoft and Amazon and Google and Meta announcing big plans for data centers here in the state of Indiana. So I think that's going to continue. The other piece, Tony, I think that we're kind of waiting to see what happens is this talk of tariffs and the impact that it may or may not have, especially as it relates to bringing manufacturing back to the United States. We saw Lear Group, a company based in Elkhart, announced last week they're closing a couple of plants in Mexico and moving manufacturing production back to Elkhart. So that's another thing to keep an eye on in this evolving world. Changing world in terms of investment and where manufacturing and operations are being located.
Talking to Gary Dick from InsideIndianaBusiness.com on the Twittix at IIB with the breaking news about Apple putting $500 billion into the United States. But the places that you mentioned, Texas, Michigan, California, Arizona, Washington State, these are things that are already in the pipeline, already working. This isn't part of any new announcement stuff. And so the question is, can we be a part of any new announcement, whether it be on the chip side or on the ancillary side? There's still a tremendous amount of worthy high-end production to do. When I say high-end, I, of course, refer to high paying. But let's bring it to Indianapolis, where, of course, you have the NFL Combine going on this week. It seems that every city wants it. It is scheduled to be in Indianapolis through 2026. Other cities want this opportunity, brings in huge amounts of fans. What is Indy doing, really, the Indiana Sports Corp and downtown Indy? What are they doing to keep this here?
Yeah, Indy continues to have the full court press on. I know that's a basketball analogy, but for football, continue to really pull out all the stops to keep the Combine here. In many ways, Indianapolis has built the Combine, certainly helped to build the Combine over the last 37 years, has hosted it here since 1987. The economic development number is pegged at about $9 to $10 million. And now, increasingly, the NFL is making this a fan event. For many years, it was basically closed in an NFL deal. They're making it more of a fan type situation, and that's gotten the attention of some cities around the country who want to get the Combine in their community. Indy, as you said, has it through next year. L.A., Dallas, Minneapolis, Houston, among the cities that have expressed interest in getting it. To me, the ace that Indianapolis has in its sleeve is the medical and testing, the health testing facilities. IU Health here, and what they have is unparalleled around the country in terms of bringing these young athletes in, because this is the ultimate business interview for these athletes, these college athletes who are going to be drafted. And you see every general manager, owner, head coach, assistant coach in town for this. And medical testing is a big piece of that. And IU Health has really gotten it down to a science, literally, in terms of testing these athletes. And I think the NFL likes that.
Talking to Gary Dick, inside IndianaBusiness.com. As more events come, of course, there's the hotel story. You've got the Intercontinental doing its grand opening on the 4th. I plan on being there for that. And then you have the Signia Hotel, which the city decided they'll build it if Kite or others can't come up with the money. And now we're hearing about cost overruns. Even the Intercontinental costs more than I think Keystone Group originally thought. But that's on a private contractor, not on the city.
Yeah, and certainly costs for all these projects over the last couple of years have gone up without question. And you mentioned the hotels, the number of hotels, and those two high-profile Intercontinental as well as the Signia, the biggest examples. But as Indianapolis looks to go after some of these big-time events, including maybe, who knows, a Super Bowl, that's a big question mark if, in fact, that would happen. But to go after these big events and bigger conventions, there's a feeling there needs to be more convention hotels in the mix and hotel rooms in the mix for Indianapolis. And these two high-profile projects certainly going to go a long way to addressing that. But it all works. It all fits together in kind of that puzzle, if you will. And Indianapolis, certainly the convention and tourism business is big business for Indianapolis, and the investment continues to roll in.
That is Gary Dick from Inside Indiana Business on the Twittix at IIB. Gary Dick, always a pleasure, man. Matt Bear has got the traffic. What's going on, Matthew?
Looking at the east side, crash Keystone Avenue at East 25th Street. North Split northbound 65 is slow coming out of the North Split to Meridian Penn. There is a stall in front of that. Coming westbound 70 after Rural approaching the North Split. That right lane is blocked and traffic is stop and go back to Emerson Avenue for a 9-minute delay. Northbound 6570 dragging from the North Split back to Michigan Street. Crash west side Rockville Road, High School Road, and traffic lights flashing red at Mariplex at I-70. Traffic sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Need more data so you can stream your Jam Mix on loop? Switch to Straight Talk and get real, unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Straight Talk available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5. Follow us at WIB.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. That's 800-948-1659.
Hey, this is Rob.
And this is Casey.
Consumer sentiment is down. Polling's down. Are we buying that people don't like Trump?
Join us Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
Whether you're preparing for retirement, navigating a life transition, or simply wondering if you're on the right path, Howard Bailey Financial is here to help. Together, we'll work on a personalized plan designed to bring greater clarity to your goals and help you approach decisions with confidence. It's not just about numbers, it's about the life you want to lead and the legacy you want to leave behind. With over 20 years of experience, Howard Bailey Financial has been dedicated to guiding individuals as they work toward taking control of their financial future and finding peace of mind. Text PATH to 888-262-1104 to download a free retirement toolkit and start planning for the retirement you've dreamed of. Howard Bailey Financial, helping you turn hope into a plan and dreams into reality. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
It's Chimney Solutions Indiana 10% off special going on now. Chimney sweeps and inspections included.
This is our 10th year in business. To thank all of our customers, we're offering a full 10% off all services. Don't let your fireplace and chimney be a headache. Let our team help you enjoy your fireplace this season.
Call the experts. Call Chimney Solutions Indiana at 317-757-6979 or visit chimneyindy.com.
My brother never checks on Dad, or my sister won't make time to take Mom to the doctor. Are these things you've heard yourself say? This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I have a caregiving tip for you. Stay tuned.
Cardon and Associates offers the finest senior living options tailored to your loved one's needs. Reservations are now being accepted for new apartments at Copper Trace in Westfield. Visit cardon.com.
Expressing anger or resentment toward unsupportive siblings can cause unmendable rifts in relationships. Don't try to control everyone else. You can only control yourself. The success of your caregiving journey does not rest on others. So enjoy the time with your loved one. This is your special time with them. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
93 WIBC.
Current resolution agreed to.
$340 billion budget, border security, the military, and energy production. Another update is just minutes away.
A man got into it with Lawrence police. A scuffle broke out. Lawrence police are still looking into this.
On the level.
Bill on illegal immigration.
Todd Rokita said.
This is great news. On the go.
Accused of planning a mass shooting at Morrisville High School.
Trinity Shockley is in the Morgan County Jail without bond.
93 WIBC Mobile News. 93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
What world leaders want to hear. Your radar is clear in downtown Indianapolis, where it's 36 degrees. Your high today, 53. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 8:31. The leaders of two U.S. allies want President Trump to share more details about his plan for peace talks in the Russia-Ukraine war.
President Trump is expected to meet with European leaders over his handling of Ukraine peace talks. French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer are traveling to Washington. This comes as the war between Russia and Ukraine enters its fourth year. The two European leaders are expected to discuss why the U.S. should not rush into a ceasefire deal with Russia. They're also expected to speak on Europe's role on the ongoing peace talks.
That's Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer reporting Ukrainian President Zelensky has criticized Trump for leaving Ukraine out of the peace talks. An American Airlines flight from JFK to India was diverted to Rome on Sunday after a bomb threat. Italian fighter jets escorted the plane as it landed. The 199 passengers and 13 crew members remained on board for about 15 hours. The flight was about 2 hours from its destination when it turned around due to a possible security issue. Elon Musk is giving federal employees until midnight Tuesday to respond to an email from Doge explaining their job or risk being fired.
If you work for the federal government, check your email because you only have until the end of tonight to respond to this note that came in over the weekend from the Musk-run OPM account. And part of it said, consistent with President Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. But the new FBI Director Kash Patel told FBI employees when and and if further information is required, we will coordinate the responses. For now, please pause any responses.
That's Fox's Peter Ducey reporting. A Purdue student who worked for the campus newspaper, The Exponent, was arrested late Saturday on rape and criminal confinement charges. The Exponent says Vincent Lambeau became the paper's sports editor in August, but has since been removed and suspended indefinitely after his arrest. You might be wondering how Indiana will be this week as far as temperatures go. Here's Jake McDaniel.
Monday, there is a chance for some light rain, mainly north of I-70, along with breezy wind gusts across Indiana. In the middle of the week, though, temperatures should increase from there.
Here near Indy will be likely in the upper 50s. Even close to 60. We could possibly reach the 6-degree mark on Wednesday, so we'll be watching for that.
Greg Mello with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says light rain is possible across Indiana as well on Wednesday. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Sports on WIBC is brought to you by Ball State Athletics. Visit ballstatesports.com. Indiana Pacers guard Tyrese Halliburton scored 29 points, leading his team to a 129-111 win on Sunday over the LA Clippers. It's the Pacers' third straight win, and Halliburton says they came out fast and aggressive.
Aggression isn't just shots. It's paint touches, getting 2 feet in the paint, and I think I'm doing a better job of that than I have, really all year.
And the Pacers, with a quick turnaround, play another home game tonight against the Denver Nuggets. IU beat 13th-ranked Purdue on Sunday, 73-58. Hoosiers head coach Mike Woodson.
They refused to lose. I thought the second half we did everything from a defensive standpoint that we'd worked on.
And Purdue has lost 4 straight games, and the first time that's happened in 5 years. In women's basketball, number 13 NC State beat number 1 Notre Dame in double overtime, 104-95. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 8:35. Traffic on the 5s. Here's Matt Baer. Eastbound 465 stop-and-go traffic, Allisonville Road over to I-69. Westbound 70 after Rural Street. Stall has cleared. Still stop-and-go traffic around Emerson Avenue. Traffic sponsored by B Window. This month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door. Plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee-owned. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
36 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time is 8:36.
We are fighting now against the oligarchs.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
How bad is it? Don't sugarcoat it. Give it to me straight.
Want coffee?
I think I need some coffee.
Time to fill up on the news. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. What's going on, everybody? Good to be with you. Dow futures up 276. I guess they see an opportunity from the sell-off on Friday. NASDAQ futures up 99. Crude oil down. Check that out. West Texas crude at $70.27. That's where it was middle of last week, right before I left for CPAC. That's where it was. Brent crude, $74.34 a barrel. By the way, I just reached for my glasses. They were not on my face. It's been a day. It's been a day all right. I got back late Saturday night, and by Sunday, I was already feeling terrible. There is at the Conservative Political Action Conference, they refer to it as the CPAC crud. The crud is what it's a lot of people, and some of them are disgusting, and I use a lot of antibacterial. I had it on me. Maybe not enough. Maybe not a. I think I'm just going to stay in today and see what happens. You got the 10-year Treasury note of 4.443. Is what we're looking at. So that's down a little bit from those 4.5. Of course, as we were discussing with Gary Dick from InsideIndianaBusiness.com, Apple, $500 billion investment in the U.S. That's big, big, big stuff. And the question is, How do we get our piece of it? And to what are we willing to give to get it? Like, we never saw. If you want something I'd love to see from Governor Braun, what was the deal offered for HQ2? Right? Which was Amazon's second headquarters. Remember that whole conversation? I'd love to know what Indiana actually offered up. I would make the argument that what we should offer is what's already on the table, what it is you already see, the workforce, the location, the values, the tax situation here is solid. Well, Texas is better and warmer. Texas can't handle if it gets cold for a second. There are reasons to be here, and there are reasons not to be in Texas. Now, if you say to me you can't make an offer of any kind because that's really unfair, we don't have the business anyway. I don't have any issue with offering something that allows a business to grow here, and if they weren't here, we still wouldn't have any value from it. Right? Because that value might not be seen in tax revenue. That's totally fine. But in all the ancillary services, people forget this so often. If a group comes in with 2,200 jobs, that's 2,200 families, if you will. That's a lot of people who are then going to, for dinner, buy pizza or go to a movie or use a dry cleaner. Ancillary services, man. It's how things get built. So I do favor these things, but I don't favor giving away the farm. I favor a willingness to offer up a deal. It's like with making movies and the tax credits. We're not getting any of the money now anyway. So I'm okay if we don't get all of the tax dollar. Ooh. Give all the deals you want. But people are still going to be buying the craft services and the catering and the dry cleaning and the this and the that. And these things are real. So I hope that there's a move. I'd be curious to know how they see the move. I'd be very curious to see how that works. And all of this, by the way, this $500 billion, all part of Trump's first 100 days, all part of what we're going to be doing April 17th in Kokomo, Trump and American Reset in 3 bourbons, my latest live event, Kokomo, Indiana, the venue at Brookstone. That is going to be Thursday, April 17th, 6:30 p.m., tickets.tonykatz.com. Tickets.tonykatz.com. Get your tickets. Buy them for the whole office. My gosh, what are you waiting for? It's going to be so good. We're going to have the bourbon flights. We're going to have the food. We're going to have the cigars. It is going to be so much fun. And we're going to look at the insanity response from the left. We're going to take a look at things, compare them to other U.S. presidents in history, their first 100 days, what happened, the speed, what was more consequential. We're going to do it all. It's going to be terrific. April 17th is when this happens in Kokomo. That's right. I brought it to Kokomo. Oh, you can drive a little bit. And the people in that area, I expect you to come out. I came to you. Now, I'm not asking you to come to Indy. No. We're coming to you. So let's get out there. Tickets.tonykatz.com. Tickets.tonykatz.com. April 17th. Trump and American Reset in 3 bourbons. It's going to be sensational. Cannot wait to bring it to you. Sponsorship's now available because that's just what we do. We have great opportunities, and I look forward to sharing one of them with you very, very soon. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Your next car, your next truck, that is coming from Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield. I drove out to D.C. for the Conservative Political Action Conference, and I did so in my Ford Bronco Sport. It's my wife's car. And she absolutely loves it because it's got speed. It's got plenty of room for what we're doing. And man, it was very cold, and the seat heater was terrific. I will tell you, my tushy was warm. That's right. I just said tushy on radio. That's what we've come to. But I got that at Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield. You can get your next car, your next truck, your next fleet vehicle, your next electric vehicle at Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield as well. Tell them, go and speak to Chris or Laura, Michelle. There's a whole team of people. They're lovely people. Walk in and say, Tony Katz sent me, and I was told there would be barbecue. I don't know if that'll work or not, but they will give you a very, very good deal. Talk to them today. Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield, 2713 East Main Street in Plainfield, or online at andymoreford.com.
You want to listen all day to WIBC, but you don't always have time. Don't worry. There's a podcast for that. The WIBC Mashup. Daily highlights from your favorite hosts, Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, and Hammer and Nigel. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, there's a warm-up in Indy today, and you might need to warm up your financial portfolio as well. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth make it so easy with customized portfolios tailored to your hopes and dreams. Matt Bear here. Hi. Trajan Wealth also prides themselves on low-cost investment options, and I like that a lot. Your first consultation is free. Even better. Call 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com to schedule your appointment. Trajan Wealth understands the importance of a portfolio designed just for you, your hopes and dreams for your family. They focus on capital preservation, growth, and low-cost investment options. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft a plan to meet your goals. Call today, 317-480-4040, or visit TrajanWealth.com. Remember, your first consultation is on them. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Many times, patients have symptoms they didn't know were actually related to their airway breathing issues.
I was suffering from sinus issues, jaw issues, and neck pain. I guess I just kind of had my breaking point.
Unfortunately, this is typical. But until you get to the root of your problem, it's going to just persist. Fortunately, Jody took action, and the results were typical as well.
My quality of life is so different, but one of the first things that I noticed was my breathing. I don't ever remember being able to breathe like that.
Being able to breathe freely is life-changing, and the effects can go beyond that.
Sleeping better, having more energy, and it seemed as if all of those symptoms that I had just melted away.
And thank heavens for that, because at Advent, results are what drive us, helping you breathe well so you can live better.
Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
Traffic on the 5s, and Matt Bear, what are you doing?
All right. Getting this off the scanner. It is downtown Delaware Street right now. Avoid Delaware, north of 13th. That's just north of I-65. Firefighters are responding to a call of a fire in one of the buildings there, one of the high rises. I believe it's residential. So again, this is Delaware Street, north of I-65. Do avoid downtown. Crash on the east side, 25th at Keystone Avenue. Traffic lights flashing red at Mariplex at 70. Traffic sponsored by B-Window. This month at bwindow.com. Receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B-Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Man Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
We have got 37 degrees in the American Standard Heating Weather Center. The time right now is 8:46.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
93 WIBC.
Current resolution agreed to.
$340 billion budget, border security, the military, and energy production.
Another update is just minutes away.
A man got into it with Lawrence police. A scuffle broke out. Lawrence police are still looking into this.
On the level.
Bill on illegal immigration.
Todd Rokita said,
"This is great news."
On the go.
Accused of planning a mass shooting at Mooresville High School.
Trinity Shockley is in the Morgan County Jail without bond.
93 WIBC Mobile News.
It's time to play America's favorite game. What the heck is that TV theme song? Here's how we play. Producer Carl chooses a theme song, and then I have to guess what it is. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC, good morning. All right, this is not my guess. I came in thinking it was Mr. Belvedere. Would you do me a favor? Start it again. It's not Mr. Belvedere. Oh gosh, this is killing me. This is killing me.
Lifeline?
All right, we'll take the lifeline. Matt Bear, what song? What is this?
This is Game of Thrones.
Oh, God. Oh, I can see it. Like, I almost think it's Newhart. I'm wrong. I know I am. Is this Murder, She Wrote? Okay. In my head, it was all jumbled. Because Mr. Belvedere does have piano, but Ed's got that weird kind of voice thing going on, right? It's like it's speaking through like a flugelhorn. Streaks on the china, never mattered before. Who cares, right? It's that.
Does this go in your win column?
I eventually did get it.
That's true.
I did get it, so I'm going to give myself half. I'm going to give myself half for this one. It's Murder, She Wrote. I have people texting me, yelling at me now. You all just shut up. Where were you earlier? And how come you have so much free space in your head that you know all these TV theme songs? I'm thinking about real things here. You're thinking about Angela Lansbury. I get it. If you follow things on the social medias, you will see that Jonah Goldberg is getting punched in the face because he said that J.D. Vance's service should be respected, but he's not a combat veteran. If you served in an area where combat was taking place, even if you didn't see the combat, you are considered a combat veteran. And neither here nor there. Why in the world would you make this your fight? Why would you make this your fight? Jonah Goldberg, you ridiculous yuts. This is one of those guys who was conservatism until he wasn't and hasn't figured out what's happened yet. Allow me. Conservatism is not Trump. Nor is it believing that everything Trump believes, nor is it parroting everything Trump says. Conservatism is a philosophy about wanting to indeed conserve, but starts with, if I could be bold enough to say here's the definitive, recognizing the reality in front of us. The reality in front of us was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And anybody who claims conservative and didn't vote for Donald Trump is not a conservative. I don't want to hear it from David French or any of these other people. That's simply not grounded in any reality. There is no philosophical case to be made. Well, Trump's going to destroy conservatism. Whoa! Trump may change the Republican Party. Conservatism didn't change. John Locke, Edmund Burke, these things didn't change. Adam Smith didn't change. The writings of Hayek didn't change. What the hell are you talking about? People are crazy. Also, by the way, read books. I'm trying to get better at it. I've started a library. I went over to Liberty Fund. I bought 20. I'm going through them, and I'm like, this one's trash. I'm underlining this stuff. I actually did it because sometimes I'm not 100% sure how to have every conversation with my own children. So I'm like, maybe I'll just leave the books behind and they'll be able to see notes that I wrote and they'll kind of get an idea for where my philosophies are at. I don't know if that's cheesy or not, but it's what I've been doing. Well, Jonah Goldberg had written a post in 2011 that he wants to take a chainsaw to the budget. And now that you have a government taking a chainsaw to the budget, he seems to be amongst the people saying, oh, we shouldn't do this. Oh, it's too much. What do you said the words in 2011. Now you don't want to? Did you ever mean it to begin with? And this is why the people of MAGAville hate the people of the Rhino class, the Bill Kristols and the Jonah Goldbergs and others, because you always talked a big game, but you were never willing to fight to make it happen. You let these people down time and time again, but you made sure that your position, your fiefdom, was well taken care of. And oh, you had your cruises, and oh, you made money for this, and oh, you gave speeches over here, but you didn't provide results, and they got tired of you. They got tired of you talking and not delivering. You don't know that? How many more ways do the people at the Bulwark need to see this? You did this to yourself. I remain a conservative. I don't agree with every position Donald Trump has. I don't agree with every philosophy Donald Trump has. Tariffs or taxes and putting them out there willy-nilly is a terrible idea. I would tell the man to his face. I don't have any reason to hide it. But what Jonah Goldberg and these people are doing is nuts. And it's not conservatism. It's gross, it's despicable, and it's low. And you don't deserve respect because you're engaged in a conversation that because you believe it, it must be good. You know who else believes that? Jasmine Crockett. It is not based on a philosophy. It is based on a feeling. This is about your emotions, and nobody's interested in your emotions. Lately, I've been on a tear about the emotional space and place. And if you caught my latest video over at TonyKatz.com regarding Israel, you'll see why. I'll discuss it again today. I did discuss it on radio on Friday, and I will bring that to you on Tony Katz today at noon. I hope you will catch me then. Right now, Matt Baer has traffic.
Yeah, Tony, avoid Delaware Street north of I-65. It's shut down right now. Crews respond to a building fire, smoke coming from several floors in this building right now. Again, it's Delaware Street north of I-65 shut down while crews fight a fire. On the west side, Ameriplex at I-70, traffic lights are flashing red. Crash west side, Rockville Road at High School Road. This is a crash on the east side, 25th Street at Keystone Avenue at eastbound 38th east of Meridian. That's also a crash on 38th Street, just north of downtown. Traffic sponsored by B Window. This month at bwindow.com, receive $400 off per window and $250 per patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing. B Window, proud to be employee owned. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
You love spring and indies, so don't spend it painting. Do what your neighbor Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and just looked like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Indiana.
The process with Rhino Shield and their crew, they were just very conscientious. We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
Way better than paint, backed by a 25-year warranty. Right now, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced. And we $1 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I know, it's cold, it's gross, it's winter. But hey, here at Life Church, we're planning for spring and summer. We have some really great events planned for your kids and teenagers, and they start soon. So don't miss the opportunity to register your kids and teens for our exciting events where they'll hang out with friends and grow closer to God while doing it. So go to lifechurchin.com, I'm new, Next Gen, and scroll down to the events. You can register your kids today and get those dates on your calendar and dream of warm, sunny things. We'll see you soon.
Pat Sullivan here with Michaela of Michaelis. If you have water damage,
Why should you call Michaelis?
Michaelis is a local family-owned Indianapolis company with 39 years experience. On call 24/7, 365. We are IICRC certified and will restore your space to pre-loss condition or better. And we work through the entire insurance process on your behalf to make it easy.
Water, storms, fire, and mold. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. Text or call 844-FIX-INDY.
Life-changing discovery should never be left to chance. IU Indianapolis is Indiana's premier urban research university, home to 50 research centers and institutes, which means our students don't just study groundbreaking research, they make their very own breakthroughs from day one. We're here to make the future happen. Bring on tomorrow. IU Indianapolis. Discover what's next at go.iu.edu/breakthrough.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops, receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried Easy Cater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
Easy Cater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
IT professionals, don't choose the wrong recycler. Choose technology recyclers for complete guaranteed data destruction. Why put your data at risk? You work too hard to experience a data loss by selecting the wrong recycler. Visit tech-recyclers.com.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, what you can expect from the Indiana weather this week: a fire, a crash, and a shooting in Indianapolis. You'll hear what investigators say they know so far and how financial experts say they're helping Hoosier students. Those stories and much more coming up after Fox News Radio at the top of the hour. You are listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, and it's now 8 o'clock.
It's been 3 years now. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Since Russian leader Vladimir Putin started waging war in Ukraine,
a peaceful nation was invaded with no reason except Putin's imperial obsession.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen showing her support in Ukraine today. Fox's Alex Hogan's also there.
Memorials are underway, and a group of European leaders and dignitaries have arrived here in Kyiv for that grim anniversary. Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said this, quote, writing, 3 years of resistance, 3 years of gratitude, 3 years of absolute heroism of Ukrainians.
And that's not all Zelensky's saying.
This weekend, he told reporters he would step down if that meant peace or a NATO membership.
But National Security Advisor Mike Waltz tells Fox this morning,
I do not see the United States having Ukraine enter into NATO.
And Waltz keeps pushing an offer Zelensky has said no to, letting the U.S. share the profits of Ukraine's rare earth minerals as payback for all the American military aid sent to help battle Russia.
This could mean trillions, not only for the Ukrainian people, but for us and for stability for the region. And that economic investment is one of the best security guarantees that Ukraine could hope for.
And today, President Trump will host France's president at the White House to discuss how to end the war and talk trade amid Trump tariff threats. A lot of federal workers are on deadline to respond to an email today detailing their accomplishments on the job last week. And Fox's Peter Ducey reports from the White House.
Remote work for people that work for the federal government is now a thing of the past. Everybody, as of today, 9 a.m., ordered back to their desks. So despite all the uncertainty with buyouts and layoffs, the certain thing here within the Beltway is that traffic is going to be a lot worse.
Pope Francis remains in critical condition with a liver issue added to pneumonia now. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Warmer February temperatures. It is cloudy and 38 degrees in downtown Indy, but your radar is clear. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 9:02. After a chilly week last week, you can expect it to warm up across Indiana this week. Also,
so we could get a little bit of light rain tonight, but otherwise we're expecting dry weather through tomorrow. The next chance of more widespread rain looks to come in Wednesday evening into Wednesday night.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says temperatures will be in the 50s for the next few days and then cool cool back down into the 40s by the end of the week. No snow expected. A fire reported moments ago on the north side of Indianapolis on Delaware Street. The Indianapolis Fire Department is responding. Matt Bear will have more on this coming up in a moment from the WIBC Traffic Center. A person killed in a crash this morning on the west side of Indianapolis, just west of Interstate 70 and a few blocks east of South Lyndhurst Drive on Morris Street. Police think the driver may have had a medical episode of some kind before the crash, but they are still investigating. A man shot at a laundromat early Sunday. Jake McDaniel reports.
That laundromat is called Courtesy Cleaning Center, which is in the 4100 block of North High School Road near 38th Street and I-465 on Indy's northwest side. When police arrived at the scene, they found the man and took him to a hospital where he is stable. Police are not sure what led up to the shooting, nor have they found any suspects, but they are looking into this now. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And financial aid experts are helping Hoosiers prepare for college. They were available at 39 sites in Indiana on Sunday as part of College Goals Sunday. This event helps families fill out the FAFSA form needed to qualify for federal money to pay for school. Some of the Indianapolis locations included Arsenal Tech High School, Beech Grove High School, Lawrence North High School, George Washington Community High School, and the Center for Leadership Development. And with traffic at 9:04, here's Matt Bear.
John, either Delaware Street is closed or they're closing Delaware Street. North of downtown, this will be the old north side. In fact, it's northbound Delaware. The northbound one-way shut down north of I-65 at 13th while firefighters fight a building fire. Also looking at eastbound 38th, crash east of Meridian near Penn. Traffic lights not working on the west side of Mariplex at I-70. Traffic sponsored by the Tile Shop. Pros get more at the Tile Shop. More selection like new wood and vinyl flooring options for every budget. Plus, more perks and more service like free curbside pickup. Start getting more at the Tile Shop. Visit your local showroom today. I'm Matt Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
Cold weather brings hot savings at Tom Roush Lincoln. Select 2024 Lincoln Navigators now $12,000 off and get 0% for 72 months. How about an all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus? Now $6,000 off with rates starting at 4.9% for 60 months. So get in on those hot savings at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Lincoln Navigator MSRP 104,825. Lincoln Nautilus MSRP 61,695. Offers good through February 28, 2025. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
Your American Standard Heating Weather Center forecast.
Partly cloudy skies, breezy conditions this afternoon, a high of 52, wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour, mostly cloudy, a light shower possible overnight, a low of 37. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Marcus Bailey for 93 WIBC.
And I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
You're listening to Rob Kendall. When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money. And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Boy, if you were to look up greedy little bastards in the dictionary, there'd be a big old picture of the House Republicans, wouldn't there?
Do you want to talk about wasteful inefficiencies at the state and local and federal levels? Should we do that?
All right, so we got... There's just so much stuff going on. Look, I told somebody this the other day. They were asking about the property tax thing, and I said, look, one of two things is happening here. Either they're going to fix this property tax thing, or my ratings bonus is going to be high enough that it's going to pay for the property tax increase. So I'm going to be fine either way. But you know who's not going to be fine? The people of this state, because holy smokes, did you... So we talked about this a couple of months ago. Indiana Capital Chronicle has this article talking about this in great detail. What was this? This was maybe, I don't know, a month ago. We talked about how there is, what a disaster the past, 8 years now have been with road funding in this state, and how they completely blew it. And they thought they were the smartest guys in the room 8 years ago when they came up with their solution to long-term road funding was the largest tax increase in the history of the state that goes up every year, the tax on gas, without any debate or discussion, no accountability, no INDOT has to come back and prove they need more money. And not only that, they invested the tax increase in a thing that is going out of business, which is the gasoline-powered automobile. And here they are, 8 years later. This was supposed to be this big old long-term crisis-averting thing, and now they're back like, we're out of money.
We need more money. Their hand is out.
So now Capital Chronicle has this article. They'd initially come up with this just hodgepodge thing. Was Pressel, I think is the guy's name. And he had all this time, and he just started throwing stuff at the wall. And one of the things, they had like a tax on Amazon drivers. I mean, it was there was no, they somehow managed to come up with something more stupid than what they had 8 years ago. And I didn't think that was even possible. And now they've actually passed something out of the House of Representatives.
Yes, they want more funding, Rob. The interesting thing about this is Pressel, he's from Rolling Prairie, right? And one of the things that they're doing is that they're allowing the governor to raise the toll road rate without any legislative approval. And with him being from Rolling Prairie, my guess is he's probably going to have to use that toll road.
Oh, he'll be exempted. There'll be some. No.
He'll get a special pass. But
So here's the core of this plan, though, and this should just piss everybody off beyond belief, because they are now essentially bribing local governments to raise taxes. Their solution, because they don't want to take the heat anymore. They did this massive tax increase 8 years ago, and they got all this crap as they rightfully should have. So think about this. Your gas tax, what is it? It's like 17 or 18 cents more per gallon now than it was 8 years ago. Are your roads 17 or 18 cents a gallon better? We have one of the highest gas taxes in the nation. We've been through all of this. And they have gotten consistently beat over the head over this because they raised all these taxes. It didn't solve any of the issues. So now, Casey, their new thing is, well, we can't figure out how to do this without raising your taxes, but we're not going to take the hit this time.
No, they're going to push it on to the locals.
So what they've basically come up with is they are there is this fund. It's called Community Crossings. And I've never understood this. Never understood this when I was a local government person, why state tax money is going to fund local roads in these communities. Like, you're taking money from me in Brownsburg, you're then giving it to the state, and then the state is giving me maybe a fraction of this back, but a bunch of it is going to Westfield or Carmel or Plainfield. Why am I paying? It's not some state road. It's not something that everybody's using. Why am I paying for a roundabout to be built in Carmel? Like, that never made any sense to me. But in order to get this money now going forward, if this plan were to pass the Senate, now I don't, may not, who knows? But in order for this plan to pass the Senate and to get this Community Crossings grant money, because that's what you do as the state. You go to the state and you go, we have this project in our community. Would you please give us X amount of dollars in order to get the project done?
From the Community Crossings Fund.
What beginning in 2028, in order to, I think that's the year, in order to start getting the money, you have to have these wheel taxes in your community, or they won't even, you're not even going to be considered going forward. So in order to get money from the state, which you pay, by the way, as a state taxpayer, in order to get that money from the state,
you got to be taxed locally. That's what it is. All applicants with wheel taxes, they have to adopt the tax to apply for the grants by 2028. So to get your piece of the pie, your local community has to implement a wheel tax.
This was all this brain power down the street from us at the State House, and the best they could come up with was the right and by the way, they're taking away any sort of check and balance on like the tolling and things like that. They're gutting. They are abdicating their responsibility. They're just like, whatever the governor wants to do.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and it doesn't have to pass through any legislation. So if the toll road, now I know here in central Indiana it doesn't affect us as much, but for people in northern Indiana, they're on the toll road every single day.
It is amazing to me. I mean, you cannot make up how stupid and uncreative these people are.
What's Brad going to do? He's going to spin a wheel. He's going to throw a dart. Like, I don't know. What should the toll be? Let's just see.
You know, it's very interesting how the what they're doing with the roads is very similar to what the Senate just did with the property taxes. And that is, they said, we don't have either the political will or the political creativity or the mental creativity or a mixture of both to come up with anything decent. So here's what we got. Just get it off our plate. Give it to somebody else. I mean, the Senate's doing to the House what the House is doing to the Senate now in terms of roads and property taxes. And these people, I mean, they are in charge of humanity. It is amazing our society runs it is really a testament to the people who listen to this radio station each day and go to work and produce, that they are able to create and produce and make so many great things happen in spite of just some of the dumbest, least creative people alive. That was what they came up with. Their big plan, after their last big plan fell flat on its face, didn't work, didn't fix the thing. All you got out of it was higher taxes. Nothing's any better based on the stuff that they came up with. They now had to cry uncle and admit that. By the way, no apologies to us, the people who 8 years ago were like, that is not going to work. Now their thing is, well, we'll only give you the money that you've already paid into the state if your local governments take more money from you.
Right. It's just another example of what sounds to be mismanagement. And here's the other part is Jim Pressel, the guy who authored the bill, he said that he had pages of options. Binders
of women. It's Jim Pressel's binders of women.
And then when he rolled through all of his provisions, nobody else went to the microphone to speak. So it was like, okay, I guess we're going to go with what he said.
I mean, at some point, people just have to, and I think the property tax thing has, to some extent, gotten some people off the sidelines who were otherwise kind of just naively, wandering through life, whistling. But you are getting screwed by these people at every single turn. I mean, we had Nikki Kelly on late last week where she was talking about the thing with the felons, and where the state, because they couldn't figure out how to house these people, they passed them on to the locals. They were giving them a fraction of what it cost to house them in the state. And now they just went to these sheriffs and were like, oh, sorry, out of money. Good luck with that very dangerous person that you're in charge of. Maybe we'll get it to you when the new budget's approved. Yeah. We have no idea. I mean, it is unbelievable that, and these are Republicans. These are supposed to be the good people. Think about, I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable that this is the road plan that they've come up with, which somehow, I didn't think it was possible, somehow is more stupid. Worse than the thing they came up with 8 years ago, which was really, really, really bad.
All right, when we come back, Rob, I have a question for you.
Oh, how exciting.
And I want to know what you did last week.
Oh.
It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Things are happening fast.
Tariffs, ICE rate.
Shrink the size of the federal government.
USAID is really corrupt.
Doge is using a meat axe.
Uncovering things. They are going to get what they voted for.
Follow the first 100 days.
Industries to come back to America.
The president is committed in securing a lasting peace.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
Robert Kennedy Jr. confirmation is confirmed.
Stay in the know.
I'm Ryan Hedrick.
John Harris.
While you're on the go.
Matt Bear with traffic on the 5.
With 93 WIBC.
When you're running a small business, every dollar counts. And there's lots of ways you could try saving money, like, say, subletting half your office to an exotic pet shop, or downsizing your fleet of catering trucks to a fleet of catering scooters. Or you could try a smarter way to save. Switch to Comcast Business Mobile. It could save you up to 70% on business wireless compared to AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, and save you the hassle of having a parrot as your desk mate. So don't compromise your business to save money. Keep it growing with Comcast Business Mobile, an incredible value and smarter way to save. Comcast Business Mobile, powering smarter savings, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Compares weighted average of providers based on optimized pricing. Comcast Business Internet required. Reduced speeds after data usage included with plan. Savings may vary.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study.
Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
Health gives you the ability to love more, feel more, be more. Health gives you the ability to live an extraordinary life. Because every day, no matter the challenges, is a chance to breathe. Laugh until your belly aches. Cry because you care so much. And experience everything that makes your life truly extraordinary. For 150 years, Franciscan Health has been there, watching extraordinary lives unfold. Love your extraordinary life.
Don't stress about plumbing repairs. Call LD Smith for honest advice and a free second opinion on any estimate.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
All right, Rob. I'm going to need something from you.
Oh, how exciting.
Your deadline is, well, you don't have a deadline like 11:59 today. Your deadline is right now.
Oh.
I want you to give me approximately 5 bullet points of work that you accomplished last week, please.
Well, we're very direct with the people. I don't really do anything other than when I'm right here.
Mm-hmm.
So Casey does all the work. I mean, I don't try to hide it. And look, it took me I've been at this 23 years now, 23rd year, 24, whatever it is. It took me many, many years, but I am so good at my craft now that I don't really even have to put any effort into it. And I make my company so much money that they're like, that guy's a little off and he's really good at what he does. Just leave him alone. I mean, the moment I start failing, they will run me out of here faster than you can snap your fingers. But I've got this pretty much down to a science now, Case. So I mean, I'm not gonna bull crap our audience. I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I went home and I read 7 books and I really just put pen to paper and I was study. I mean, you hear it. What did I do last week? I produced a #1 rated radio program here in Central Indiana.
So that's your bullet point? I get 1 bullet point from you? That's it,
But that's what I do. My job, how are we judged?
I don't know. This failure to respond could be taken as a resignation.
But, I mean, what am I supposed to, like, I do it here, Monday through Friday, 9 until noon. I do it. Then the ratings come out, and we're #1, and they're like, great job. Remember when they used to have those meetings with us all the time? Like, maybe you should try this. Maybe you should. They were like, he's so damn frustrating. It's just not worth it anymore. Just leave him alone, and eventually he'll fail, and we'll run him out of here.
We're not going to have those meetings
But
anymore.
until then, our boss, David Wood, is just walking by. He can't hear us anymore, though, because they turned the station off.
Not on
he
the
hasn't heard
hallway.
any of this segment.
Right.
We don't exist in his world
He
anymore.
didn't ask for the bullet points. Can I give you my 5 bullet points?
Absolutely.
Okay, I put paper in the printer one day.
Oh.
I reported on a poo sock.
Yeah. So would you like to remind people that you tried to get on the elevator to go into the building?
Yeah.
And there was a
sock that had been used to clean someone's behind.
Right. This is the environment in which we're working now. Yeah.
I talked to Matt one day, our boss. I said hi to Hammer.
Yeah.
I restocked the vending machine. That counts for something,
That's
right?
it?
Yeah.
That's all you did?
That's my
so,
productivity.
okay. So you're going to try to besmirch me over my description. Look at what your bullet points were.
I know, right?
I mean, you're trying to fake as though you've done. You're basically doing the same lack of work that I'm doing.
Pretty much.
You're just misleading the audience.
No, those things really happen.
But, I mean, that's not work.
Well,
I mean, that's your bullet points.
Okay. So Elon Musk, he sent out an email to all federal workers, gave him a deadline of 11:59 p.m. today to explain what they accomplished over the last week. And he also added that failure to respond will be taken as a resignation.
Okay, so if I were to actually do bullet points, let's see, how many do I have to come up with? What is it?
He said 5.
5. Okay, so
5.
my 5 bullet points would be, let's see, exposed massively unethical behavior.
Yeah.
From multiple senators related to running or working with construction management companies that make huge money off local governments and then voting to protect local governments at the expense of you. That would be a bullet point, right?
Correct.
Continued to advocate for engagement by our audience in the fight to produce a property tax plan that benefits millions of Hoosiers.
I love how you're speaking in like LinkedIn language right now. This is good. That's bullet point.
By the way,
number
did you
2.
see that guy? Did I tell you that guy who runs that company looked at my LinkedIn account?
What guy?
The guy that runs the one company that Clark works for.
Garmong?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
He's checking you out.
I was going to post a...
He doesn't have the premium subscription where he can do it incognito, huh?
And it was like Look, all of my stuff is on social media anyway, and my LinkedIn is the most boring version of all of my social media.
Yeah, you put like State House Happenings on
there.
Yeah,
I post the sports betting show and State House Happenings.
I don't think I've updated my LinkedIn page in like 3 years.
I mean, I've worked here for 8 years. I owned a company that streamed college and high school sporting events on the internet before that, and owned a radio station before that. That's my life. Like, that is my LinkedIn. That's my whole... Oh, and I had 2 really, really... mind-numbing years at the state of Indiana. Like, that's my professional background. But I was going to post the picture and put some smart caption, and then I got busy and forgot. Maybe I'll go back and do that today.
That could have been a bullet point.
I screenshotted. State House Happenings. I did the fabulous State House Happenings program.
Right, you did that.
I did the fabulous Degenerates Next Door sports betting podcast. I did that.
Great.
I need a 5th. Prepared to meet with our new fabulous advertiser, Save a Tree, which is the fabulous advertiser on this program. They're actually coming to my house today to look at my lawn and figure out how to make it the envy of the neighborhood. So would you call that client relations?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, so see, there's my 5 things.
You actually were productive. That's great.
See, this is what people don't get, and you and I have said this many, many times, but I think people think they're like, he really is quite lazy. Like, it's also like, he doesn't know anything about technology. People, I ran a technology company, a company based on technology. I'm not nearly as stupid or as lazy as we have fun with laughing about on this program. I actually work.
So Elon Musk really did send out that email, and some of the agencies like the National Weather Service, the State Department, and even the federal court system, they were scrambling to verify whether it was authentic or not. Some agencies instructed their employees not to respond to the emails. Like Tulsi Gabbard, for example, said, don't reply because what you do is some sensitive classified things that you really don't want to be sending that email out. And people are losing their mind over this. Like, Elon doesn't have a right to do this, and I don't have to prove my productivity. Anybody who's had any job anywhere for any amount of time at some point has had to let their boss know what they've accomplished.
I had a little fun with this over the weekend.
Yeah.
And you can tell me if I'm a horrible, we'll steal a Hammer and Nigel bit here. Am I a horrible person?
Yeah.
So we've talked about that little Holcomb butt sniffer, Ethan Lawson, who's in the state house now. And he's that state rep from Hancock. I think it's Hancock County is where he's out of. And his whole dream in life was to be in politics and be a political person. And he used to be super conservative, but then he spent, 7 or 8 years with his face firmly entrenched in Holcomb's butt crack, and then came out of there and was rewarded with it to be a state rep. And so he tried to post this thing about what he did.
Yeah.
And the top thing was, and we warned people, these lawmakers, we said, we are not stopping until you fix the property tax thing. So state house, state senate, doesn't matter to me. You know what's on, right? So the first thing he put was, voted and passed legislation, balanced budget, put money back in your hands with state income tax cuts and doubled senior citizen deduction. Next up, property tax relief. So I retweeted this. Would you like me to read what
Yes.
I wrote? You're required to balance a budget. You can't print money. Is this the first you've heard of this, or are you just being disingenuous? Also, while we're on the 7 cents you saved people with the quote-unquote income tax cut, where are you with Braun's property tax plan? Bet you get real quiet.
Did you get an answer?
I got no. He never answers any of my stuff.
Of course.
And then there was just like a bombardment of people retweeting that and trying to, I guess, tweet at him to the point where I don't know if this is a thing before. You can't respond to his comments now, so I don't know if he shut it down.
Did he turn his comments
He must
off?
have, because I used to be able to comment on his thing,
Yeah.
and now I can't. So mission accomplished there.
Well, you know why they're doing that? Because if it's a state account, it's not a campaign account, it's their official account.
Yeah.
They can't ban comments, or they can't, select. They can't block you.
But on the personal account you can.
On the personal account,
I think this is a personal account.
But on a state account, if it's the official account, you can't block people, from commenting unless you block everybody.
But my point is, this is what these little turds are doing. The state can't print money. You have to balance your budget. You can't, this is how disingenuous or dishonest or whatever word you want to use with these people. The state cannot print money. He's acting like my number one accomplishment was the House passed a balanced budget. This is not Washington. There's not a money printing factory. You have to pay the bills. Like you can rack up debt, which the state has debt, right? Clearly, we talk about that all the time. But you can't not balance the budget. That's not an accomplishment. Oh, the income tax cut. You mean the thing that they already had planned, the thing that was already in the works, the thing that there was already. And by the way, that's going to save the average person like $7. This is this guy's big accomplishment, and he wants you to think, I'm working so hard on your behalf.
I did it. Okay, well, here's a scene from The Office, and this is exactly what it's like when Doge comes to town.
Pleasure's all mine.
Oh, thanks. I'm really looking forward to sitting down with you and finding out more about what you do here.
Anytime.
Yeah. What do you do here?
Excuse me. What is wrong with this woman? She's asking about stuff that's nobody's business. What do I do? Really, what do I do here? I should have written it down.
I don't know what I do.
Qua something. Quabity Ashwins.
Quality control, I believe is what
Creed.
it is.
You know who does a lot around here?
Yeah, John Herrick.
And the news. Did you hear him on that IU game yesterday?
He was fantastic.
He was magnanimous at halftime. John, you were the reason IU came back. I heard you at halftime. Your magnanimous halftime show is the reason IU came back and won that game.
Well, whatever it was, I'm glad it happened.
Well, we're glad you've got the news coming up. It's 93 WIBC.
Why do so many foundation companies want half your money up front? Could it be because it's easier to get than earning all your trust? At the Michaelis Corporation, they don't ask for a deposit until the job is done and you're completely satisfied. They even start with a free inspection to ensure you know exactly what your home needs without the guesswork. With over 35 years experience, they've proven that trust is built on results, not deposits. Michaelis, building trust beneath your feet. Visit michaeliscorp.com.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
You'll probably be using the windshield wipers. Nothing on radar. Cloudy and 39 degrees in downtown Indy, and 54 is your high today. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 9:30. Warmer temperatures and rain. Those are two things happening in Indiana this week. As for how much rain much of the state will get.
Right now it's kind of looking like generally between about a quarter inch and a half inch. Those amounts typically won't cause too many impacts.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service believes it'll rain both Monday and Wednesday. A bomb threat that forced an American Airlines flight to New Delhi to be diverted to Rome on Sunday was unfounded. Jonathan Bacon was on the plane, which took off from New York's JFK Airport.
We were about 9 hours into the flight. The captain came on and said that there was a diversion due to a security issue and that we would be diverting to Rome.
And then Italian fighter jets escorted the plane to Leonardo da Vinci Airport, where it landed safely and was met by law enforcement. A Bucknell University student is $10,000 richer thanks to retired Major League Baseball player Alex Rodriguez. Rodriguez was at the Bucknell basketball game against Army Sunday when he stepped up at halftime to take on a successful half-court shot. Rodriguez picked up the lucky recipient of the $10,000, Owen Garwood, and twirled him around on the court in celebration, and even signed a baseball card. Garwood said he would use the money for tuition, donate to a charity, and to help out his parents. And speaking of money, your opening bell report on 93 WIBC brought to you by Absolute Wealth Management, LLC. So far early on this morning, the Dow is up 211 points to 43,639. The S&P 500 is up 29 points to 6,042. And the NASDAQ is up 109 points to 19,633. I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
It's like being trapped in a cage. And I know, that sounds dramatic, but your breathing triangle problem has got you trapped. And once you're freed, you're going to be able to live the life that you're missing out on. Now, this can simply mean experiencing the true pleasure of breathing freely. It will mean better sleep and more energy. And the worry of this problem any more affecting your life is going to be gone. Because in almost every case, when Advent has solved a breathing triangle problem, it's a one and done. Because we're not in the business of delivering Band-Aids. We want to fix your nasal breathing problem for good. We don't want you to be a lifelong patient. We want you to be our next success story.
Isn't it time you break free from that cage? Take the next step. Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Nobody cares for you like family. Family Heating and Air.
Maintenance is going to drastically increase the efficiency and performance of your system. It's also going to significantly improve the longevity of it. People think that they are saving money by skipping their maintenance, and in reality, they're just shaving years off the life and increasing the consumption of that unit, spending a lot more in the long term.
Get your tune-up today at Family Heating and Air, your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hey, Hammer and Nigel here for Window Nation. Valentine's Day is behind us, and Groundhog's Day and President's Day are in the rear view, but there's still time to take advantage of Window Nation's amazing offer. Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years, only at Window Nation now through the end of February, to save big on some of the best windows you could buy.
To get windows that will protect your home and family for decades, get a quote on the windows that are going to stop the drafts, stop the leaks, and save you money on your utility bills every month. Save 60%, 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends February 28th. Schedule that free in-home consultation by calling Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
Okay, so we got to talk about Braun's group, that PAC that supports Braun, sending out these rah-rah tweets about these people that screwed everybody on property taxes. But first, can we talk about the price of food for a second?
Or the lack of food. I went to the grocery store yesterday, no eggs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they put up a sign that said, "We are out of eggs."
Now, did you go to the war zone grocery store by where you live, or like the peaceful?
I was in Avon.
Okay, that's fine.
Meyer.
Yeah, very good. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right across
so
the
I don't
line.
know. I don't know. Is that the war zone or not?
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's okay. I mean, like I would not hang out there at night, but I think during the day you're okay.
It was during the day. The war zone really was Costco.
I mean, it really is. That Meyer there in Avon sort of is like the dividing line. You know, these you know how in North Korea they've got the line that people can't. What's that called? The DMZ. Yeah. That's basically it. Right there. There in Avon, but. So it made big news that Gray Brothers Cafeteria in Mooresville, they're not shutting down. They're selling that building, which is an iconic building. It's been there for years and years and years. People who my age and older, have been going for generations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a friend who worked for Bob and Tom for years and now works for IBJ, and we're the same age, and he grew up in Hendricks County. We said, hey, he's got young kids now too, and said, hey, we should take our wives, our families, et cetera, go before it shuts down. So we went, saw several people who recognized me. Thankfully, my kid, now it ended up being like a 2.5-hour endeavor because the line was like trying to get into a Rolling Stones concert.
They're doing big business now.
Everybody decided they were going to go.
Right. Got to get that pie.
My buddy and I had a theory. What if they're not really selling the building?
And it's a publicity
this was
stunt?
a trick to get people in the building.
It's working, then.
They were actively running out of food in what would be the prime dinner hour. So many people were there. Now, I'm pleased to report my kid, for basically 2 hours and 15 minutes of the 2.5-hour endeavor, was very well behaved. I was shocked. She got sleepy at the end, and we were able to whisk her out of there before causing a full-blown scene. But I was very impressed. She stood in line. She smiled at people. She was held. She was very, very good. So, but the point was, got through the line, and it has probably been, I don't know, maybe 15 years.
Oh, really?
Since the last
Since
time
you've been there.
I'd been there.
I was just there last summer.
And I used to remember, I don't know, it seemed like $7 or $8, maybe a little bit more than that. I don't know. But it seemed like you could get out of there with I'm not talking about a full spread. I'm not talking about the pie or whatever. I'm just talking about like a base, what do they call, like a entree, and then, a side or two. You could skedoodle on out the door for $8 or $9, maybe 10, depending on what exactly you got, $11.
A little bit more than that this time?
Yes. It was a bit of a sticker shock. It was very good. The food was very good.
Did you get pie?
No. Well, here's the mistake my wife made. She put me in the line, and then her and Livy went and got the table for everybody.
Sure. Okay.
So if you're going to put me in charge and you just send me the list, like
divide and conquer.
I'm not getting anything extra.
She didn't ask for pie. She didn't get pie.
You got what you got.
Missed out.
Okay, so I got beef and noodles, grilled salmon, 2 sides. That's it. Want to guess what that rang up at?
$12.99
for everything.
Yeah, for what you just said. For you?
Salmon? No, I got 8.
So 3 of those?
No. What I'm telling you, all the things I got.
Yeah.
Salmon, grilled salmon.
Yeah.
Beef and noodles.
Okay.
Green beans, mashed potatoes.
Well, since you didn't say yes to $12.99, I'm low, so I'm going to say $14.99.
Okay, Kev. Price is Right rules. You're out. You go over, you lose.
I'm going to say that was probably $40.
He would be much closer than you are, although he's high, so you would win.
What?
It was, I don't remember the exact total. I think it was like $31.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. It was.
And no cocktail?
No. I think they serve alcohol at the.
No specialty drink?
The people that we went with, they have multiple children. And I would have just keeled over dead if that price tag had been. Now, look, I'm not trying to fault them. It's like an economy, right, where people pay it, you go, you get it. It's great food. But
you were surprised.
The price of food is completely
if you can find
out of control.
Yeah, if you can find that.
And they were like selling out of
everything,
out of stuff.
Yeah.
30, like I think it was 31, maybe it was 34, 31. I don't know. And I got out on the cheap end of things. That's unbelievable.
Because you didn't get pie. I would have skipped the entree and just got pie.
Well, the people we went with got a couple of pies, and they're going to have to take out an additional mortgage on their home in order to pay. That is just
it's a lot.
I mean, the food thing to me doesn't really hit me like other people because I'm the coupon king, and the places I don't eat generally if I don't have a coupon somewhere. And the coupons, while they haven't totally deflected inflation, if you're willing to eat whatever you've got in the confines of the coupon,
it
you
helps.
can. Yeah, I mean, you're not feeling the same sting,
right?
And I'm fine. My whole life has been stuff that comes in a wrapper. But that was
it's a lot.
That was a lot.
So we used to go out to restaurants all the time, but now it's like with the service industry not being as great as it was.
Yeah.
And the price of everything, it's better now just to eat at home.
It is, and although now I will say this about Gray Brothers, the way that the rapid pace at which that line moved, the workers there were doing a phenomenal job getting you the very expensive food. They were doing an absolutely phenomenal job.
Well, yeah, they got to serve it to you while it's hot, right?
They did great. Eating at home now is not that much less expensive than eating at
It's all expensive.
So I did this last night. You'll appreciate this. So I was at the store. I saw a can of Paul Newman's spaghetti sauce. When I was a kid, my dad used to make spaghetti with Paul Newman's, and it was great. I was like, okay, I'm going to get this, and I'm going to make spaghetti. And so a plate of spaghetti at Fazoli's. Kev, you ever eat at Fazoli's?
Yeah, I like Fazoli's.
They've got a special right now where it's like $4.50 or something for spaghetti with the breadsticks. And I was like, okay, well, this will be a cheaper way because I've got the spaghetti, I've got the sauce, I'll get 3 or 4 meals out of this. But then I realized by the time it takes me to boil the water, to put the spaghetti in, get it out, I got to end up doing dishes. Well, let's say it cost me $2.50 to do that. Is 20 minutes of my time, is it really worth the additional $2 I'm going to save? Right? And that's where I'm at in my life now.
Yeah.
Where the cost of stuff is so expensive that if you can maneuver the fast food industry effectively,
with the coupon,
it's almost not, or the deals or the specials or whatever they have, it is almost, especially when you factor in the time to make the stuff, it's almost better just to go buy the thing.
You know what I've done, though? I have figured out how to do the restaurant recipe. Like, for example, I love the orange scone that they have at Panera.
Yeah.
But one scone is like $6-7. So I have re-engineered the recipe, and now I make it at home like I did yesterday. Now I've got 8 orange scones.
Yeah.
And I didn't pay the $7 for one.
You know, I talk about when I get good service, I like to mention these places. The Brownsburg Arby's is excellent. They know me by name. They know exactly what sauces.
They got the surf and turf special right now.
At Arby's?
Yeah. That was part of their coupon thing.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying they don't have it. I'm saying that's not on any sort of coupon. Because, see, I double the coupons.
It's probably on the app.
Yeah, it is.
Which you don't download.
Did we have this conversation about the app?
Yeah, you don't download
No. Nigel and I had this. Maybe we had that the other day. I don't. No. If it doesn't exist in a paper form. See, I really have a benefit with the coupons because my neighbor gets the identical coupons to me. So I get double the coupons.
Your neighbor being your dad?
That's right, yes. So he always
doesn't need the coupons?
No, he knows. Oh, he's very wealthy. He was a career government worker. He's fine. He's doing just fine.
Right.
And so he passes he knows exactly which ones I want.
You've been paying his salary.
That's right.
So
I mean,
long.
he's basically just paying it back.
Yeah.
Right. But the Brownsburg Arby's is phenomenal. The customer service, and so is the Fazoli's on 10th Street. My only issue there is they know who I am and what I do. So they're very nice to me, but I don't know if they're just being nice to me because they perceive me as some sort of influencer.
You ever worry that someone's spitting in your food?
They're fans. The guy. Let me rephrase it. The guy who runs the joint over there, one of the guys is a fan, and he's very, very nice.
And he knows that he doesn't want to get blasted on the radio if something were bad, with your food.
Because he just asked me one time. He's like, "Are you?" And I was like, "Yes." He's like, "Oh, that's great, man. I listen to your show." I said, "Oh, thanks, man."
That you? Here's your food, sir.
By the way, I can see that guy making the Fazoli's has an open kitchen area, so I can see it all. All right, I totally derailed that segment, but I wanted to talk about the price of food because it's just.
Well, can you believe that there were no eggs at Meijer? No eggs.
Well, okay, but that's the bird flu.
That's the bird flu.
That's the bird flu, right? You don't want to eat bird flu eggs.
No, I don't. But
I mean, would you have bought the eggs if they'd have had eggs there? Given the bird flu, would you have been like, "I'm taking that risk"?
No, but
well, then what are you complaining about?
It's shocking to see that it's just empty and there's a sign up saying we don't currently have any eggs.
Are there safe eggs to buy? It's just one type of eggs, right?
They did have some cage-free eggs.
Are those safe? Do they not come from birds?
I'm assuming they're safe. They were a lot more expensive, too.
All right. We went, not only did I not get what I want to get to, we went long. So we'll have to save to the top of next hour, talk about this bronze super pack or whatever, the things they're sending out, because people are like irate over this. What do you want to do next?
You know what? I want to talk about this video that Bernie Sanders put out.
Oh,
Did you hear that video? Did you hear it?
Oh, no. What'd he do? Is he asking for money again?
Ding, 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 ding.
I didn't even know.
You win an orange scone. It's Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Garage Floor Coatings. If your garage floor looks bad with stains, cracks, and pits, it makes your entire garage look bad. And a bad epoxy job or chipping paint makes your garage or basement look worse. With one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, I can save you $1,000 on a new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor during our winter sale. A Comer & Cross concrete floor coating is the gold standard. Guaranteed. A Comer & Cross garage floor won't chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. What's the Comer & Cross difference? We make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We fix the cracks and pits perfectly. And one day, you will love your gleaming, new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor just in time for spring. Call us right now for $1,000 in savings during our winter sale. Operators are standing by now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Transform your home with Galaxy Concrete Coatings. Say goodbye to cracked, stained floors and hello to durable, stunning surfaces that last. Their cutting-edge technology ensures a beautiful finish every time, and you get to pick out from their many colors. Upgrade your home today like I did. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. They're for garage floors, driveways, pool decks, and patios. They come with a lifetime warranty and one-day professional installation. Call now for a free estimate. 877-417-0635. They're also online at galaxyconcretecoatings.com.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. That's 800-883-3024.
Cold weather brings hot savings at Tom Roush Lincoln. Select 2024 Lincoln Navigators now $12,000 off and get 0% for 72 months. How about an all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus now $6,000 off with rates starting at 4.9% for 60 months. So get in on those hot savings at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Lincoln Navigator MSRP 104,825. Lincoln Nautilus MSRP 61,695. Offers good through February 28, 2025. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Never miss your favorite shows on WIBC. Get your content to go. Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, Hammer and Nigel, Tony Kennett, The Gun Guy, Home and Garden. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
So here's a multimillionaire begging you for money. It's Bernie Sanders. He released this video pretty much so he can get a free vacation traveling the country crying about President Trump and Elon Musk. Listen to this.
Begin our...
It's number 4, Kevin.
I am once again asking for your financial support. I don't have to tell anybody that we're living in dangerous and unprecedented times. We are fighting now against the oligarchs, Elon Musk and the others, who are essentially running the government, the richest people in the world. We're taking on Trump's movement toward authoritarianism, putting more and more power into his own hands, undermining the Congress, challenging the courts, not knowing what the Constitution is about. We are right now engaged in a major struggle to make sure that the Congress does not pass legislation which gives massive tax breaks to billionaires and then cuts Medicaid, education, and programs that working families desperately need. I am going to be running around this country along with others to rally the American people, to continue the fight for justice, to stand up to Trump and the authoritarianism that we are seeing.
Okay, stop.
Yeah,
I have so many questions about this. First of all, let's play a game. I have not looked this up. Casey, how old? Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Okay, everybody get in on this. How old do you think Bernie Sanders is? Price is Right rules. Kev, you can go first.
82.
82.
Oh, that's a good guess. I'm 83.
83. I'll say he's. I think that might be. I'll say 80. All right, Bernie Sanders, because I think you guys might be high, although I could be wrong. Oh, he's 83. Who is 83?
That was me.
That was you. You're the winner. Boy.
Nice.
Okay, so this is an 83-year-old guy who is a gajillionaire himself.
Right.
He loves George Soros, who is what?
A millionaire, multi-billionaire.
A billionaire, yes, thank you. Yeah, he waved bye-bye to a millionaire a long time ago. And what does he need money for? There's no. He lives in Vermont, one of the most liberal states in the entire country. He has no competition. He may not even live to the next term. I mean, I don't mean to be crass by saying this, but like, what do you need all this money for?
So you even heard him say he's going to be running around the country. So
He's not going to be running anywhere.
this is a guy who's about to leave his third lakefront property to go speak about the evils of wealth and capitalism.
I mean,
right?
at some point, don't people just go, that's enough of you?
Right? Get a clue, buddy. Like he's asking for donations.
And people will give him money.
Go fund yourself.
People will continue. So he was last.
I thought it was a joke. It's not a joke.
Yeah, he was just elected in 2024. I'm not trying to be crass, but that would mean he would be, what, 89 years old by the time this term is up? He was just reelected. What does he need the money for? Where is it going?
For his tour.
So
he's going on tour, Rob.
He's very concerned about the poor, but he doesn't want you to give money to the poor. He wants you to give money to him so he can go around the country advocating for the poor.
Correct. Because he's going to be running around the country. That's what he said. Running around.
People buy this guy. Well, a lot of these people. I mean, what just complete scam artists and hucksters these people are. And there will be people who will still continue to send him money.
Yeah. Somebody will. He even said the dollar amount. We just need $27.
Well, where do they, I mean, there's some theory behind that. There's not, they didn't just
like
make
under 30.
He didn't just come up and you this is your world. You were in management and you know how, marketing plans work.
Pricing, sure.
You were in
just below a threshold. It's like if you got a $300,000 house, you're going to list it for $299.
It's why gas, they leave the 1/10 of the penny off or whatever.
Right.
So that you think you're paying less
Getting
for the gas than you actually are.
So that's why he picked $27.
There must be a reason for that.
Under 30.
What sane person would send this guy money at this point? He just won re-election.
He's multi-millionaire asking for money.
He's 83 years old, Casey. All right, we got to talk about when we come back. This PAC that's supporting Braun, and people are just outraged that they're sending out these pro tweets or whatever they are over these people who screwed you on property taxes.
It's coming up. It's 93 WIBC.
If you love spring and Indy but hate the paint, do what Lynn did. She called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question. We knew we were going to do it.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's not paint, it's better.
The Rhino Shield representative came, and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time, we had the roof done as well.
Now, you can have the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Even the people that have been a little younger than us have said they don't have to worry about getting just an everyday painter because Rhino Shield has the 25-year warranty, and we truly believe in this product.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Indianapolis area attorneys. 101 West Ohio Street, Suite 1250, Indianapolis, Indiana 46204.
Community Health Network cares for your heart health. From heart scans and vascular screenings to complex heart procedures, you can count on our expert team for the highest quality cardiovascular care, when and where you need it. Your path to a healthy heart starts with knowing your risk. Schedule a heart scan or vascular screening today. Visit ecommunity.com/heart. Community Health Network. Exceptional care. Simply delivered.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I'll say this. There are no entries in the Hoops Fan Hall of Fame who didn't show up to the game. Yes, you in the back.
Professor, March Madness is coming to Indianapolis. Are we ready?
You prepared to bring the fire? Give it 110 from tip to the final buzzer? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA Sweet 16 and Elite 8, March 28th and 30th in Indianapolis. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/MVB tickets. Class dismissed.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, how the Indiana weather this week will look different from last week, what police are saying about a fatal crash in Indianapolis, and what's landed a Purdue University student in trouble. Those stories and more after Fox News on 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, it's 10 o'clock.
Stop working from home or else. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's Elon Musk's message to federal workers as his Department of Government Efficiency keeps working to slash jobs and spending. He posted on X, employees who have ignored President Trump's order to return to the office will be put on leave this week. On top of that, Fox's Peter Ducey reports from the White House.
The DOGE team wants emails from federal workers by midnight with 5 bullet points from everybody explaining what they accomplished on the job last week. Elon Musk justifies the approach like this. The reason this matters is that a significant number of people who are supposed to be working for the government are doing so little work that they are not checking their email at all.
And Musk threatened a no reply is like a resignation, though some agencies like the FBI and Defense are telling their employees not to worry about complying today. Now, Musk and DOGE were sued over those emails this morning, one of many challenges to their authority. And also new today, a federal judge blocked the Department of Education and the Office of Personnel and Management from sharing data with DOGE. We mentioned the FBI. Fox's Sue Guzman reports.
Former Secret Service agent and popular podcaster Dan Bongino has been chosen as the next FBI deputy director. President Trump saying on Truth Social that Bongino is a man with incredible love and passion for our country.
Bongino just put out a statement that the dedicated people in the FBI deserve leadership that'll back them up. There are memorials today in Ukraine, marking 3 years since Russia invaded.
For peace to be just, Ukraine needs to sit at the negotiation table.
Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez pledging $1 billion worth of military aid. He's among the European leaders in Ukraine to show support today, but France's president is in Washington instead, going to the White House to share European concerns with President Trump about Ukraine and the EU being left out of talks last week between the U.S. and Russia. There's an American offer to Ukraine to share profits from Ukraine's rare earth minerals. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz tells Fox it'd be a security guarantee and
recoups these hundreds of billions of dollars for the Ukrainian people, for the American taxpayer.
America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What the sky has in store for you. It is cloudy and 41 degrees on Monument Circle. All clear on your radar. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:02. You'll likely see some sporadic rainfall both tonight and Wednesday across Indiana. After that, though...
Well, we're going to stay fairly warm Thursday into Friday. Not quite as warm with temperatures probably in the 40s to near 50. And then we're expecting a cool down into the weekend. But by cool down, really, we're just returning to near normal temperatures with overnight lows in the upper 20s and daytime highs in the lower 40s.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service says there's no additional snow on the horizon anytime soon. A fatal crash at a trucking company on the southwest side of Indianapolis this morning. Investigators say the driver died, and it happened on West Morris Street, just west of I-70 and a few blocks east of South Lyndhurst Drive. It was at D Transport Incorporated where a vehicle collided with a parked dump truck before veering off the lot and down an embankment. Officers believe the driver may have had a medical emergency before the crash. Rape charges against a Purdue University student. Ryan Hedrick reports.
West Lafayette police were called out about a sexual assault late Friday night that happened at a home, and after speaking to the person that reported the crime, they identified and arrested Vincent Lembo on charges of rape and criminal confinement. Lembo has been identified as a sports editor at the Purdue Exponent, the school's newspaper. The publication says it has removed Lembo from that position as police look into this. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
The Indiana Hoosier men's basketball team trailed by 12 at the half, and they rallied back Sunday to beat the Purdue Boilermakers 73-58. Indiana guard Trey Galloway says it's a collective effort.
We're all playing for each other. Obviously, this is Coach's last year. We want to make it special for him, but we want to make it special for everyone. I mean, because this team was assembled for a reason.
The Hoosiers held Purdue to just 21 points in the second half. Purdue's lost 4 games in a row now. Indiana's next game's against Penn State Wednesday night at 8:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:30 right here on WIBC. And organizers of the Junior Chef Academy say this is where Indianapolis students can master the art of cooking. There's no fee to participate, and the program is open to students between the ages of 12 and 15. The Junior Chef Academy culminates with a series of competitions, and students may earn the opportunity to compete at the World Food Championships. Applications are open now. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. 10:04, Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
Recent talk about rising interest rates and economic uncertainty may have you wondering if now is the right time to sell your home. Will I get the price I need? Will it take too long? The good news, you don't have to figure this out by yourself. There is a friendly, no-pressure, experienced agent who eats and sleeps Indianapolis real estate. Call my agent, Mark Dietel. Maybe you want a guaranteed, no-hassle home sale, but don't want to give up hard-earned equity to do it. Mark Dietel's the only real estate expert I trust and recommend with the sale of my home. Mark Dietel guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed-upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Pick your move date. There are no long-term contracts, and you can cancel at any time. Katie and Chris in Perry Township said this: sadly, our marriage was ending, and we were both ready to sell the home and move forward ASAP. Mark Dietel made it happen fast and easy. Our home sold for more than we anticipated in 24 hours with 17 showings and multiple offers. Call the local Indianapolis agent I trust and recommend, and the agent who guarantees your home sold or he'll buy it. Call Mark Dietel at 317-755-4232 for all the details, or go online to markdietel.com. That's Mark Dietel, D-I-E-T-E-L, markdietel.com.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Okay, we got to get to this, these tweets or whatever Braun's PAC, or the PAC that supports Braun, is sending out.
HoosierHope.org,
Yeah.
or I believe a lot of them were on Instagram.
Okay. Well, they were definitely on Twitter, and people are outraged, and they should be. And we got to work through this here because he's supporting these people that stabbed us in the back on property taxes in these tweets. I think there's more to it. But hey, first, Carl told us to Carl, Tony's producer. He came in and gave us the business on the what for on the bird flu. I didn't know this. It turns out they're killing the birds.
Depopulation.
That's why there's no eggs. It's not that the eggs are contaminated with the bird flu. It's that the birds.
The egg-laying birds.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that they're concerned about you getting the bird flu
Mm-hmm.
from the eggs. It's that the birds have the bird flu. But what I don't understand, Carl, can you hear me? Here comes Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Carl actually has a segment now with Ethan called Carl's Conspiracy Corner, Saturday
Does he
nights on
really?
the Circle. Carl, what I
Perfect.
don't understand is if the birds laying the eggs are not a threat to me, why are they killing the birds then?
Because they're a threat to the birds. So,
But I don't care about the bird. I just want the eggs.
In theory, the farmers don't want their entire farm of hens to die of bird flu, so they're killing the birds.
They don't want them to die. Okay, so to prevent all the birds from getting bird flu,
They're killing their birds.
They're killing enough of the birds that's creating the lack of the
Exactly.
And now you said something like they're vaccinating the birds. That
No.
sounds bad.
So the exact quote, I sent you a Daily Mail article.
I've got the quote. It says, even though H5N1 vaccines exist and are made in America, we're not allowed to give them to our birds. Our federal government must take urgent critical measures to help address this crisis, and that means implementing an aggressive strategy on vaccines.
So this was Daily Mail, legit news
Yeah,
organization.
this is legit.
Okay, so they want to give the birds some.
Well,
sort of,
so create a crisis, right? And then we have a solution.
so this is some big pharma.
No, I
dealio.
don't want to say.
I just said it, right?
I'm just saying what it says in the article is here's a farmer in Michigan that had to just kill 6.5 million of his birds, and he says the only way to solve this problem is to have an aggressive vaccination program.
Wait. How do you even? What do you just like start running over them with one of those giant mowers? How
I
do you
don't
even
know how
kill
they
6.5
kill
million birds?
But in Seymour, they killed like 2.8 million just the other day.
So it's not even that the
We've
birds
had
are.
like 12 farms in Indiana.
Yeah, we're at the epicenter of all
You
this.
said that it is the birds though are of no threat to us. It's just the
no,
birds.
if a human being gets the bird flu, the worst thing that's going to happen to that human being is that they'll get a cold.
That's
That's
not
how
what
it
I would
affect-
kill over dead.
Yes, the bird flu is not a threat to humans.
But
It's a threat to birds.
But it's not
a
even
threat
in
to the other birds.
It's not even in the egg though. Is what you're telling me.
I mean, if you ate it, the stuff in your guts would kill the bug.
No kidding.
It's you breathing in bird poop that causes the problem.
I got you.
Yeah.
But the egg itself would be fine.
Exactly.
The shortage is they're killing the birds, not that they're concerned about the contaminated birds laying eggs that will kill us.
Yeah. The bird flu is not a threat to human beings.
Excellent. Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
I knew you would know.
Yeah,
By the
this
way,
article says that there's been over 5 million egg-laying chickens that have been killed in Indiana just in the past 6 weeks.
we were listening to Ethan driving home from the cafeteria on Saturday, and my wife, Carl's segment with Ethan was on, and she just looks at me when he gets done. He was talking about Ukraine and the Russian war, and she just looks at me and she goes, "Tell me more about Carl."
I must know everything about Carl.
All right, so now that's good. Now we've settled that. And I knew Carl
Was
would
he
know.
talking about how Zelensky said he would step down if it meant peace for the country?
No, I can't remember exactly what it was. I was trying to watch the road. My wife can't see at night, so I was a driver.
Right.
And so she kept trying to talk about politics with me, and I was like, "You have to stop. I'm trying to watch the road."
Yeah, that makes
You may
sense.
listen to this segment. I see Carl every day.
And
This is
afterwards, she was consumed.
This is nothing new to me. Like, this is some sort of epiphany for you. It's like, I see this guy every day for like 5 hours a day.
She said, "Tell me everything you know about Carl." What did you tell her?
I told her, I said, a lot of people don't know, Carl has been around radio for like 40 years. He was 3 years old when he started.
Right.
And he's worked with the Howard Stern show. Like
Yeah.
I said, Carl is by far the hardest working person in this building. There's no doubt.
No doubt.
There is no doubt. Carl is here 13 hours a day. He's required to be here for like 5.
Yeah.
And I don't know what he does in there. He works.
He loves being here.
He does. He's the
his
one
job.
person who likes to be here.
He
He's the one
loves
person
it.
left.
He's the one who hangs the American flag behind you every day.
Look at how little Kevin does, and then compare it to Carl, who just all day is busting his rump. And then Kev, it's like, if you ask Kev to do the 5 bullet point thing, he wouldn't get 2 of them. Just kidding.
I don't
Kevin.
know if Carl knows, but I advocated for him to be Tony Katz's producer.
So he can thank you.
Yeah, well, I was like,
For
you know
his
what?
misery.
He's excited. He wants to be here, and I think that's what you want.
This death trap you locked him into.
You want people like that.
All right, we got to talk about Braun.
He gave me the thumbs up.
Let's talk about these tweets or whatever that he's sending out, because
Yeah.
this has got people very upset. Oh, you want me to go?
Yeah, so you're talking about what he posted on this who'syourhope.org, what they posted on social media, and they're pretty much thank you notes.
So Who's Your Hope is this super PAC or PAC or whatever you want to call it that supports Mike Braun, and they just kind of popped up here recently, and we had mentioned them a couple weeks ago. Or last week, I guess it was last week, because they were ripping Baldwin and those guys.
Well, they sure did change their tune.
Who'd voted against the property tax. And we said, that's great. And we started doing a deep dive, and it turned out that was that PAC that supported Braun. And everybody was like, yeah, you go, Braun. Put the pedal to the metal on these dudes. Well, now he started sending out, or this PAC started sending out these tweets, and I guess people sent them on Instagram too, posts there, praising these same people that voted to screw us on the property tax thing.
So last week, they posted a video, and it directly targeted Scott Baldwin.
Yeah.
And then just yesterday, thank you, Senator Scott Baldwin. So which is it?
And people were decidedly outraged, and I did a little deep dive inquiry, and what I was told is, well, this is praising these same people based on their votes related to health care and education. And then someone in the State House responded to me and said, because I guess they had heard the same thing, somebody with a lot more juice than I have, and said, well, that's complete crap, because I guess the House did some sort of survey, the House Republicans, and healthcare was like way down on the list of priorities for people, and education, that universal school choice was always going to pass. I don't know, maybe he's talking about the partisan school board bill, I don't know, but people are rightfully really pissed off about this. And I get that you got to try to play ball with these guys, but it really undermines that on one hand, you're like, this bill is so bad that I'll veto it and call a special session. But then your PAC or the PAC that's supporting you is sending out tweets after you'd already sent out tweets being like, everybody should get up these guys' backsides and tell them what you think of them. And they're screwing you. Like this doesn't jive. This doesn't work well. And it is not a good visual.
I'm mad at you for this, but I like you for that.
Yeah. So like, Nikki Kelly had pointed out. So, like, Brian Buchanan was one of these people who's a state senator who got please call Brian Buchanan and thank him for supporting Braun's agenda. And Nikki Kelly posted the one from just, a couple days before. Oh, this was the 19th. Brian Buchanan voted to remove Governor Braun's tax cuts, and now your property taxes will keep going up.
Contact him.
Tell him to restore Governor Braun's property tax. Like, good. That's the way it should be. And then, like, people are not happy that these people who voted to screw us over are now getting everybody give them a big round of applause, because what's the threat? The threat should be that if you're not doing what we want, we're going to vote you out. And now this same PAC that was ripping these guys is now giving them some sort of cover.
So there's one that is saying, contact Senator Brian Buchanan today. Tell him to restore Governor Braun's property tax cut now.
Yeah, that's what I just read.
And then a day later, same one, same guy, thank you. What does it say? It says, thank you for supporting Governor Braun's freedom and opportunity agenda.
Yeah. And this is one of the, look, and Braun has fought very hard, and it was assured to me again yesterday that he is absolutely not signing this bill in this current form. He will veto. He would call a special session. All those things are still on the table. And Braun has done a very nice job of prioritizing this and fighting. My one issue, and I've said this for months now, Casey, and you'll back me up on this, is a lack of a clear concrete plan on how you're going to move these people, especially after we have exposed that guys like Baldwin and Brett Clark are in bed or running or have business relationships with these construction management companies that have massive investment business relationships with these local government entities, and these guys are voting to screw us in favor of these local government entities that the companies they have business dealing relationships with are making money off of. How are you going to motivate these guys to how are you going to move them? What is the pressure point? How do you get them to how do you break through this? And that's the one thing that's been very frustrating is there's never appeared to be a concrete plan other than Braun's going to go out and tell people to do it. Well, that ain't going to work. These guys are going to give up their money. They're not going to give up the power source in order to help Braun out. So what has been or what is the plan to get these guys to do this? And I just have yet to see that, and I think that's why we're in the position we're in.
Do you think that there was some sort of, you know what, we're not going to go with any of his stuff unless you start being nice to us?
Well, it could be, and maybe that's the thing. I don't know. I'm not clearly like they give me as little information as possible. I think they have heard from a lot of people about this, though, and we have certainly heard from a lot of people who are just really pissed off. The people like, what is it, Linda Rogers and Baldwin and Kyle Walker and all of these turd balls that voted to screw everybody over are getting these tweets out about what a good job they're doing when everybody knows, in part because Braun's made it a big deal, they're not doing a good job on the property taxes.
Well, he did thank them for the health care and the education, and also it says keeping Hoosiers safe from crime and illegal immigration. So I don't know, it's almost like deflection or change. They're trying to change the conversation.
Well, I don't know. And, it just was, we needed to touch on it because, and I wanted to get it out there that they were trying to say, well, look, this is related to votes on health care and education and some of the other things that you had mentioned. But man, I'll tell you what, it's a really bad look when people are counting on you, especially when there are people who are still very skeptical. Let's face it. Let's put it out there. There are people who do not believe that Braun was all this serious about property taxes, and they believe in the end he's going to sign some watered-down bill that doesn't help them, and he's going through the motions. Now, I'm not saying I believe that. I think he's been, thus far, about as good as you could ask on this, and I think he will veto it if it's not good. But they have to know there's this block of people out there that either didn't vote for you or very skeptically with our urging or others' urgings voted for you. And when you send this out, people see this and kind of go, boy, you're praising these people that really did us dirty. I don't know, maybe. So
it's not a good look.
We'll see what happens.
Okay. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
No matter where you head on your commute, Matt Bear is there. Paris.
Les Champs-Élysées sont un véritable parking ce matin.
Warsaw.
W drodze do pracy wyjdź trochę wcześniej.
Or Brazil.
Temos bisbilhotice no Rio de Janeiro. Não haja como turista.
Matt, these are all cities in Indiana.
Oh, that makes my job easier.
Making your commute easier. Matt Bear Traffic. Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
If this is the year to build your custom dream home, Joyner Homes is ready to help make your dream come true. They offer the flexibility to build on your own lot, allowing you to build a home in the place you've always envisioned. A dedicated in-house team of experts will guide you through every step, offering unmatched personalization and flexibility. Joyner Homes provides clear and upfront pricing and floor plans to inspire you. There's no time like the present to get in touch with Joyner Homes to talk about your vision and learn more about their building process. Visit JoynerHomes.com.
Stay warm and cozy all winter long with a Howald Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing tune-up. Seasonal wear and tear can take its toll on your furnace. Schedule now. Howald Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing, where coming home never felt so good.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
Did you see Joy Reid got fired?
Yeah, but did you see like who they replaced her with?
Yeah.
So it's not like there's some rightward or even moderate turn. So the question would be, what's the point?
Yeah. MSNBC says that they plan to maintain their progressive focus, even though they're letting her go. So they're just going to keep driving down that road. I guess Jen Psaki, she's going to get more of a primetime slot. She's moving up.
Oh, well,
yeah.
hot dang.
Her show's going to be on after Rachel Maddow.
Isn't it amazing? And you and I have had this conversation many times about when these corporations, got into the media game. And I think we're going to do a deeper dive on this later on in the show. But there's this certain level in many of these places of tone deaf to what's actually going on with your company, or in the case of a place like MSNBC and their parent companies. I know they've had some spinoffs, et cetera, and word is they're trying to unload it. You're just so wed to the cause at this point that you're willing to tank people's investment to get your whatever your ideological tilt is out there. I mean, can you imagine running a business like take it away from a media business? So you run a widget business or some sort of shop or something, and nobody wants your product, but your response to that is not, okay, let's get a new product. It's let's get a different brand of the same type of product that nobody wants. And that's what they keep doing over there.
Same thing. So they're going to replace her with The Weeknd, which is Simone Sanders Townsend, Michael Steele, and also Alicia Menendez.
She's a Bernie Sanders person, Simone Sanders. So all they did was get one radical person who, by the way, I mean, Joy Reid is just an insufferable sea hag. I mean, she is just a nasty, rotten person who people wouldn't. I mean, she wasn't like she was a good broadcaster. It wasn't like anything. But the problem is, while Simone Sanders may not be as vile as Joy Reid was, she's still the same left. And Michael Steele is some squish, moderate Republican dating back to the Bush administration. No, people are not watching this. They don't want this. It doesn't matter who you replace her with. If it's the same political brand, people are saying they don't want that. But they're so wed to the ideology, they can't. Even if it means helping the product, they can't. They won't do it.
Yeah, they can't not do it. So the message won't change. It'll just be the delivery.
Yeah.
That's
and what you're
it
going to
is.
hear more of is you're wrong. Don't believe your own reality. Believe us. You don't know the same thing we heard all those years with Biden, where it was the same thing. Doesn't matter what you're experiencing. Doesn't matter what you're seeing. You're not experiencing reality. It's great for everybody else. You need to try to be more like them. And everybody was like, no, it's not great for me, and it's not great for my neighbor, and we got to do. And they're just doubling down on this.
So you got to wonder, because MSNBC, they got a new president on February 12th. Like, were there some feathers that were ruffled there? Is it a straight up personality clash?
Well, that's apparently what it was, because they're not changing the direction of the company. And it's like, okay, yes, that woman is horrible and she's about as bad as you could do, but you gotta do. I mean, look, the media, cable television, I mean, even Fox News, if you look at the amount of people that are watching Fox News now, and I'm not trying to do too insider baseball here, Casey, and you correct me on this because you were in management for years. There's the ratings, but then there's also the amount of people, the points, right? Like the amount of people that are actually watching the product. And while you may be doing a good rating of the amount of people watching, and which Fox News continues to do a good job amongst people watching, there's way fewer people watching cable television than there were 10 or certainly 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And so there's fewer people that make up the pie now, and of that pie, other than Fox News, everybody else seems to kind of be going backwards. And with the podcast world, and people can get whatever they want, they're not bound by you anymore. They're not bound just because you got, and I know they've spun off of NBC, but NBC and your name are affiliated with your brand. It's why we remain popular. We give people local content, even though the radio industry is in trouble, and in some cases, talk radio has been in big trouble. WIBC, and especially this show, does very well because we give people content, local content they're not going to get anywhere else. They have to come here in order to get it. But what are you getting on MSNBC?
Right. Clearly calling, your political opponents a Nazi every night isn't working for them. Inside with Jen Psaki is currently MSNBC's most watched program. And that's on the weekend. Well, it won't be anymore. It'll be a daily show.
Wait, Jen Psaki is the most watched program on MSNBC? Holy smokes.
Which would explain why they're going to possibly bump her up to the 9 p.m. time slot.
Hey, can we
give her some more FaceTime?
Can we take a break? When we come back, can we talk about this thing with Dolly Parton? This is the most ridiculous thing ever, and it shows just who we're dealing with. And even though you've taken something that wasn't even a government thing until recently, and now it's still going to get all its money, but it's not going to be funded by the government. People are just mad because now it's not a government thing.
Right, yeah. It's Kendall Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
After hosting family and friends for the holidays, you may have noticed something about your home you hadn't seen before. Gaps between the walls and floors, cracks in the foundation, or uneven sagging floors. It's easy to overlook these issues when you're busy preparing for guests, but now is the time to address them before they worsen. These could be signs of foundation problems that need immediate attention. Ignoring these issues now could lead to irreversible damage, ultimately lowering your home's value. Indiana Foundation Service knows how important it is to preserve the value of your home. Their experts are here to help. With a free inspection from IndianaFoundation.com, they'll identify the source of the problem and give you a no-obligation quote for repairs. Don't wait. Visit IndianaFoundation.com today to book your free inspection and protect your home's value. Indiana Foundation Service, your trusted local foundation experts.
Indiana Foundation Service, reliability from the ground up.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Garage Doors of Indianapolis has been a local, family-owned and operated business for nearly 50 years and helps keep Central Indiana's economy strong by employing over 70 families. Garage Doors of Indianapolis stands by their products and services while they share and embrace our conservative values. So when you have garage door problems, call them today for service today. Garage Doors of Indianapolis, 875-4577, 875-4577, or visit doorstoday.com.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Warmer February temperatures. You've got a cloudy sky, and it's 43 degrees in the Circle City. Highs today in the low 50s. I'm John Herrick. This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Here's what's trending at 10:30. After a chilly week last week, you can expect it to warm up across Indiana this week. Also,
so we could get a little bit of light rain tonight, but otherwise we're expecting dry weather through tomorrow. The next chance of more widespread rain looks to come in Wednesday evening into Wednesday night.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says temperatures will be in the 50s for the next few days and then cool back down into the 40s by the end of the week. No snow expected. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is being temporarily blocked from accessing sensitive data from 2 government agencies. A Maryland U.S. District Judge ruled today that the Department of Education cannot disclose the information of 6 Americans and members of 5 union organizations who filed a lawsuit. Double pneumonia and mild kidney failure. That's what Pope Francis is dealing with. These people in St. Peter's Square say they're praying for him to pull through.
We do hope he recovers, and every time we walk into a church, that's what we're praying for.
I love this Pope. I feel like he's really moved the church forward.
He's a very good man. He has a good heart.
Despite his ailments, the Vatican says Francis is alert and in good spirits. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
High school sports are a true team sport and not just for the starting lineup. I'm Claire Hack from Jennings County High School.
And I'm Grayson Mealy from Westell High School. That's because every person involved in high school sports is essential.
Each student athlete contributes something unique to the team.
Coaches guide and mentor their athletes on and off the field.
Officials protect the integrity of the sports they love.
Fans unite and cheer for their team as one.
Without any one of them, high school sports simply aren't the same. That's what makes them a true team sport.
It takes everyone coming together to achieve the ultimate purpose, preparing student athletes like us for life.
Whatever role you play, thank you for being on our team.
I'm IHSAA Commissioner Paul Neidig. Thank you for being a champion of high school sports by buying a ticket to your high school's athletic events. This is rallying around our student athletes. This is being a good teammate. This is your IHSAA.
Thinning hair? This year, grow your hair back like I did. Call 317-522-2995 or visit WeGrowHairIndy.com.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIPC.
Jolene.
You know, Hammer asked this question before. Yeah. He's right. You ever seen what Dolly Parton looked like when this song came out?
When she was younger? She's beautiful.
Yeah. What do you think Jolene must have looked like? I mean,
she had auburn hair. We know that.
She had more than that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Kendall Casey Show. I'm Rob Casey's here. We've got to talk about these people who are just being completely and utterly ridiculous about this Dolly Parton imagination library. So she has this her foundation, obviously she's not like out doing it on a daily basis, but her foundation has this program where I'm guessing it's in multiple states. They try to give books to low-income, at-risk kids in order to read and continue furthering their education, which is wonderful. It's fine. Sounds like a very fine philanthropic venture that was working okay. Well, as he does with everything, it's not his money, so Holcomb didn't care. So Holcomb's like, the state's going to get involved in this and put $6 million behind this plan.
Yep, $2 million the first year and $4 million the second year.
And by the way, several outlets have reported on this, Capital Chronicle, Indy Star, if you want to read the intricate details. So Braun comes out in his budget and is like, dude, we should not be in the charity business. If people want to do this, they'll do it. It's a fine cause and one worth promoting, but it's not something the state should be spending our tax dollars on. And $6 million is a lot of money, and we're pulling this thing out of the budget.
Yeah.
And of course, then there's this huge uproar. So keep in mind, it's not like this is some long-standing thing where there's all of these years that we've been doing this, and now what? It just happened. And Braun, as the governor, should have the right to be like, okay, it happened. Either we didn't see the value in it, or it's just not, we can't be in every charity. You know, we're out of the way here. And so there's this massive uproar. And then Braun goes, okay, well, if the private sector, the philanthropic community wants to support this, I'll put my weight behind it, and my wife will oversee fundraising for this effort, which is the way it should work. And yet there are still people who are mad because the state is not doing it itself and the private sector is giving the money for the thing.
Right. So it's not a government organization. We've just been funding it. And he put out this tweet. He said, I've asked my gracious wife, First Lady Maureen Braun, to spearhead an initiative to keep Dolly Parton's Imagination Library in Indiana. And she agreed to do it.
So let's review what's happened here. You've taken something that was never a part of the government before. The big government governor we had before, because it wasn't his money and he didn't care, says, well, we'll just throw a bunch of money behind it. The new, more fiscally responsible governor comes in and says, yeah, that's not something we should be involved in, but here's the deal. I'll have my wife, the First Lady, spearhead a philanthropic initiative to keep the thing going without taxpayer money. Why would anybody be upset about that? All we did was take something that was never part of the government, should never been a part of the government, and made it not a part of the government again. And the private entity, if everybody's so in love with this program, if everybody's so enamored with it, if it's doing all this good, which I'm not saying it's not, but if it is, then these people, these very rich, wealthy people who have all this money and are always looking for something to do with it, will no doubt line up in droves behind it.
Yeah, everybody was complaining, oh, Republican taking books away.
They stole the books from the children. The books that they never had funded by the government until just a couple of years ago, and now it'll be private people paying for it. Other than saying thanks to Braun, why would anybody say anything else? You took something away from the responsibility of the collective taxpayer and gave it to people who are actually interested in and have the means and ability to do it.
Here's my question. We have libraries.
Yes, that's correct.
The books there are free.
Now, in fairness...
We're paying for them.
Well, but in fairness, the Carmel Council president, remember in his big, long Dickens novel that he wrote, said the libraries, in addition to the streets, the snow plows, the street lights, the cops, the firemen, the teachers, the libraries could be on the chopping block if Braun's property tax plan goes through. So, in fairness, maybe that is what the concern is. So I have two other things I need to get to. So good job on Braun with that. The people who are upset about this are completely ridiculous. Are you worried about the Pope? You're Catholic.
Yeah, he's in critical condition, isn't he?
And they said kidney failure. Now, they were pretty nonchalant about kidney failure. When you're 9 million years old like the Pope, I mean, kidney failure sounds scary, period.
Pretty dangerous.
But especially when you're 9 million years old, I'm surprised this is not...
It happened very rapidly, too, because you heard reports that the Pope is sick, and then he quickly had pneumonia, and then it turned into... critical condition, double pneumonia, kidney failure, like very quickly.
Now, you had made a good point. We are coming up on the Easter season. I'm not cheering for anything that happened to the Pope.
Lent begins next Wednesday, I believe.
What would they do? And I'm not rooting for this to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope he makes a full, very quick recovery. What do they do if there is no Pope for Easter? Because isn't the picking process kind of a drawn out sort of thing?
Right. They have the conclave, the cardinals come, and they select the next. But maybe they already have that narrowed down.
Oh, yeah.
I would have to guess that some names are.
Is that how it works? There's like a Pope shortlist. It's like picking a vice president.
Yeah.
They know when they go in there. We got it down to 5 guys.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they kind of know who's in line. They jockey for that position.
And it's all the people. It's the people who are picking are the ones doing the jockeying, right?
Well,
the Cardinals.
Yeah, all of them.
The Cardinals, right?
Yeah.
The Cardinals. Kevin, is that correct? The Cardinals pick the Pope. See, aren't you guys very impressed with my Catholic knowledge base? So they're really jockeying for the position that one of them is going to ascend to.
Yeah.
Because it's not like...
There's a hierarchy.
It's not like picking a president where Trump was this outsider business guy and he decided to run and won. You have to be a cardinal in order to become the Pope. You can't skip being a cardinal. You can't be some low-level...
a bishop or something.
Priest somewhere.
I don't believe that.
It's not like when Jerry Faust, the high school coach, was picked to run Notre Dame. You can't do that. You have to have been a cardinal.
I don't know if you have to. That I'm not sure about.
Can you look that up? Can somebody look that up? Because I don't want to give out misinformation.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to be a cardinal, but I believe that's the way it typically goes.
To vote for the Pope?
But to be the Pope.
To be the Pope. I think you do. I mean,
look that up. I mean, everybody has computers in front of them. Can somebody just Google that real quick? Do you have to be a cardinal to be the Pope? I guarantee there's an artificial intelligence answer to do you have to be a cardinal to be the Pope? And then we can move off this topic.
Let's see who gets it first.
Oh, look at this.
It's not an official requirement.
No, Kevin got it.
It's not.
No.
So you could have a Jerry Faust of popes, which is let's say it's a priest in Indianapolis.
The last time a non-cardinal became Pope was more than 600 years ago.
How long?
600 years ago.
So there is a bit of a track record with a cardinal being the Pope.
The only requirements for becoming Pope are being male and being baptized into the Catholic Church.
So you could not have an outsider. It's like you don't have to be a member of Congress to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Right. It's like one of those situations.
Right. But you do have to be a member of the Catholic Church. You cannot have like let's say, not that this would happen. Let's say the Catholic Church fell on some huge financial crisis time. You couldn't have some outsider guy who's great with money. Like you could not have Warren Buffett come in. I don't know, maybe he is Catholic, but you could not have some non-outsider come in and just this guy's the best person to fix the finances of the Catholic Church. You have to actually be baptized in the Catholic Church.
Yes,
okay.
You do.
I do have an update on the bird flu. We have experts that have been piling in.
Oh, I'm sure. Because they've gone grocery shopping and they've seen there's no eggs.
So Farmer Ryan.
Oh, right.
He's an expert.
Yeah.
Our dear friend Farmer Ryan, who runs Freedom Foods, who's the fine sponsor of State House Happenings. He runs the family farm up there in Wolcott. He said I could read this on the air. So if I'm sorry, if you just are tuning in, we have had a lengthy discussion today about the bird flu because Casey was up in arms that there were no eggs at the Meijer in Avon.
Yeah. I went grocery shopping yesterday, and there were no eggs.
And then we were trying to figure out, is this directly related to bird flu? The answer is yes, but then Carl came in. Carl's been studying this at length. Carl said the eggs are not actually at risk. We're not at risk of getting bird flu from the eggs. It is the chickens, though, that are spreading the bird flu
to other chickens,
and that's why they're killing the chickens, not because there's some risk to us. It's the chickens are risk to other chickens. Farmer Ryan sent me this, and he said I could read this on the air, and he is an expert. He is an actual farmer.
He's a farmer.
He would know. We have to depopulate and repopulate in swine, beef, and poultry at least once in the past 20 years. It is not uncommon, but very necessary to ensure safe and plentiful food production. We have to be very cautious when using any meds for animal health to protect the consumer. The fastest and safest way to handle bird flu is depopulate, clean, disinfect, and then repopulate.
Okay. So this is a temporary thing. And this is why the prices of the eggs have been so high recently. Everybody wants to blame Donald Trump for it, but it's because of the bird flu.
Yeah. So, but my point is, I guess I would rather have a depopulation of the birds than start giving the birds some sort of vaccine. Wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I'd rather go a few weeks without the eggs.
Yeah.
Than have eggs start getting some vaccine.
Did he say, is it a long process?
I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't know. I'm sure he's listening. Maybe he'll let us know.
Yeah. I wonder how long that takes.
All right,
to repopulate.
Hammer's in Vegas. So what are we doing next? You can do whatever you want to do. What do you want to do?
This.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So I'm trying to get Casey to do something, and I don't know if she's hesitant or she's just saving it for the show.
You just want me to be the guinea pig.
Well, they left some stuff here over the weekend, and I want to know the etiquette on doing some things here with the stuff.
It's Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Garage Floor Coatings. If your garage floor looks bad with stains, cracks, and pits, it makes your entire garage look bad. And a bad epoxy job or chipping paint makes your garage or basement look worse. With one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, I can save you $1,000 on a new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor during our winter sale. A Comer & Cross concrete floor coating is the gold standard. Guaranteed. A Comer & Cross garage floor won't chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. What's the Comer & Cross difference? We make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We fix the cracks and pits perfectly. In one day, you will love your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor just in time for spring. Call us right now for $1,000 in savings during our winter sale. Operators are standing by now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
So what's in the bag today? Yesterday's leftovers? Another lunch meat sandwich? Well, go ahead and pull up a rock and settle in for a half hour of I wish I was eating something else. Or you could be eating something else, or someplace else. If you're brown bagging it at the corner of 30th and Shadeland area, drop over to His Place Eatery for 30 minutes of why didn't I know about this place sooner? Nothing fancy, not a lot of frills. They save that for the quality of the meal, like ribs that fall off the bone, southern fried chicken, sides that will cause your taste buds to thank you into tomorrow. Put that in your brown bag and eat it. Better yet, bank the bag. Go to His Place Eatery at the corner of 30th and Shadeland, or the newest location off 86th and Ditch Road. Your dirty boots and work clothes are welcome here. His Place, your place for lunch. Go to hisplaceeatery.com to learn more.
Life-changing discovery should never be left to chance. IU Indianapolis is Indiana's premier urban research university, home to 50 research centers and institutes, which means our students don't just study groundbreaking research, they make their very own breakthroughs from day one. We're here to make the future happen. Bring on tomorrow. IU Indianapolis. Discover what's next at go.iu.edu/breakthrough.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center, with leading-edge treatment options right in your backyard.
I feel blessed and lucky. If I knew someone that was going through
what I was going through, I would definitely encourage them to participate in a clinical trial. For me, it was life-changing.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
Why do so many foundation companies want half your money up front? Could it be because it's easier to get than earning all your trust? At the Michaelis Corporation, they don't ask for a deposit until the job is done and you're completely satisfied. They even start with a free inspection to ensure you know exactly what your home needs without the guesswork. With over 35 years experience, they've proven that trust is built on results, not deposits. Michaelis, building trust beneath your feet. Visit michaeliscorp.com.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops, receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried Easy Cater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
Easy Cater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
Lowe's knows how to help you get the most out of your store run. That's why members save more with MyLowe's Rewards. Earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts. Plus, unlock free standard shipping when you reach Silver Key status. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Check out what's going on with 93 WIBC.
Thank you to our listeners. Red, White, and Bowl, presented by Jack Daniels, is sold out. But stop by Woodland Bowl this Friday, 3 to 7, to see Hammer and Nigel broadcast live.
More info online at WIBC.com.
I think they'll be okay.
I told you.
They look good.
It would say refrigerate if it needed to be refrigerated.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't say that anywhere on here.
Are they legally, like, somebody who's in the food industry, if something needs to be refrigerated, does the FDA require the producer to put on there must keep refrigerated? Is that a thing? Or am I just supposed to know that? Like, if I buy a carton of milk, I think it does say refrigerated.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Somebody know. Okay, so what's the first day? That's the Sunday show with Terry and Kylan and Denny. And they left a bunch of food in the studio. Now, sometimes that will happen and we'll just be like, don't touch it. So-and-so, if it's happening during a weekday, somebody will come back and get it.
Right.
Or you could be like Kurt Darling and take half the cake that we got for the whole office home with you.
Yeah, sure. That happens as well.
But it is a Monday. That is a Sunday show. It is a weekend-oriented show. I know Terry is in throughout the course of the week. Kylan is too, but they're not here on the regular. It could be days before they're back here. And Denny is only here on the weekends. So they left several cans of Sprite.
Yep.
Which I have my eye on.
Oh, those are yours now.
Yeah.
Because they were just left in front of my computer, and I put them to the side.
And I will drink those.
So,
and Livy will drink those.
Yeah.
So Livy likes Sprite through a straw. So I can use those. But the other thing, as my eye, what is that? What food did they leave?
This is a blueberry cream cheese coffee cake.
Okay, it had been opened.
Yeah.
Right? But it had been resealed.
Like little muffins.
Yeah, you showed up for the people there on the YouTube. You can see this if you go to type Kendall and Casey on your YouTube search bar. You can see Casey's holding them up. Now, my question is,
with blueberries and vanilla.
They look very good.
$6.
Clearly, how much?
$6. Price tags on it.
But there's like what? You get like 12? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's probably half the thing left. It has been resealed, but we know it's been sitting out for at least a day because that show airs Sunday morning. So it's been sitting out for a day. And I would like you to try them because I don't know, do you have to refrigerate because it's cheesecake, right?
You want to eat one so bad, but you want me to be your food taster.
Well, you had your eye on it.
I'm less concerned about whether they were refrigerated and more concerned about the ingredients that are in this thing.
No. It'll be fine. It'll
I
be
can't
fine.
even pronounce half these words.
Well, that's like everything you buy.
So I'm saying there's so much processing in these. They would last for weeks. And they would be fine.
Yeah, but it's cheesecake. So it's a dairy. There's some dairy in it, right? So my question is, does it have to be in the refrigerator, or is it okay since it's been left out?
I think it's okay. You want me to, if I can get the container open here, you want me to give it a shot?
You're going to eat it? Good.
Well,
thank you.
I mean,
they sealed it up really good. Kev, you didn't want any part of it. I tried to get Kevin to have some of it. And he said he wanted.
Yeah, I don't really like cream cheese.
Well,
it smells like blueberry.
Is it okay?
Good.
English lady, you're on the radio.
I took a really big bite.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
And
I went all in. They're fine. You're going to be okay.
I mean, I know they may taste fine, but my question is, in terms of the damage it can do to your system, do you have to refrigerate those, or is it okay to leave them out?
I'm sure you're supposed to refrigerate them.
Yeah, I'm reading that it says cream cheese requires refrigeration, unopened cream cheese.
Ethan, is that it does?
That's what I'm reading.
What's it say?
Okay, it says unopened cream cheese requires refrigeration, while the airtight packaging provides a barrier against external contaminants. It cannot completely prevent the growth of bacteria.
So I possibly just ate some bacteria.
But it's highly unlikely. I mean, you talked about all the preservatives in there.
Yeah.
That you're going to be okay. Oh, by the way. So,
well, like Carl said earlier, by the time it gets to my gut, it'll kill anything.
So Carl's a bird flu expert and a cream cheese expert now.
Why not, right?
Okay, now I got an ethical dilemma. Ethan said in the YouTube chat, he used a word I can't use. Says that was my Sprite, and I forgot to put them in the mini fridge.
So now I'm eating Ethan's?
No, the Sprite.
Cream cheese?
The stuff that I want.
Oh, well, yeah, if he's saying
now I got to put it back.
Yeah, now you
now
you
because
can't
Ethan
take that.
will be here.
Yeah. So you can't take Ethan's Sprite.
He said
However,
he said your daughter can have him, though.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that. That's his. Like, I thought just people just out of laziness, which that's kind of what Ethan did. Out of laziness, he just. I mean, if it was that important,
they were together. It looked like they were together.
They are. I mean, it's that's why I thought like maybe they brought them in for the whole team, and they left him. But I'm not going to take his Sprite if that's his Sprite that he's put an identifier on. Ethan, I'll put them in the fridge for you. I may charge you a finder's fee, Ethan. I may take one of them and I'll put the rest of them back in the fridge. What?
This was a box of donuts,
and it's empty.
And it's empty. So it's nice that just they leave their trash everywhere, by the way.
Well, maybe they left it out. Well, that is trash, right? There's no excuse on that one. But maybe they left the other ones out for the rest of the people.
Right.
Although they did leave a half-eaten something. I thought it was Kevin's. That's not yours? What is that? That's like a muffin.
No, I don't. I always pick up after
Is that
myself.
like chocolate chip or is
it looks like a muffin of some sort. It's a chocolate chip muffin or bagel or something. Yeah, that's just kind of, not picking up your workplace.
That's a scone.
It is. That looks like a chocolate chip scone.
But it's definitely an eaten scone.
Yeah.
Somebody's been biting on that.
There's teeth marks in it.
You ought to go into that one and see how it tastes.
Oh!
What?
No, somebody's been gnawing on that one. So are you, I'm okay. Are you going to have one of these now?
No.
I know that's why you wanted me to eat it, to make sure that it was okay.
Yeah, but now I heard his thing, and it's not worth it to me.
You're afraid of a little bacteria?
Well, it's not worth it. Like, I'm not that into whatever that thing is. Like, it's not my, so Ethan, here's the deal. I will put your Sprites back in the refrigerator. I am taking one Sprite, though, as a finder fee because you would have lost all your Sprites. It's like if you found money on the ground, like a wallet, you do the right thing.
Can he identify the Sprites? How many were in there?
I mean, that's fair. He would have lost all his Sprites. I'm making it so that he's only losing one Sprite, and I'm going to the effort to walk back into the break room and put those in the fridge for him.
That's nice.
So
of
I
you.
think
something he didn't do.
I think you should totally take that deal. You don't really have a choice. I'm taking the Sprite, but I won't take all of your Sprites.
Okay, just one.
Yeah. So Hammer's in Vegas today and tomorrow. Maybe we need to have Nigel on tomorrow. I feel like we kind of shorted their show today. When we come back, can we talk about all the money the state has spent on LEAP? Can we talk about all the money that this article,
so much money,
Capital Chronicle talks about they've spent on LEAP? No money to help you with anything, but hey,
right?
A billion. Oh, I just ruined it. $1 billion. A billion. Yeah.
It's Kendall Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Come on, Indy. Don't use the spring to paint your house year after year. Do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'll say this. There are no entries in the Hoops Fan Hall of Fame who didn't show up to the game. Yes, you in the back.
Professor, March Madness is coming to Indianapolis. Are we ready?
You prepared to bring the fire? Give it 110 from tip to the final buzzer? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA Sweet 16 and Elite 8, March 28th and 30th in Indianapolis. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/MVB tickets. Class dismissed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
As an IT professional who handles e-waste, you have the opportunity to guarantee your data security, receive 100% landfill-free disposal, and have peace of mind with R2V3, RIOS, and NAID certifications. Technology Recyclers provides guaranteed data destruction, 100% landfill-free disposal, and the certification to back it up. Protect your data while saving the planet. Businesses receive free pickup of your e-waste from Technology Recyclers. Visit tech-recyclers.com. That's tech-recyclers.com.
Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. Who are they? Well, they're a sister company of Rhino Shield, and Premier Deck Coating is the product you need if you're tired of applying the same old stain and paint every couple of years to your deck. It's Terry, Stacy, and David and I have a deck that's probably 25 years old. The countless hours and the money that we spend on maintaining that deck never ends. And then we heard about Premier Deck Coating. Family owned, based right here in Indy, and they are going to completely transform our deck with their special formulated product, which repels moisture, scratch resistant in virtually any color that we want, and backed by a 10-year guarantee. No more spending time staining or painting every year. Premier Deck Coating will keep our deck looking great for years to come. Premier Deck Coating can also do fences and pergolas too. For a free quote, call 317-696-4071 or visit premierdeckcoating.com.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, what you might be using this week as you deal with the Indiana weather, how something the federal government is doing and it's affecting things in Indiana, and who could be getting a financial lift. Those stories and much more after Fox News Radio at the top of the hour. You are listening to 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, and it's now 11 o'clock.
Elon Musk and Doge taken to court yet again. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. This time over today's deadline, federal workers were given to justify their jobs. But Republican Congressman Ralph Norman tells Fox.
Is it too much to ask for them to verify why they're making an average salary of $106,000 a year?
The lawsuit has been filed in federal court in California. Attorneys for the federal workers say that Musk violated the law when he demanded in a weekend email that employees explain their accomplishments or possibly be fired if they don't. Musk continued to threaten federal workers today in an X post, saying those who did not take the email seriously, quote, will soon be furthering their career elsewhere.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Now, some federal agencies from the FBI to the Pentagon have told their employees not to worry about responding, but Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy just told Fox.
I have no problem with the employees here saying, what did you do last week? And if you can't come up with 5 things that you did, maybe you shouldn't be employed here.
In another Elon Musk post on X, he wrote federal employees who've ignored the Trump order to return to the office will be put on leave this week. But a federal judge this morning put up a roadblock in another legal challenge, preventing the Department of Education and Office of Personnel and Management from sharing data with DOJ. Today marks 3 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky, gathering with European leaders today in Kyiv, just said,
we hope that the United States will continue support.
But National Security Advisor Mike Waltz tells Fox.
Frustrations are high, frankly. The United States has stepped forward for Ukraine in a historic and tremendous way.
Waltz is pushing for a deal to pay the U.S. back, sharing profits from Ukraine's rare earth minerals. Singer Roberta Flack has died. Killing Me Softly with his song was one of her 3 chart-topping hits. In fact, it went number 1 on this day in 1973 and earned her the second of 5 Grammy Awards. Roberta Flack was 88 years old. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A change from one week to another. Cloudy and 45 degrees in the Circle City. You've got a clear radar. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:02. You had snow and some frigid temperatures all across Indiana last week. That is not the case for this week.
Yeah, no really chances for snow right now, but we will be fairly breezy today. We'll have wind gusts as high as 30 miles per hour or so, especially for the northern half of the state.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says high temperatures will be around the 50-degree mark for most of the week, with some light rain possible both tonight and Wednesday. Shamar Duncan has gotten a 105-year prison sentence for killing a Dutch soldier in Indianapolis a few years ago. That sentence was handed down to Duncan by a judge this morning. $2.90 a gallon is the statewide average for gas today, says Gas Buddy. That is down a few cents from where it was this time last week. President Trump and the Environmental Protection Agency want to pull more than $20 billion in grant money away from clean energy projects. Wish TV's Kyla Russell reports on how that will affect things in Indiana.
$117 million. That's how much the Indiana Community Action Association says they were awarded from the Environmental Protection Agency under President Biden last year. Now under President Trump, they say their unreceived funding is frozen and their account is suspended.
Well, it is really the only funding source that the coalition has.
Here in Indianapolis, some of the money would have gone to transforming an old landfill on the southeast side into a solar farm, providing an alternative energy source for nearby houses.
Program director at Solar Opportunities Indiana, Allison Becker, tells Russell that without the funding, several jobs that already exist or would be created would be lost too. Full story at WIBC.com. A Purdue University student charged with rape. Officers say they got a call about a sexual assault late Friday night, and after talking to the person who reported it, they arrested Vincent Limbo on charges of rape and criminal confinement. Limbo was the sports editor for the Purdue Exponent, but he has since been removed from that position. And financial aid experts are helping Hoosiers prepare for college. They were available at 39 sites in Indiana on Sunday as part of College Goal Sunday. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. WIBC News Time, 11:04. Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
One of the joys of working with Radio 1 has been that they actually listen.
How can a partnership with WIBC serve your business?
My name's Jake Stamper. I'm the president and CEO of Sagacity Consulting, a full-service marketing and advertising firm.
Communication.
I choose to work with Radio 1 because I have such respect for their ability to achieve a goal. We have served manufacturers to not-for-profits to retail, and the privilege that we have in working with Radio 1 is that they listen to the problems that we're trying to solve or the goals that we want to achieve, which each one of those very vast clients.
Deliver your message to the audience that matters.
My clients have been extraordinarily happy over the last 20 years with the results produced by Radio 1.
Text business to 71007 to take your advertising to the next level.
Radio 1 does a phenomenal job at connecting with the community on every level.
Get results with WIBC.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Good morning. It is Kendall and Casey. It's Monday, February 24th. It's 5 minutes after 11. It's 93 WIBC. And guess how much the LEAP project has received in funding so far?
How much, Case?
$1 billion, Rob.
Now. They've only been able to track down $985.1 million.
Oh, okay.
So
almost $1 billion.
So this is some really good stuff. So the Capitol Chronicle worked in coordination. I mean, these are the sort of things people win awards for. The Arnold Center for Investigative Journalism. They have the piece up now, and it is a deep dive into the amount of money LEAP has received and the very limited results of your money, hundreds of millions of dollars of your money that you have gotten as a result. So let's just remind everybody what this is. So the LEAP was Limitless Exploration Advanced Pace Research and Innovation District. And this was the creation of our old pal, High Tax Holcomb, Lockdown McGee, whatever. Now, of course, he couldn't think his head out of his ass. So it was the creation of somebody who gave it to him and said, you're going to sell this. And I've told you that story, right, where a very high-ranking lawmaker told me, like, you cannot imagine how genuinely stupid Holcomb actually is, about what a very low IQ person this guy is. And he was there solely because he was willing to be governor, sniff the right backsides, and we'll put him in here and he'll do whatever we tell him to do. So the adult supervision, it was the creation of those people, and they have put, through the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, they have put hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into this thing at this point. But because it is done through the IEDC, which is what they like to call, I'm doing air quotes here, quasi-government corporation entity, they are not bound by the same reporting / transparency requirements that other government agencies are. So trying to get information out of this group and this project is like pulling teeth. Because they're not obligated to get it to you. They're not obligated to put it out to the public. Think about that, Casey.
Yeah, they don't have the same oversight that other government agencies do.
You can't get information on how your money is being spent. And thus far, what we know about LEAP is Lebanon doesn't have the proper amount of water for it. So they basically had to put the hold skis on it. And there's no real payoff yet, even though we've spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We've been at this for 3 years. And you have no idea basically how your money's been spent other than what great reporting like the Capitol Chronicle and the Arnold Center for Investigative Journalism have done here.
You mentioned water. So they've already spent over $155 million in water-related projects. The land acquisition, $427 million.
Now think about this. So Eli Lilly is the only confirmed tenant in the LEAP district.
Yeah. Meta is maybe. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe.
Now, let's think about this for a second, because remember, LEAP is in Lebanon. Who is the mayor of Lebanon, Case?
Oh, what's that guy's name? Your friend.
Mouthy.
Matt. Yeah.
Mouthy Matt Gentry, the mayor of Lebanon. Mouthy Matt's daddy is one of the most powerful Republicans in the state. Mouthy Matt's daddy, for years, has been in charge of electing very high-profile Republicans in the state. And in order to pull this off, you would certainly need a reliable partner. And no one's ever going to get me to believe that Holcomb and his little advisory committee, the adult supervision, just closed their eyes, pointed at a map, and said, oh, it's going to go in Lebanon.
Right there.
Who do we know in Lebanon? Oh, boy, isn't that funny how it was? So think about this. You have these hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that you can trace have been spent, and you have one verifiable tenant for that, and you don't know, is that making money? Is it not making money? Where's that money going? And maybe Meta will show up there eventually. But you don't have any public contracts on that, so if it ain't on paper, Casey, it doesn't exist.
Well, it's not currently up and running.
Yeah.
So right now it's not making any money. And Citizens Energy Group, they're involved with $552 million part of this water system project, which has been funded partly by the state.
Well, yes.
Money.
So think about this. So they do this LEAP thing, and their plan all along was to steal water from other people. I mean, let's just call it what it was. Their plan was to steal water from up in Tippecanoe County, funnel it down to Lebanon, because why? Well, the governor wants it, and we're going to do whatever we're going to do. I think they were caught off guard at the immense public pushback, not just from the people up in Tippecanoe County, but across the state of Indiana, because they recognized, especially people in that greater 6 or 7 county area, hey, they'll come for us next. And there's been a very intense organized opposition and pushback about what was taking place, which has stalled the project. Well, there was no plan B. There was only a plan A, which is we'll take this water from these people and funnel it down. So then when that didn't work, then they had to go, as you said, to Citizens, and they're using massive amounts of taxpayer dollars to pay for that water. So you have no idea, because you can't get any reporting requirements, for the most part, that'll give you a clear picture of what's taking place on it. Is this making money? Where's the money going? How's it being spent? And by the way, isn't it a little absurd to think Eli Lilly? Let's look up what the market cap on Eli Lilly is. I'm going to do this real quick while we're on the air here. I've got a vague idea of what it is, but Eli Lilly market cap. Case, want to take a guess at what the market cap is on Eli Lilly? That means the valuation of Eli Lilly.
Oh, well, it's, if not the largest pharmaceutical company in the world, it's one of them.
That's correct, yes. Would
So,
you like, Kev, I'm going to get you in on this too. Prices
trillions, billions?
No, you got to guess a number.
330 billion.
330 billion. Kev, what do you think the market cap on Eli Lilly is?
I'm going to say 310 billion.
What was yours?
330.
You would both be extremely low. However, Casey would win because it is 831.58 billion.
Wow.
We are led to believe that a company, as Casey said, who is arguably the largest, most powerful pharmaceutical manufacturer in the entire, not just in this country,
in the world,
in the entire world,
yeah,
could not facilitate a simple real estate transaction? That what, they don't have those people? They couldn't have called Mark Deedle and said, hey, man, we'd like some land out there in Boone County. Could you? I bet Mark would have got on that.
He would have liked that phone call.
I know several other realtors who would have as well. Get lost. Nobody believes this stuff's on the level. Nobody believes that this is in their best interest. And what people see this thing for now is this vast rating of taxpayer money to facilitate the largest, most powerful corporations in the world. Think about Eli Lilly, Meta, or who we know, to appease Holcomb's big business buddies at the expense of you. Oh, and by the way, it's going to, from a property tax perspective, benefit one community in the state, which is the city of Lebanon, which happens to have a mayor whose father is one of the most powerful Republicans in the state. Boy, howdy, Casey.
So I was really curious because Holcomb used to be the board chairman of IEDC. So I was curious, like, is he still in that position? No way.
That goes away once you're not the governor anymore.
And it did. And it is Mike Braun now. And Braun has said that he wants transparency.
So think about when they tell you they don't have any money for whatever the project is or whatever the cause is or whatever. They've had hundreds of millions of dollars we know of, could be even more, but what these people could track down for this project that nobody has any idea about. Nobody can tell you if it's a success. It's not, or they would be telling you exactly how it is a success.
Yeah, they would let you know.
You can't get any information on. So don't ever let them tell you there's not enough money. Don't ever let them tell you they're hurting for resources, because they certainly had hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to pump into this thing without any guarantee of success or any ability to point to profit making thus far in this project.
Yeah. So when I was driving down 65 over the weekend, I don't think the car in front of me got this news, but the marijuana legalization or decriminalization efforts, they failed despite many bills trying.
They're all dead.
They're all dead.
House and Senate.
Yep.
So speaking of people and being in bed with Big Pharma, what possible reason other than that? Look, you want to have the flat out full legal, and we have had this conversation many times. I realize it's like a broken record at this point, but they keep screwing people over. The full-fledged legalization is a different conversation, and one that I understand the hesitancy, that it does do harm to people. It does it smells horrific. I mean, the need to keep it out of the public square, et cetera. I get that. But the idea that a licensed physician who is licensed by the state of Indiana to practice medicine, the idea that if you as a patient want to consult with a licensed physician in the state of Indiana and they believe medically that this is a better approach for you than one that involves dangerous opioids or whatever, what possible reason could there be other than you are totally beholden and in bed and afraid of Big Pharma to deny people the ability to do that?
So Safe and Regulated Indiana, it's a coalition, they said that it could generate $200 million in revenue for the state by 2026. Of course, that's not going to happen. The speaker, Todd Houston, said there's no compelling case for legalization, and he wants to focus on public policy over revenue.
No, but there is no case for legalization of helping people with terminal illness, cancer, ALS, all PTSD. There's no what was the quote?
He said, where did it go? No compelling case for legalization, focusing on public policy over
Was
revenue.
this Capital Chronicle that had the article, by the way? Is this where you're getting this from?
No, it was a TV station, actually.
Do we know which one?
Fox 59.
Fox 59, okay. But there was a compelling rationalization. Is that the phrase that he used?
No compelling case for legalization.
No compelling, but there is a compelling case to try to annex 33 counties in Illinois.
Mhm.
That's Houston's bill, right?
Right,
That's his bill. There's a compelling case for that, but allow doctors and patients to have a better medical experience, a better healing experience, better medical care.
Mhm.
There's no compelling case for that.
And
you can't hate these people enough.
You know,
I know I say that once a day, but gosh darn it, it's true. Gosh, these people are evil.
The interesting thing about all of this is that the academia people at Purdue have said that Indiana has very good soil to produce this product.
And think about what a joke this is. You have people like Abdul who just openly laugh at the state and brag about when they're going to cross the border to I don't even know. I've never done this stuff, so I don't know. Gummies, I think, is more of Abdul's thing. I don't know. But you have a guy who's a high-profile person who is chuckling at you at these people, going, "Ha! I'm going to get my weed. I'll be back." Like, that's what a joke this is. Everybody around us is doing it.
And here's the thing, that they did pass this bill to determine THC limit. So, like, why are you passing this bill to determine driving under the influence of THC? Yet it's but you're saying it's not legal here in this state.
Question.
And the car in front of me on the highway, the dude and I looked at each other and I said, "Do you smell that?" And he was like, "Yeah, I smell that. It's got to be the car in front of us." Who, we passed, and as soon as we passed the car, the smell went away.
I know it's a thing we've said many times on this show, but it needs to be repeated. No matter how much you hate these people, it will only be a fraction of the amount that they hate you.
Mm-hmm. You're listening to Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel.
The commander-in-chief no longer needs a diaper change. The commander-in-chief doesn't have to watch Matlock with pudding smeared on his face. We've got a commander-in-chief that no longer falls up and down the stairs multiple times. I'm excited for that. If anything else.
Let's see how long it takes before Pencil Neck Adam Schiff to file some impeachment charge.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Bill, where you been? You're overdue for a haircut.
Man, listen, my water pipes burst and flooded my house. Place is a mess. I've been staying with my daughter till I can figure out what to do.
You trying to fix it and move back in?
No way. It's too big a mess. It'll cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I ain't got that kind of money.
You trying to sell it then?
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but who's going to buy my house in this condition?
Did you call Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters bought our house when we were in a jam. We needed to move real quick. They closed fast and gave us cash.
Simple Quarters will buy in any condition?
That's right. They buy as is. You don't have to repair anything or clean anything out. It's simple.
What do I have to do?
Just call them. They'll do a quick walkthrough, then they'll make you an offer.
Simple Quarters is a local Christian company that loves to help people in difficult situations. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME. Check us out at simplequarters.com.
Dads happen. There's a whole lot of stuff that can mess up the look of your vehicle. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill a Dent Removal. PDR is paintless dent removal that saves your factory finish and is way less invasive than traditional body shop repairs. And it's faster too, sometimes same day. Google Kill a Dent Removal and check out the reviews and photos. Then schedule your repair. Hail baseballs, kids, fender benders, shopping carts, flying cows, angry X's, and anything else that leaves dents. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill a Dent Removal.
Go now to bwindow.com and receive $400 off per window and $250 off any patio or entry door, plus 2.99% financing.
Strumming my pain with his fingers.
Bad news, Casey.
What's that?
You're going to be very sad about this.
About Roberta Flack passing
died.
away?
She
Yeah,
died.
she did. She was 85 years old. Grammy-winning musician.
I would have lost the dead or alive game on her.
Yeah.
I mean, if you'd asked me, you'd have said, is she dead or alive? I would have said dead.
Uh,
and now I'd be correct.
She sings one of the most soulful songs, The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That's, I could never hit those notes.
Okay, does she have a third? Because obviously there's Strumming My Pain.
Feel Like Making Love? No. You don't know that one.
I know there's a rock song. Who does is it Bad Company? Feel Like Making Love?
You're thinking of Bad Company.
It's Bad Company, right?
Yeah.
What about Tonight I Celebrate My Love?
There it is.
Are you just making that up?
Tonight.
That's the second most popular song.
That's what I was going to say. There's no way you know that. I've never. Is that a mega hit? I've never even.
You don't know that one?
I don't think I've heard of that. But that doesn't mean it wasn't like how high did it get? Did it hit top 40?
Oh, yeah.
I thought he had a list.
I did too.
No, I'm just looking at Spotify.
Oh.
This is all based on today's numbers of streams.
Kevin.
What's trending?
I thought you had some. Okay, let's see here. Oh, yeah. Number one singles, first ever series, and Feel Like Making Love. So 3 number ones.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal then.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're new to our show, our standard that we adopted on this show, if someone's worth talking about in the music industry, have they had 3 big hits, like 3 top 10 hits? I mean, I would say probably even top 20. You're a thing, but that's a megastar.
Yeah,
3 number ones.
Oh yeah, she was huge in the 70s.
I have a Roberta Flack story.
Do you?
I loved how you paused and you said "and beyond" to not paint yourself as some sort of old person. I know you well enough now to know exactly what you did. She was big in the and beyond. And
well, I mean, her number ones, they were all in the span of 2 years.
Yeah. I mean,
in the 70s.
She had a very small window of stardom, but
I just don't want somebody coming after me. I listened to her in the 80s. I loved her. You're forgetting this song and this song. Okay.
It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter the how long it takes you to do it. If you got 3 number one hits, that's a huge deal. I mean, think Kev will back me up on this. Think of the artists who have 0 number one hits, who you'd say are mega stars.
Yeah, one-hit wonders. Eaters.
I mean, Bruce Springsteen never had a number one song.
He didn't?
No.
Not one?
Dancing in the Dark was number 2. That's the highest he ever got.
Really?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, think about that.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Killing Me Softly song was famously sampled by the Fugees.
That's right. Yeah. I have a Roberta Flack story. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah. Is it Roberta Flack or is it Lauryn Hill?
Well,
What?
I guess technically Lauryn Hill's the one singing it.
No, I have a Roberta Flack story.
Okay.
Just, I know what I'm doing here.
Yeah, she was singing in the Fuji song. but
Yeah, she was the woman singer in the Fugees, right?
Yeah, Lauryn
and
Hill.
Wyclef Jean John.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
Wyclef Jean.
Yeah.
The Haitian pronunciation.
Okay, so the Fugees, Kev, how would you describe the Fugees? What would you say they are? Like what if
Like
you were
mid 90s hip hop.
Yeah. Hip hop, right?
You know,
Rapper kind of.
Yeah, kind of East Coast. I think they're from New York City, right?
Right. And so they were very popular when I was in like the 6th grade. What year did they do? Look this up for
I'm
me.
going to say 95.
What year did they do Strumming My? They did a cover of that Roberta Flack song.
I'm going to say it was 97.
All right, Kev. No. I think I was in 6th grade. What is it? What year?
Oh, it was 96.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I was in the 6th grade. Absolutely. So they were like the hip thing, and my friend or somebody had that refugee camp album, and there's a lot of words on that album. So I knew, because that was when they had started putting the explicit whatever on the albums, right? I think they had just started doing that. And there was no way that my mother got wind of that she would allow me to have that album. But I knew that Roberta Flack song was on that album, and if my mother saw just that, if I could get her to see the back of the album instead of the front without the disclaimer on it, she would think it was some good time Carpenters-esque.
Right.
Oh, they're covering Roberta Flack.
Wholesome.
This is great. And she would let me get that album.
Right.
And I remember carefully extracting that album. It must have been at the Kmart, would be my guess, in Brownsburg when it was still there, and showing her that, and her being elated that I would want to listen
to a Roberta Flack song.
Roberta Flack. And I had that probably for a good month of being able to listen to everything that was on that album, until one time I remember her coming in my room, hearing the rather graphic descriptions of some of the other. I mean, because Kev will back me up on this. They let it fly, right? There was,
definitely.
There
That's
was no
true hip hop,
and her just being just beside herself.
So what happened? Did she take it from you?
I think, as I recall, I was given very specific instructions that was the only song that I was allowed to listen to.
That one over and over again.
And we talked about this before. My mother's threat to me was,
Wait
or
until
so
your
help me
father-
when your father gets home.
Wait till your father gets
And
home.
then that was I mean, that was just threat enough that I didn't push the envelope.
You have a workaround for everything, though. You wanted that album.
Oh, yeah.
And you were like, this is my way.
Oh, I was a devious mind from the time I was like, I don't know. I mean, I think I was a pretty decent kid until I probably hit 11 or 12. And then, I mean, luckily I've used most of my powers for good.
With great power comes great responsibility.
But you could probably mostly sum up my life, and you have a workaround for everything.
It's true.
So that's my Roberta Flack story.
I like it.
The Fugees, yes. Refugee Camp. One of the great albums of the mid-'90s.
Yeah. I used to play that one on the radio.
It must be an edited version.
Oh, yeah. For sure. But I'm sitting here, you're telling the story about how when you were in 6th grade and you're trying to get this at the Kmart, and I'm thinking about how, as a program director, I was playing that song on the radio, the edited version, and getting banned on the school bus because of people like your parents who didn't want that played on the radio.
They said they could not play you on the school bus?
Yeah. Up in South Bend. That was when Eminem was really big.
Like the local school district said, Casey Daniels, you cannot play her program on the school bus.
Correct.
What were you doing, lady?
It was, I just said it was when Eminem became really popular.
Were you playing on edited versions?
No, we played the edit version, but still that wasn't good enough. And when it was, I don't know if it was front page on the newspaper, the South Bend Tribune, but I do know that they wrote an article about it. And when that
About you?
About the radio station. And I think it was Beneath the Fold. But when that article came out, I knew our ratings were going to be really good.
You were that filthy that the local community paper had to write an article about how you were harming children, and to the point you were...
Not me.
You were banned?
Not me.
Weren't you like the program director?
I was.
Well, that was you.
We played the edit version. That's what the kids wanted to hear.
You produced millions of Slim Shadys.
That's right. Every person is a Slim Shady lurking.
It is Kendall and Casey. It's
you could be
93.
working at Burger King, spitting on your onion rings.
WIBC.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
You'll probably be using the windshield wipers. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:30. Warmer temperatures and rain. Those are two things happening in Indiana this week. As for how much rain much of the state will get.
Right now, it's kind of looking like generally between about a quarter inch and a half inch. Those amounts typically won't cause too many impacts.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis believes it'll rain both today and Wednesday. Starbucks says they're laying off about 1,100 corporate workers. The statewide average for gas today, $2.90 a gallon, says Gas Buddy. And the company Apple says they're investing about $500 billion into the United States. Part of that goes towards chip-making facilities in states like Arizona, Colorado, Oregon, and Utah, and they'll create about 20,000 jobs. I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Whether you're preparing for retirement, navigating a life transition, or simply wondering if you're on the right path, Howard Bailey Financial is here to help. Together, we'll work on a personalized plan designed to bring greater clarity to your goals and help you approach decisions with confidence. It's not just about numbers, it's about the life you want to lead and the legacy you want to leave behind. With over 20 years of experience, Howard Bailey Financial has been dedicated to guiding individuals as they work toward taking control of their financial future and finding peace of mind. Text PATH to 888-262-1104 to download a free retirement toolkit and start planning for the retirement you've dreamed of. Howard Bailey Financial, helping you turn hope into a plan and dreams into reality. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
Hey guys, it's Rob for Life Church. You know, summer's going to be here before you know it. And if you're thinking, what am I going to do with my kids this summer? Boy, does Life Church have some great options for you, including a week-long vacation Bible school for kids and camps for kids and teens, too. Life Church's Next Gen provides a safe, clean, and fun atmosphere every week where you can bring your family and trust that your kids are in great care while you worship. We love Life Church. We love the impact they've had on my life and my daughter's life. Learn more about everything with Life Church. There are 4 campuses across central Indiana. Their online services, great things to do this summer and more. LifeChurchIN.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
So it looks like Ron DeSantis is trying to end property taxes statewide in Florida. Imagine that, Florida, no income tax and then no property tax as well.
Huh. Does he know that there would be no, well, they don't have snow there.
It's true.
But maybe
occasionally
there'd be no, what would their excuse be? It'd be what? No flood relief.
Right.
No street.
No hurricane
But
relief.
the ones you could apply from here, he probably doesn't know, and someone should alert him. if he does property tax reform, there'll be no street lights, there'll be no teachers, there'll be no school rooms, there'll be no police, and there'll be no fire. Does he know all those things will be on the chopping block?
No libraries, too.
No libraries. Libraries could be in big trouble, too. Does he know all those things could be in huge trouble?
I guess he doesn't.
You should alert him. You lived in Florida for a while.
He doesn't agree with that.
Subject their citizens to higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And, you know, these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, you know, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you've paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check to the government every year. So you're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property. And our homestead exemption is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed so high. And that's the thing. If you buy a home for $300,000 and you know there's certain tax, well then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth $700,000. And so, and they say, you know, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent, but you're paying more. And a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that that's a big issue. And I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people relief from that.
Okay.
He's right.
I wonder if he's going to have his own Senate Bill 1.
Well, and I bet he's going to handle it a little differently than it's been handled here. But he's right on all of this. That is yours. You own it. You bought it. For the most part, certainly with the local governments, they had nothing to do with you buying that. You're not monetizing it. When you do, that would be fine to tax people, but you're not monetizing it. You live there. It's predatory behavior. These Republicans that are refusing to help you with property taxes in the state are financial predators. Look at the two taxes they target. It's gas and it's homes. Why? Because you got to drive to work and you got to live somewhere. They're financial predators. Baldwin and Buchanan and Holdman and Rogers and all these good time fun gang people. They're financial predators. They're targeting you and they're doing it deliberately. And it is disgusting that we got to beg to be able to afford to live in our homes. It's gross. The opposition's excuses are so ridiculous. They can't even keep the story straight, right? The Carmel Council president and the mayor can't even get on the same page of if the police are in trouble or not.
Right.
Because she in the beginning, all public safety. And then that fell apart. Well, apparently the council president get the memo because he's writing this Dickens novel about libraries and police and public safety and all these people could be in trouble. They can't even keep the story straight. There's one professional dumbass, Greg Taylor. He's now reduced himself to snow plows and streetlights. Like they're just throwing things. And thankfully the people aren't buying the bull crap. But no matter how ridiculous the opposition argument is, it's like they're held to no standard and we're held to some unreachable standard to prove that property tax reform should be happening.
You have to make do, but your local government doesn't.
Right?
How come they never have to tighten their belt? But you do.
Great question.
You make it through with inflation. Inflation, Rob.
Yeah.
That's why everything costs so much more. Like, we don't know that.
That would be a great question for us to start, and we need to get on this, and maybe tomorrow I'll do the list of the Ways and Means people because they're going to hear this bill soon in the next week or two or whatever, and we need to start contacting them. But that would be the question everybody should ask them. When does the government have to behave like me? When is the government held to the same level of account that I am held to? Why is the government never forced to cut or modernize or make do with what they have? Why do we never get put first? Ron DeSantis is asking that question. Our governor is asking that question. Why does the general, and we know why. We've revealed why, because they're making money off of it.
Right. They're looking out for themselves.
Bingo.
Yeah.
These lawmakers, we've answered the question. People like Scott Baldwin and Brett Clark have a financial interest in the government gravy train, the local government gravy train continuing, either with Brett Clark, who lists himself as a consultant with one of these construction management companies, or Scott Baldwin, who runs one of these companies.
Yep.
And I bet the more we dig, the more we're going to find of these lawmakers who have vested financial interest in these local governments. They are tied financially into these companies that do business, or they and their companies do business directly with these local governments.
Well, sure, because it's not just construction. That's not the only industry.
Good job on the Roadmaster, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, I got to play this at least once a week.
You don't get enough credit for that.
Thank you.
Who else is playing? That's probably why we're number one. It's not even the great content. It's just the Roadmaster. What are we doing next? What's going on?
We're going to talk about these digital paywalls.
Oh, yeah. Those, yeah.
When you go online.
You hate those.
I do. When you go online, you try to read something, and they're like, well, do you have a subscription? We'll talk about it coming out from 93 WIBC.
Hey, guys, it's Rob. You know, I love my yard. And today is a big day for me and my yard because the folks from Save a Tree, the tree, shrub, and lawn experts, are coming to my house to figure out how to revamp my lawn. Later today, I'm going to find out how they're going to make my yard thriving, and I can't wait to enjoy it all summer long. They're going to do things like treat my lawn so it's weed-free and looks picture-perfect, the envy of the neighborhood. And I'm looking forward to them making my yard look great after some tough weather. See how beautiful your yard can be. Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. That's SAVATREE.com. SAVATREE.com. Or dial pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree. Again, pound 250, keyword Save a Tree. Tell them Rob sent you.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today. 317-480-4040. That's 317-480-4040.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Garage Floor Coatings. If your garage floor looks bad with stains, cracks, and pits, it makes your entire garage look bad. And a bad epoxy job or chipping paint makes your garage or basement look worse. With one quick call to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, I can save you $1,000 on a new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor during our winter sale. A Comer & Cross concrete floor coating is the gold standard. Guaranteed. A Comer & Cross garage floor won't chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. What's the Comer & Cross difference? We make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We fix the cracks and pits perfectly. And one day, you will love your gleaming, new Comer & Cross garage floor or basement floor just in time for spring. Call us right now for $1,000 in savings during our winter sale. Operators are standing by now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Blood, sweat, tears. At Bill Estes, we know it takes hard work and years of doing the right thing to build a business people can depend on. That's why we don't make empty promises and expect your trust. Estes earns it. From Ford F-150s and Toyota Tacomas to Ram 1500s and Chevy Silverados, we have the trucks you'll love at prices you can believe in. But don't just take our word for it. Your trust means something. Estes earns it. BillEstes.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Do you need furnace or heat pump service and want to work with a local independent dealer you can trust, like B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical? Find that American Standard Air dealer at IndyHomeComfort.com.
Addiction. It's hard on those who struggle with it, but those who love the addict need support too. Matt Baer and Ryan Hedrick provide help and hope with Supporting Sobriety. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts and on WIBC.com.
Can we talk about something that irritates me, Rob?
Oh, absolutely.
And that is when you go to a website and there's a paywall there. And you don't have the subscription for it. And this is
wait. You don't mean like OnlyFans. You mean like a news site.
Yeah, a news site.
Well, you got to clarify these days, right?
That's true. Because they both do have paywalls, don't they? No, I'm talking about newspapers. You know, when the internet first started and everybody just wanted to get their name known that they were online, that was okay. You could go to the website and get your news digitally, right?
So you're saying...
But now you got to pay for it.
So you're saying, like, if you go to Indy Star's website, there are certain stories that you will click. Now, some of them are still readily available.
Right.
But you will click on some of the stories, and it will say, to continue, it doesn't exactly say this, but I'm giving you the gist. To continue reading, subscribe today. It's only whatever they're charging now for their online, whatever.
And it's always the article that you want to read.
Yes, and like IBJ is another example of this. And it's interesting you say that because obviously we have a business model that works pretty well where we give people the content for free. And we have people who pay to have their name and business associated with this very well listened to content.
Right.
And in the case of WIBC, because our listenership remains high and very engaged and people often sit through commercial breaks, et cetera, that still works. However, I think what the newspaper industry has found due to dwindling subscription
of the printed version.
That's correct. And quite frankly, let's face it, other than a wildly entertaining program like ours, a real lack of interest in local, in a lot of local, especially government or whatever, unless you can make it fun and entertaining the way we do. It's been hard to continue because of the lack, I guess it would be the lack of foot traffic to get advertisers to continue to pay high premiums. These companies need to get people through their doors. So they've started going to these, hey, you got to subscribe to read it.
Of course they have, because everybody needs to make a buck, right? Well, there's some new information that has been released. And since these newspapers have implemented their paywalls, they have reduced their local news coverage by 5%. So while they're trying to make money, they're reporting less.
Well, look, and you've seen this here with WIBC, the people who own us leave us alone to that extent. Like they don't generally mess with us. They're like, well, you make us money, and because remember when they bought us, when everyone bought us, it's like, it's it for WIBC. No,
sure.
they like money, right? Whether they politically agree with us or not, they leave us alone, and they're like, just go make the money. But you and I have talked about this before. The radio industry as a whole has struggled over the past 25, 30 years, in large part because corporations were never meant to own radio stations. It was meant to be individual, very creative people who money was almost a secondary thing, and the money came out of the result of the fun things that they would do, creative ways they would run their radio stations.
Well, they were supposed to super serve their community.
Exactly. Bingo. That's why when you still hear radio stations, that you'll hear call cities at the top of the hour where they haven't been there for 30, 40 years because they figured out a way legally, obviously everything's been above board, through the Federal Communications Commission to move these signals, et cetera, to make it more profitable, but they're no longer
in the small towns.
Right. But the same thing is, I think, true with these print organizations where local news was the backbone of the community, right? Like the local radio station and the local newspaper. And then the same thing happened with a lot of these newspapers that happened with radio, which is these megacorps came in, bought them. You don't have the emphasis on creativity. You don't have the emphasis on content. You don't have the emphasis on investigative journalism. And as such, you're seeing how much they can continue to get for as little resources as they can put into it. I mean, this is why the crap goes on at the State House that goes on, because you used to have a gaggle of reporters from various news outlets all across the state of Indiana that were covering the General Assembly.
Yeah.
Now, it's next to nobody. It's the Capitol Chronicle. Abdul kind of does it. Indy Star, if they get they have stories that they'll cover. IBJ a little bit, Inside Indiana Business a little bit. The TV stations, if there's some big thing, but there are very few people that are, other than Capitol Chronicle, that are entrenched in the State House.
They're not actually reporting on the bills, so to speak, unless, it's a major, major one. They're reporting more on the protesters outside of the State House. But it's really reshaping how smaller communities are getting their news, because 13% decline in smaller cities. That's what is being reported, even less. So it's just getting worse and worse, and that's why you're getting this homogenized talking point across the entire state.
Yeah, and that's why, so some people are upset that we have a friendship and a relationship with the Capitol Chronicle, because their opinion section is pretty liberal. However, I've always felt that their straight reporting is very good, and let's face it, they are doing stuff that if they weren't doing it and covering things, I mean, we almost every day take some story that they've done, which I think their straight reporting is very fair, and I think it's very good for the most part. And they're because they're a nonprofit and the way they're funded, they're able to pay enough people that they can cover. I mean, we've done 3 or 4 stories today. People need to appreciate the Capitol Chronicle. And you can ignore the opinion section because the straight reporting they do, I mean, so much of the content we do on the show emanates out of the work and reporting that Nikki Kelly and her staff are doing. And think about it, if that didn't exist, they are probably the best and most dominant reporting entity now on the Indiana General Assembly. Think about that. A nonprofit is now the leading coverer of the Indiana General Assembly.
Well, look how quickly this has happened, too, because in the 90s, newspapers, they had profit margins exceeding 30%.
Yeah.
And now they're struggling to get by.
Our Matt Himlin and I have talked about this. Obviously, he's been here for he's been here now, 30 years. And we were talking about this, about corporations owning radio stations. And the same thing is true with media. When you have a guy who owns a radio station, and there's a good chance if that guy owns a radio station, either that is, he lives a lifestyle within a means where you can hit the number that he needs, or it's his fun toy or his project. Like you and I both worked for a guy for many, many years who was a multi-gajillionaire who made a bunch of money in the advertising industry, and he was this, shall we use the term eclectic?
Yeah.
Super eclectic guy who just had fun with his version of fun.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much for all the employees,
Sure.
but his version of fun owning the radio stations. Money was largely irrelevant to him. And to that guy's credit, and I didn't appreciate it until I was long gone, he staffed to a level in many of his entities
that's unheard of now.
Right, because he was trying to do old-timey, old-school radio, and it did work for quite a while in the city.
Yeah.
But the point of all of this is, when you have mega corporations owning these entities where it's forever just a arbitrary bottom line thing, right? They're not going to put the resources in many times that a local person who's either doing it as their passion, their hobby, or the number they have to meet is much lower than whatever this corporation has to meet. And it's so funny we're talking about this because radio and print are, for the most part, in the same stew. There are outliers like WIBC. I think the Indiana Business Journal still does okay. It seems like they've still got quite a bit of juice, and people will subscribe because it's a dedicated base of people that are interested in the thing that they report on. But for the most part, boy, howdy, it's tough times.
Well, it is interesting when you look at in the 2000s when the digital era became of age, newspapers lost 75% of their advertisers, and the workforce went down 60%. And now that they're putting everything behind a paywall,
Yeah.
that news coverage is shrinking even more because not only do people not want to pay for the subscription to get the newspaper thrown on their yard, they don't want to pay online either. So we're just getting less and less of unique information.
You know, I know we got to go here in a second, but I've been watching that, and maybe we'll do this for True Crime Tuesday, that Fox Hollow Farm documentary.
Yeah.
Burmeister, Herb Baumeister, the Westfield serial killer. And there's a new documentary on Hulu that I've been watching. And what's interesting is one of the families that they were interviewing who was a victim of his, they were reading old newspaper articles and they still had them and stacked up. And I was watching that going, I wonder 30 years from now how people do you just go back to your internet browser? Like, I mean, it doesn't have the same effect as when you were seeing these newspaper articles. And I wonder how people kind of mark time. Like I used to, anytime somebody would do a newspaper article about me, I would take it, cut it out very nicely. My dad is very good at framing things. He would frame them for me. I have them all over my wall. But recently, we've been in a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like, how do I print that out? It doesn't exist anymore.
I guess you take a picture of it and get that printed out.
All right, we got to go.
All right, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you for listening today. This has been Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Spring in Indy, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint, and the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year transferable warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter